guys. Welcome back to the Grand Melee. We are in the finals. The winner here going to take home $40,000. Second place, no chump, $20,000. One of the biggest prize pools of the year in Age of Empires 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously those two players, there's even more on the line for them, right? They are good friends, they're teammates, they are practice partners, but they also have quite some history in S-tier tournaments clashing against each other in the finals.
Yeah, indeed they do. Let's take a quick look at actually how they got here through that semifinal round. You guys can walk us through their victories over their very tough opponents in that semifinals.
All right, guys, so looking at Hera's match here versus Tato, this one was a clean sweep. He started all here in game number one, just relentless aggression yesterday from Hera, getting his eco going, getting to Castle Age, and just attacking with so many knights, and especially on this very open map, there really isn't a whole lot Tato can do to just not get bulldozed.
Yeah, and we can kind of take a look at playstyles here already. And Hera, we can see he's looking for lots of aggression. Right here, he went for the crossbow, lots of knights, and just Tato not really having the answers. And Hera won with a lot of very aggressive games. This one was a really strategic one, where he basically scouted Tato out and countered him perfectly.
Yeah, you see the Goth pick there from Tato, not normally a civ we associate with water maps, so Hera, knowing something was fishy, did a beautiful job just scouting his base constantly, and that really did a lot to deny Tato's aggression, forcing things into a bit of more standard game where Hera already had a lead, he had a civ advantage, and was just able to cruise to victory.
Yeah, and Hera obviously relieved, as we can see there, knew, okay, something crazy could have happened, but weathered the storm quite nicely. And this one, the comeback of the tournament there, he was in such a big pickle early on, but somehow managed to come back.
It was tough for sure. Here we're seeing the last fight of the game, but at this point, Hera did such a great job establishing a clandestine fishing economy over to the side of the map. Tato never scouting that, Hera getting the farms up. That is then turned into a lot of knights and crossbowmen, just the sorts of things we associate with Hera as he does take that game number 3.
And then 4 maps point for him, and it didn't take him many because he had a pretty good map with poles, built the defensive farm, even ignored the berries there, and then the crossbow micro was good enough against all the mangonels, had the great control. Tato felt like he needed to do something crazy, but Hera, the defense was just impeccable.
And that really just goes to show Hera beating Tato in 2 very different ways. Some games it was with relentless aggression, like in the first game and then the third game, but in the second and fourth one, it was his ability to defend against the aggression. So really showing he is the full package of a player right now, just overall super solid play across the board.
And in the other semifinal, Leary was facing the Viper. Arguably the even bigger matchup there with the top 2 players, arguably maybe top 3, including Hera, and they really went for it. And as you can see, Leary, no stranger to full out Fuel Age aggression either.
Oh yeah, just taking these absolutely perfect fights from the Viper, and out-microing the Viper is not an easy thing to do, but Leary, of course, he is no slouch, around a 2-to-1 KD in his favor in this first game, just completely taking it to Viper on Sheepfold.
Yeah, and that's what we will see potentially today as well, right? Lots of Fuel Age aggression, and then we will see who is the better of the two. Because here we've seen lots of strategic plays again, right? We have been saying crazy good aggression, but this another strategic victory from an AM player. Persians never seen that strategy, early advantage, and drove it home.
Oh yeah, just getting the very quick feudal age time with a couple earlier fishing ships than Viper was able to do. And then Persians, once they're ahead, able to expand their economy quite effectively. And then Viper just not able to hang on with the Byzantines.
Jumping into game 6 then, Leary again, pretty aggressive play, played pop 17 archers here. Viper was forced very far back, had to rely on very far away gold spots here, cornered into the edge of the map, and as we can see, Leary even got into lighters and completely overwhelmed. Leary, another aggressive win.
Exactly, just see the Viper not able to keep up with everything that Leary is throwing at him so quickly, as those supercharged Lithuanian cavalry units are able to take the win. Of course, that brought us to the final game on Fish and Fish, and this one was really back and forth. It was looking good for Leary, then Viper was able to take it back with some really slick plays, but at the end of the day, it was Leary's ability to constantly produce units from all of those production buildings that you see, and Viper just could not keep up. The mobility was in favor of Leary. He had the stronger army, and that was what ultimately brought him to the grand finals.
And we sometimes in the past said GL boys, they are a bit better on the wild, tricky maps, but oh boy, that's a statement of the past. As we can see, the AM guys, Leary and Hera, shining on all maps, shining on all strategies, macro, micro, top level.
Yeah, so taking a look at that previous round, obviously Hera went completely undefeated, so it's hard to talk about what his flaws may be, what he could have fixed overnight. But on Leary's side, yeah, he played against the GOAT, but he did lose a few maps. Is there anything that you noticed that was kind of in common there that he should have thought about, worked on, tried to fill in as holes in his play for today?
Arena and Ring of Reeds were kind of the two maps where Viper looked really clean. Like game plan wise, obviously Burmese is actually a strategy Leary and Hera came up together. They actually trained that strategy together, but never thought of that forward castle, they told me yesterday. So that threw them off a bit. And therefore they know each other so well in and out because they share all their thoughts that Arena, maybe against Viper, Leary was looking a bit shaky. I think against Hera, it might be more on the same level.
Oh, okay, that does make sense. Anything else that you noticed from Leary?
I think it's just when Viper was winning, it was in those very strategic games, in those moments. When you're facing Hera, who has such a similar style to you, it really becomes much more about those mechanics, those execution. And I don't think those, if we can call them weaknesses from Leary yesterday when he played so well, I don't think those will exactly manifest themselves in the same way in this final.
All right. So we've talked about how they got here, but let's take a look at the actual matchup of Hera against Leary. First, let's throw up a graphic showing this is the bracket right there. Hera versus Leary. As you see, this is the final match of the Grand Melee. Someone is going to go home the champion here with $40,000. But let's take a look at their actual stats against each other for the last couple of years. I'm really interested to see where this is at. 3-3, 24-25?
So incredibly close. And S-tier finals also, the last Holy Cup went into Hera's favors. We had the Vololos, 2 taken away by Leary, 1 semifinal. They faced each other in the Vololos as well. And Leary only won by a single game every single time.
That is, well, you can tell that by the map score, right? Like, I've never seen anything this close.
I even played a best of 21, I think like 2 years ago or something. That went to distance as well, 11-10.
Oh, man.
Yeah, these guys are just so incredibly close, and we just keep saying they know each other's styles. They know what they're up against, and it really just speaks to how mechanically talented these guys are, but also how even they are. And it's going to be, of course, who just has the stronger day today, and I really think that it's not just likely to go the distance, I'd say it's pretty likely.
All right. Well, it sounds like it's going to be an absolutely amazing match, and we are ready to introduce the players. Ellie, take it away.
I was really scared. I was like, what? started the grand final of the Grand Melee tournament, where $60,000 will be given away by the end of this match. $40,000, of course, going to the first place winner. I think I can speak for everyone in this room when I say I'm so excited. Like the analysts have said, we have met in the finals between, well, not we, but Leary and Hera have met in the finals so many times before, and today is no exception. I'm so excited to welcome them onto the stage. All right, before we get underway and before a fist fight breaks out, let me just sneak in between. Gentlemen, once again, you are in the finals facing off your teammates. How do you feel? And more importantly, what do you have to say to Leary?
I feel great. I'm actually very excited for the event, and I think that it's going to be a great final.
Leary, thoughts and words for Hera?
Hopefully it's not going to be like the ranked games.
Hera, you said yesterday we're going to have some banger matchups. Viper said the final is going to be a banger. Leary, can you confirm it's going to be a banger?
I will confirm that.
Perfect. Before we get settled away and send you guys to your battle stations, let's reveal the trophy that will go home with the first place winner. Let's send it back to the analyst desk and await the glory.
Yes, the glory indeed. We do await it. That is one glorious trophy. Oh my God, you guys normally get trophies that big?
Not really. If I knew, I would have tried hard at this tournament as well.
That's how Nilly picks up his first win, as he knows the trophy beforehand. We're going to be getting into the draft very, very soon here, but just real quick about it, there is no map ban here. It is best of 9, so it is just the civilization draft. Mm-hmm. So how does that change things?
Well, I think it just comes down to what order these players wanted to go with the maps in. We think the game is the sets are going to go pretty long, so it's just okay. You're going to open on Sheepfold, and from there, do you want to prioritize the more standard, the more open maps that we know these players gravitate towards, or do we want to see a bit of a Ring of Reeds or maybe even a Northern Isles thrown in there?
It's also a lot about like identifying in what direction the opponent is drafting, right? Maybe if they go into like Viper approach, goes for Bohemians, Turks, then you try to avoid Ring of Reeds in Arena because like, okay, they have to throw it in anyways, so their civs make sense for the map draft. And if you see, okay, they're maybe going heavily on the water civs, right? Then you try to avoid Frigid Lake, Northern Isles, vice versa. If you think, okay, I want to play those water maps, then I need to prioritize the water civs.
I was going to say, yeah, and it really is just going to come down to how they choose to prioritize those civs, and I think that will shape what we can expect going forward, as it's likely that these guys are probably going to prioritize those open, aggressive map civs, but as we've been talking about constantly, it's the specialized maps that the civilization balance isn't like quite as close, so having those few power picks are probably going to be big difference makers in the set.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting with the no map bans, and you guys keep talking about how they gravitate towards the same types of maps, and it's actually kind of a whoever is playing better on the given day should win between these two. But that makes me think that maybe the player that has slightly less confidence today is maybe more likely to throw a wrench in the plans with one of these like a Northern Isles map. Would you think that's a good strategy?
I think it's someone like that thinks out of the box has the massive advantage, because every single time we host Age of Empires tournaments, it is always go map draft and then go civ draft. And now it feels a bit reversed, because it's like, okay, we have the civs, what maps are we playing them on? So I think that's the big strength of the player, especially if we are going down to maybe like 3 maps that are going to be played, pick out of 5, and then you have to see, okay, what are my civs, what are their civs, and coming up with good home maps there could, in the end, give you the W.
All right, and what do you think as far as like the drafting skill of the 2 players? You know, we just had a ridiculously awesome draft between Tato and Viper. You guys were saying these are probably the top 2 drafters out there. What about Leary and Hera? How do they match up as drafters against each other?
Well, yeah. No. No. Of course, these guys can draft. They know what they want, and I think that is going to be the big difference here between what we saw between Tato and Viper, where they're both trying to sort of out-strategize each other. With these guys, it's going to be about, I want these certain civs on these certain maps. Can I get them before my opponent does?
I think the specialty of this one is that the draft doesn't end in 10 minutes. The draft actually continues the whole time, right? Because we have it basically in multiple steps now. We have it right now with the civs, and then the maps coming after that. You enjoy the sun and toast?
Yeah, I feel like Viper right now. Boxes. It's right in my eyes.
And therefore, I think we have never seen something like this before. So maybe like we can guess how good they are, but we will actually find out today.
All right. It's such a different format to just have no map bans, right? That's just not that common a thing. Do you think it's something that the players are going to be really accepting of? Maybe it's something that people grow to like, to have a slightly more diverse map pool in a way?
Especially those 2 aren't really the guys that read handbooks like weeks ahead of time. Like, think about this. I wouldn't be surprised if they found out like half an hour ago.
Okay.
A half hour, wow.
Yeah.
Maybe getting down to like
That's
15
about when we
minutes.
found out.
Team of the Order is actually pretty careful. They set them at the side, like, by the way, those are the special settings. Make sure that everyone understands them. And I think, if not, then, if they didn't know it before, they realized there.
Yeah. So right now we do have just a little bit of an audio issue that we're working through on the stage. When that's done, we will get that draft started immediately. So let's do some predictions here, okay? I've kind of heard like, oh, it's 9 games. I've also heard specifically, I think Dave was saying it's going to be like 1 battle every game. Is this something you would agree with, Ornlu?
Yeah, I think it's pretty likely. These guys are just going to want to go ham against each other. It's just going to be all out. Not necessarily aggression. It's not like these guys don't macro behind their pushes, but they really do love going for the very centralized style of play. Of course, Hera likes to raid a lot in the late game, but really in those early to mid game fights, it's going to be just absolutely decisive as to which way the game is going to go.
Yeah, and there could be a lot of like battles that are drawing out, but I don't really see like that we will see one major battle and then both armies basically completely killed each other, and then we sat back and tried to play a macro game from there. Most of the time those players just win fights so decisively if they jump on it that then the game most of the time ends, and that's why you need to watch every single second when those 2 guys are playing.
Now, comparing this matchup to GL versus GL, right, AM versus AM, they're maybe not as tightly knit a team. They don't really have those practice sessions, the boot camps, things like that. So, and I also heard you guys talking about how Hera, being such a different time zone, might have a hard time practicing, for instance, with Leary. Is that something that's going to come into play here? Do they know each other maybe less well than, for instance, the Gamer Legion guys?
Hera's actually a guy that wakes up pretty early, right? Argentina, like, I see him stream like noon European time, so he's totally fine in that sense. Like, Leary is a guy that wakes up late as well, so I don't really see a big thing. And obviously those 2 guys, they have been training partners for 5 years, so they know each other in and out, and I don't see that as a big difference.
All right. Well, thank you very much, guys. It looks like we fixed the audio issues, and the draft is ready. Get ready for it, guys. We're going to jump into that draft right now. Nili and Ornlu, I'm going to walk you through it.
All right, guys, so, that's a very nice trophy. There is the draft popping up on the screen for us. Remember, guys, no map bans. We're just starting on Sheepfold, as always, and from there, the loser will pick the next map, and we'll have to see what civilizations these guys try to go for, because it's all about what you prioritize.
Indeed, and I also don't know, maybe you know that Onlu is the one trailing picking the map or the one that lost the previous map. That's maybe something tournament admin can confirm for us and production can tell us, because that's obviously pretty interesting, right? Because if someone is leading 3-0, then the other guy is at 3-1. Does the one pick that is 3-1 ahead or the other one that's still trailing? the set. We will figure that out later for you for the analysis. Obviously 11 maps in total, only 9 will be seen.
Yeah, so 2 of them not going to be played. We think it's likely going to be an arena in Northern Isles, maybe a Ring of Reeds or something like that. Think maps like Atacama, Land Madness, even Graveyard, and then of course Arabia. We're going to be seeing a lot of that, just very mechanically oriented maps for these players, and fighting over that nice trophy.
Yeah, and we're just having a little tiny bit of a delay here. Leary joined the wrong drafting lobby. He's only been a pro for like 8 years, so that's an understandable mistake at this point in his career.
Did he find his glasses yet, Atosis?
He did. They're on his face. So yeah, no, he's good to go. That actually was something that happened earlier as well with Leary misplaced his glasses. Would be pretty hard to play without them, I would say.
And yeah, thanks for Hera, already wearing the hoodie. Spoiler alert.
Well, if he loses, does he have to give the hoodie to Leary?
The switch there.
Oh yeah.
The Order of the Sheep, medieval. I didn't know they had that kind of sneakers. Medieval times, or no?
Well, as somebody who studies history, I can tell you that it really was common in 13th century Europe to have modern day sneakers.
Nice. They had to travel long distances by foot, obviously.
Yeah,
it makes sense.
Yeah, just great for walking through all of those unpaved streets in the cities.
Okay, this is now obviously a super complex moment for the 2 of them because they have to prepare and think about, okay, what are the maps that I want to pick? What are the maps that my opponent is likely going to pick? And now they have to prioritize. Hera bans away one of the strongest civilizations of Leary, it's the Britons.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Britons are a civ that Leary always gravitates towards. Super micro-intensive with those longer range archers, strong economy, really streamlined play that Leary's going to be good. And Khmer, another favorite of Hera, really emphasizing the economy, the cavalry. Going for both cavalry and archers at the same time is super common with the civ. So, so far, these bans make perfect sense.
And you see that Leary has the first 2 bans, right? And Hera has the first pick. They both think that Khmer might be the best civilization on Sheepfold, and that's why Leary wants to kind of save his snipe, because that had to be sniped away from Hera. Oh, Japanese actually for Leary, so he could have had those Khmer, but maybe thinks Japanese is the one.
Yeah, that is totally possible. Then Leary, of course, banning Poles, another strong economy and cavalry civ, and then Hera banning Aztecs, a super aggressive civ that we see archers and eagle warriors with a lot. Now, Japanese, we could very likely see Fish and Fish, where Japanese are going to shine, and then Hera going to be going with Mayans, just about as standard in Arabia type civ as you can ask for.
And that's a double pick. Mayans for him and Mayans away from Leary, right? We've seen like Aztecs pretty close to Mayans, Britons pretty close to Mayans. Those are the banned civs away from Leary, and then he takes the 3rd one.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And then it also makes sense to pick Hindustanis right afterwards. When you want to play Mayans, you also just want to pick up Hindustanis so you don't run into that super awkward matchup. And it's not like Hindustanis are a bad civ. You can play them pretty much anywhere successfully.
Absolutely. Options there on the Arabia clones, on Arabia itself. Also an option on Arena there. And Gulam just so incredibly strong against Mayans. And now we see Leary goes into the civilization direction that I expected a lot from Hera, actually. Franks, a typical Hera civ. Portuguese, now after the balance change, obviously to be considered extremely strong.
And extremely versatile in what they can go for. You can go for knight play, you can go for crossbowman play. These are 2 players who love their knights and their crossbowmen. Of course, we associate Leary a bit more with the archers, Hera with the cavalry, but they really do love using both at the same time and using that very well-rounded army composition to just do so much damage in the mid-game, as now Hera going to be going with the Burgundians and the Turks.
Ooh, the double pack. Arena and Ring of Reeds. Maybe the 2 options. And Hera was actually sitting in the practice room and was watching over the VODs, was watching over the games of Leary. Maybe had identified some weaknesses. The Viper showed some of Leary yesterday.
Yeah, and that is not something Leary can say of Hera, as Hera just kind of breezing through his own semifinal match. Leary going to be going with the Mongols, another super strong aggressive civ, something that we would associate with him as a player. And right now, Italians as well, going to be, I think, just your Northern Isles pick in case that map is picked by Hera. You want to have a strong civ there if possible.
Especially if you're Portuguese, right? That's pretty solid. Japanese as well. Now Hera needs to think, okay, if we go to water maps, what am I going for? Persians, Lithuanians, okay-ish, but doesn't excite me too much. Maybe Hera needs to go for something like Dravidians later on.
Yeah, that is definitely something to consider, but Persians and Lithuanians work well on stuff like Frigid Lake. Lithuanians you can actually use on pretty much any map just fine. Graveyards is another one that's, I think, very likely to be seen in this set. Lithuanians having all those extra relics there. We saw that from Leary in his own semifinal match. Now Tatar's coming in for Leary, a civ that gets free thumb ring, so you can go for a lot of early Castle Age crossbowmen.
Fish and Fish, also Lithuanians, Persians, Mongols, we can see that now being prioritized. I'm still a bit scared for Hera on Northern Isles and on the arena maps.
Yeah.
Or the other way around. Like Hera is looking good on the arena maps, Northern Isles, and now look at that, Dravidian's even taken away from Leary. Like Hera, does he need to give up Northern Isles here?
It is an approach you can take. Just really prioritize your civ picks on the more standard land maps and just say, okay, Leary, if you really want to prioritize water maps that much in your draft, there aren't that many of them in this map pool. Okay, you can have that one. It's a best of 9. You have room to just kind of drop a game if you feel like you can win that much more on the other maps.
Still 8 games to win for you, right? So it is completely fine. Plus, if that's a map where you don't feel comfortable, but also Leary, he will take the free win. And like, all of those civs have pretty strong advantages. Like, it feels like he has the top 4 there, kind of. Japanese, Portuguese, Italians, Dravidians. Looks pretty damn crazy. Like, Leary, he can distribute the other civs pretty freely.
Exactly. And now Hera picking Huns and I believe Berbers. So 2 civ, very cavalry oriented, lots of scout spam and knight spam available to those civs. Gonna be, I think, doing a solid job of more rounding out his draft on all of the open maps that we are likely to see here.
Berbers, yeah. Gold Rush is something I could see. Bohemians, okay, Leary now strikes back on the arena, on the Ring of Reeds kind of maps. Especially like yesterday, they were like kind of going into some discussions like, how did Viper make that defense there on Ring of Reeds happen? How could Leary have approached this one? Hera obviously having some insight there. Leary not really happy with that, and maybe they came up with something. Or Leary thinks this is the best strategy and goes for it.
Well, it's hard to argue against Bohemians on close maps, but Bengalis, that's always a civ that is fun to see. Now, this is a civ that is going to work on the closed maps as well as on water maps because they do have a good economy and ships that regenerate HP. So Bengali's a bit of a flexible option there. We might see them, we might not. It's just nice for Leary to have.
And actually Hera, kind of the one that showed it to the world how good Bengalis can be in the last Waterloo and had a crazy win there. I think it was against Mr. Yo in the late group stage. And yeah, so that's actually another pick that Hera could have gone for. Now goes into the water direction. Koreans, obviously, missing demo, will be tricky to deal with a lot of fire galleys. Can go for some towers, but not the typical Hera style.
It's not a typical Hera style civ, but it is a fantastic civ for Northern Isles because there's so much surface area that you can tower. There's a lot of stone in the middle of the map you can take. Turtle ships are even an option in the narrow channels. And Saracen's also a very common civ for Hera, going to be going for a ton of market use.
Leary is going for Byzantines behind this. Like, he has 6 water maps now, water civilizations, it feels like. Like, Frigid Lake looks really good for him. And now Chinese, the civilization that we've seen a lot more in RM compared to the 6 villager start.
Yeah, you know, we were talking to Artosis backstage, and he's like, you know, are Chinese even played all that often? Are they a good civ? And all of us, you know, the casters are sitting there like, yeah, Chinese are like one of the best civs. And we just don't see them all that often in these settings.
Things they're a bit weaker in the +6 start, right? You typically start like 2 villagers ahead. In RM here, there's more like in the 1.5 villager direction because it's so easy for the others to catch up with the resources. Obviously start with very low food there, so it's going to be tricky. And now Hera goes for the late Burmese, goes for Cumans, and Leary goes in the Inca and Goth. What's up with that?
Well, if Leary wants to play some really aggressive, scrappy games, he can totally do that. I think when it comes to very scrappy games, I think that's actually one area where Leary might be a little bit more comfortable than Hera. I think Hera's going to want to just try and get out of those situations as best as possible to establish his macro game. Whereas Leary is going to be like, okay, if we really want to settle things with some forward buildings, some sort of aggression, we saw that in his last game versus the Viper, heavy feudal age play, it can win him games.
Ethiopians being picked here as the last one. Now we go into the snipes. If I remember correctly, right, we should have 15 total, 13. So a lot of civilizations that we have as an option.
Yeah.
We should have... It's more civs than I thought, but maybe I miscounted there. And still, we should get into one snipe there for sure. Portuguese are gone, and Berbers. That's a really late pick. That's like pick 8 sniped by Hera.
Yeah, and it's just not something we see all that often. Portuguese and Berbers are not civs that we associate with getting banned or sniped super early on, but Portuguese are just so flexible on so many different maps now. You can play them on open maps, you can play them on water maps, so we'll have to see what exactly these guys have in store.
Did I miscount, or do they have 12 civilizations for a best of 9 here? It looked like it, right? That's 3, next scene is 4, and then another 5. I think they have 12 civs, though, like, they actually can switch around the civs quite a bit, and that's why we see so deep into the map pool, and that's why we see so many wild ones here.
Yeah, that is absolutely perfect for the Grand Finals. We really want to see the depth and the breadth of these players and their abilities and on all of the different settings we have available in this tournament.
Ooh, interesting. And that makes the distribution now so tricky, right? We don't even know what maps are going to be there, but, well, we have 11 in total, so now you have 12 options, you can distribute them, and can maybe have some really strong civilizations to left.
Just a little correction, there was actually an error there. Leary sniped the Hindustanis.
Ooh, okay, not the Berbers, so that will be changed. So Hindustanis, one of the earliest pick, right? I think pick 2 there, so that is corrected now.
Yeah, and especially you don't really want to go up against Hindustanis if you are a cavalry civilization. There are plenty of them for Leary in this draft. Also, you don't want to deal with Gulam, so that makes tons of sense. And then we have the Hera snipe onto Portuguese, again, being a bit more of a new school pick. I mean, this is like Portuguese. It's their tournament right now. We just see them picked all the time.
Nice. Yeah. Their way to shine. And look at that, the sun directly in the middle of the screen, in the middle of the Kiss King.
Sun not biased against one of these players, unlike against the Viper versus ACCM. So it's nice to see that that big yellow blob in the sky is impartial.
Right, so an excellent draft phase there. Definitely a little bit different from what we're used to in this tournament because of more civs, because of the lack of the map draft. If you had to say that one of these players got the better draft, who would it be, Orla?
That is pretty tricky to say. I kind of like... I feel like Hera has a lot of options available to him on several different maps. I don't think it's necessarily clear when and where he's going to be picking his civilizations. Yeah, they are a lot of cavalry civs, but you can play them in a lot of different settings.
All right, well, some excellent analysis, and we are ready to start the finals for the Grand Melee. Your casters are going to be Dave and Nilly. Guys, take it away.
Welcome, everyone, to our grand finals here. This is a best of 9. This is a very familiar matchup for us, and it always goes the distance between these two. Now, lifetime set in S-tier events. RM, Hera has the edge, 2-1. Empire Wars, Leary is 3-0. But the map score is 17-17 in S-tier events.
It's crazy, 17-17, and as we said earlier, like best of 21 went to distance as well, 11-10. They are inseparable, basically. Like, it's just one winner because the series had to end. If we have a best of 11, it would be going to distance as well.
The one thing I did notice in that draft is that Leary has 9 archer civs that commonly go into an archer composition. Hera has 4.
Okay.
That are thought of as an archer main style of civ, right? Hera also has a lot of cavalry civs, so they're kind of playing to their strengths there. It's very interesting. Also, the snipe on Hindustanis, I think it's a lot better than the snipe on Berbers. So late, I was wondering about that one. And then the snipe from Hera onto Leary was on, please remind me, Portuguese. Okay. And that seems, you know what, that seems like a smart pick. I mean, Portuguese, we used to think of them as a water civilization, right? You could get them on Northern Isles, you could stall for time, potentially get to Vitoria. Now they're kind of like an open map civ. With getting the wood from the berries, it gives you such a strong start. So Hera just doesn't know what the full potential of that civ is, and he just wants to get out of the way.
Yeah. It feels like in Portuguese so strong. And looking at the draft, it feels like Arena and Ring of Reeds could be like considered to be Hera's home maps because he has the strong civilizations there, maybe facing Bohemians. On the other side, we have Northern Isles, Frigid Lake, maybe the home maps more of Leary because he has a lot of civilizations that drafted into that direction. And then we have another 5 maps, more land-based, more centered, more into the Arabia direction.
Yep.
That's most likely going to be decided who wins the Grand Melee.
The thing I like about Leary drafting towards that direction of the water maps is that the civs who are traditionally good on water are also good archer civilizations. civilizations, which play to his strengths, right? So why not go down that direction, right? You got wonderful synergy there. Byzantines, you pick them on water, they have the faster attacking fires. You pick them on land, you can go into a 1 TC fast Imperial play with the archers, or you can just spread out your eco and defend against your opponent, but you go into range units, and that is where Leary really shines. Hera has tailored himself, civs like Cumans, civs like Hindustanis that got sniped, obviously, Berbers. Those are civs that can just kind of stretch out around the map, and then he gets into a Hussar, and we all know what happens then.
Humans, is that a pick for an Arabia kind of map, or is that a pick into, like, I don't really see it for Arena or Ring of Reeds, or don't we see them all at all?
When we go through the maps there, Cumans could be Arena, potentially. He's got Turks as well, but I could easily see Turks being played on an open map. It's Hera. Hera loves playing Turks on open maps.
On the ladder, right?
Yeah.
It's like if he faces like random 2.5k on the ladder that he can still...
But remember in Empire Wars, on the Bull, Hera was the first player to really pick the Turks, and then he fully utilized them. And he didn't utilize them for the Janissaries. He utilized them for the Scouts and the Light Caps. So there is potential there.
Yeah, also market play is strong with them, right? Because you have more gold income. You don't really need to go into extra town centers. If you want to play with your light cap timing, then the knights behind this one. Obviously, manual pressure will be limited at one point, but if you already win the game in castle age, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Okay, guys, we are just making sure that the light is not shining into Hera's eyes currently, because I saw it shifted over there. It shouldn't be a problem in another like 20 minutes or so as the sun moves up in the sky, but
God is watching.
Right now, the Lord is with us. Right now, we're just getting that fixed for Hera. Hopefully, we find some more out-of-the-box techniques.
Or just some boxes. Inside the box and outside?
Outside the box.
Okay.
Technically, we were outside the box. We don't know what was inside the box. Potentially the trophy. That's an amazing trophy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Honestly, how are they going to get that like back on the plane?
Leary, yeah, Leary, I don't want to see him board the flyer.
He has to rent an extra train seat for it on the way back to Austria.
Obviously going to be a crazy, crazy set. What do you think are the two maps that we won't see?
I was saying Northern Isles. I was saying Arena. I think it might still be Arena. I'm not so sure about Northern Isles anymore with Leary, but he could have picked those water sieves for Frigid Lake. And then he might just be picking them to deny the Northern Isles potential from Hera. So I'm going to go with those two maps, Arena, Northern Isles. I think Ring of Reeds has potential for both players, especially with Bengalis in the mix as well, a super strong civ there. So I think it'll all depend on Hera's picks. I can't see Leary picking Arena and Northern Isles.
Yeah, I think it's more into the Hera direction. And actually, we have the civilizations confirmed for game number 1.
And the civilizations are... Nilly, let me put on my glasses here. We have Burmese from Hera, and of course this is going to be played on Sheepfold. And we've got the two Bs here. We got Burmese against Byzantines. One civilization, very lackluster skirmishers. The other civilization, quite good skirmishers, but we saw Jordan lose with the Byzantines in a skirmisher war earlier in this tournament.
Yeah, because Hera had a pretty crazy timing. Game 1 here on Sheepfold, the signature match of the Grand Melee, best of 9, $40,000 for the winner here. And Burmese, Hera says, one of the most underrated civilizations. Obviously, you get the wood upgrades for free, something that boosts your economy so pretty, and you get the extra attack for infantry.
I've always liked Burmese. I think they're lacking a couple things in their tech tree to really propel them forward. Hera is under the belief that the second archer armor doesn't really matter for skirmishers. He's said that to me multiple times. He really likes the transition, the easiness of the transitions with that free wood upgrade, not only in Feudal Age, but also in Castle Age. And then also, for a more macro-oriented player like Hera, being able to see those relics is so valuable, right? You don't have to waste scouting time looking for them. You can just send your monks out when you're like 2 TC, 3 TC booming in Castle Age. You can snag that passive income, so it's very valuable for him. However, I have to give the edge here to Byzantines. Feels like Byzantines just have an answer to everything that Burmese can do.
The extra vision on those relics might be even better on some other maps where you kind of want to see, okay, that's the relic placement, and therefore by elimination I can see where your town center is.
Yep.
Exactly. Here, obviously, distance really short when it comes to the town centers, but we have that sheepfold in the center, and therefore the rush distance a bit longer, and it just feels like pop 19 out of Leary. I would assume that's an archer range opening.
Yeah, he could go for the classic, like, spearman skirmisher YOLO push with Byzantines. I wouldn't expect it. I would expect a few archers first and then go into the skirmishers there. If he does go for massive amounts of spearmen, like you said, Hera gets that +1 attack for free, and he will have a barracks up as well, so Hera can potentially combat that. I just wonder what Hera's opening is gonna be here. Does he go for an archer range? A stable would feel a little bit weird against Byzantines.
Most of the time on this map, you can work around the woodlines of the opponent. Could we check above Leary's woodline, though? Is that going to the edge of the map? Do we have some openings there? It feels like that's completely closed off, Dave. That's a beautiful map for this typically very tough to wall one.
I mean, theoretically, he could just delete his TC and place it back there, and then he's playing Arena, right? I mean, it's going to be a problem when it comes to gold count and whatnot, but what a fantastic area there for Leary if he potentially wants to run back in that direction. Not so much his style, though, to retreat. He is the guy that is going forward, right?
Yeah. Does not go onto gold, so Leary likely to go for the Spearman skirm aggression that we felt could be pretty tricky if we see that match by Hera because he has the +1 attack. And both players also talked a lot about the limited resources here, right? You can't really push D on this one, and that's why you have to go into farming a bit earlier. That's why Khmer are so good.
Leary will see the 3 villas coming out to gold. Hera switches them back to being lumberjacks because he wanted to deke them out a little bit, but Leary sticks around long enough to confirm that Hera has 3 villagers on gold here. That's going to tell him that Hera's going into an archer range. He probably knew Hera was going archer range, but a little bit of confirmation never helps as Leary runs away now from this scout battle. But he's been so good all weekend. Like getting that extra little bit of scouting and getting the hits in. He misclicked there though, and he loses the initial engagement against Hera and needs to run away.
Okay, skirmishers therefore becoming a bit better again after the scout got to so low HP. Both players kind of agreeing, okay, low HP scout is what I will want to have in this one. And we can see Hera already walling up quite a bit. Yeah. Ooh, that's pretty early walls for some expected skirm aggression.
This is really reminiscent. This base looks really, really similar to the one he had against Tato, where he set up the archer range a little bit further back. He didn't go for his forward gold. He went for the back gold, and then he walled to the wood lines and just kind of kept himself secure with the TC. Now, you're a little bit vulnerable at the back on those exposed wood lines back there because you're walling to them, but I think with Hera's level of defense, and his management of his unit reinforcements coming back at exactly the right times, I think he should be able to withstand the damage from Leary, especially against a just skirmisher spearman army.
Pretty crazy how Hera delayed his archer range for so long. I think he was up at 620. First archer started producing 820, so he delayed the archer range for over 1 minute, and that's why we see Leary having the aggression here. Is he trying to jump? Would be a risky one against Hera, who's so quick towards
I mean, and even if you jump in there, what are you in there with? You're in there with 2 spearmen, 2 skirmishers, no fletching upgrade, right? I know Leary can be annoying, but I mean, that is like basically a fly buzzing around Hera's head. You're not actually going to do any damage unless you panic. The army from Leary looping around the back of the woodline. He can maybe idle some of those villagers there, but I like the way that Hera set up that wall even further out, so it's tough for Leary to range those vills, and Hera looks very comfortable here. I mean, that free wood upgrade means he's saving food, he's saving wood, he can go into the farms earlier, he can go into the walls earlier, and he's really utilizing the easy transition with Burmese.
Yeah. But also, like Leary, he's not really getting the intel, right? Lost his scout. And we see Hera, by the way, only at 1 single lumber camp, something we don't see too often. As we can see, Leary double lumber camp, has a bit more wood, transitioned to way more farms already.
Yeah, Hera defending at the back here, managed to kill a spearman, but the skirmishers are going to push those archers away, and he's figuring out that Leary has a giant area at the back of his base. I believe Hera is forward there with his starting scout that was still alive from the engagement he took against Leary, as Leary now goes out to his starting gold, and Hera is going to explore the rest of the base, see the farm count, but no stable.
Crazy how passively both of them are playing, relatively speaking, right? We stopped production after 5 skirmishes here, now going on to heavily onto gold. That's why we will see some archer production for Leary, but we won't see much more army. I think he will even try to get to Castle Age without fletching here.
It's kind of insane the amount of food that Hera has in the bank right now. After producing 2 additional scouts, he didn't get the farm upgrade, and he's only got, it says he has 16 on food, but I think he's only got like 8 farms or something like that, so probably still villagers on the berries
And
yet.
berries are running out pretty soon. Look at that, 7 on wood only 60 wood in the bank. That will be an ugly transition. Could be some idle villagers while he's actually forced to micro at the front. Tries to jump for that villager. No kill.
Interesting outpost there from Leary too.
Love it.
Yeah, I mean, Byzantines, you get
vision.
Town Watch for free, right? So why not put the outpost out there? Look at how much vision he's getting. Leary, not really necessary for him to go into extra TCs and Castle Age too, so wasting the stone isn't really a thought process for him. He can just gather that with one villager later. And this prevents Hera from going all the way around to the back wood line and potentially getting damage.
Hera used the market and just sent 17 villagers onto gold. Now it goes for the second lumber camp there in the back, but that will be a weird eco. Look at how few villagers he has on food, 7, and that will stay like that for quite some time. What's the transition after this one? Hera not the one to go for any Monk shenanigans.
Yep.
Is that a crossbow play out of a Burmese player?
I mean, it does have a little bit of synergy with the free wood upgrade, right? So, like, you're getting wood in faster, but still, crossbows with Burmese, maybe not the best thing ever. You're missing that second armor upgrade as well, so that might be able to come into play. Hera now buying wood again as he's trying to balance his eco here, going up, even getting the gold upgrade, Nilly.
Crazy indeed. The second building being built there in the back. Maybe we can get a confirmation on that one. I'm so surprised about crossbows is because we also have seen so many skirmishers out of Leary. He's not even going for any archers. That is a pretty defensive play. 195 stone in the bank only though. He somehow needs to collect 5 more stone, which isn't too easy to actually get to 3 GCs.
Did Hera just go for a second blacksmith?
I think that might be his first one.
Oh, first blacksmith. Okay, Fletching came in as soon as he finished that one. I saw it was just being built there. So Castle Age is in 18 seconds there. Leary's going up to Castle Age. He's getting the armor for his cavalry. So he's going to be going into likely camels here with Byzantines. Unfortunately for him, camels aren't so strong against crossbow.
And Hera, just like in the set against Jordan 2 days ago, so many farms without horse color. Just on the way to Castle Age, typically the time where we see people going for horse color if they skipped it before. Hera completely ignores that, adds some farms here. He wants to save that food.
Such a difference between, or discrepancy, as Jordan would say, between the GL tactics and the AM style, right? Like AM, don't go for horse collar. Neither of these players have it. GL would have a heavy plow by now.
Skirms now diving here for the skirmishers. Crossbows could be pretty scary. Only 2 spearmen. Those scouts could actually pay off quite a bit. Also, 1 knight on the field, another one in the queue. Spearman count. Uh-oh, scary.
Yeah, and that Spearman, nice snipe there from Hera. And look at how much value he puts on this outpost, too. He's going to take this out, so that was great from Leary to drop that down earlier. Also has another scout in the back of Leary's base, just investigating, make sure there's nothing sneaky coming up behind this. Stables are up from Leary. Hera can see those, and Hera is pushing in here. Excellent aggression from the Canadian.
I'm a bit surprised that Hera didn't feel like he could have done more there. Could have maybe gone for some more aggression. There's a blue unit kind of at the top of the screen.
It's a scout.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah, that was the scout that came in earlier. I think that was the starting scout, and he's just getting additional vision. Hera would love to be able to transition over to that goal to hit it, because right now, the way it's set up, he can't really go into the wood line. He's getting some damage on a villager on the wood line with his starting scout. Leary's going to notice that. Hera shifts the knights over now, and Leary is just simply chasing. But Hera's crossbow army needs to retreat because Leary is chasing with the skirmishers, although Hera is getting some good damage. Okay,
some villager kills guaranteed here. Pretty nice one. Hera basically suiciding those.
3 vills. It's pretty good. That's better than I thought, honestly. And he's, of course, it's Hera, so he's bringing the knights back to heal.
Crossbows now should completely die, no? The knights +2. We also have the skirmishers. Leary not taking into elite skirmishers. Crossbows still doing work here for Hera.
Yeah, and Hera even sending a villager forward. I don't know if that was intentional. Good micro so far. He's going to use the knight to kind of push the skirmishers away. He's already weakened one of those knights, and now it's only verse 2. The other one is following up behind. So Hera, with some good micro, finding himself some decent engagements here. He's going to clear up the knight and then start picking off these skirmishers, which are not elite yet, with no armor on them. And you thought this entire army from Hera was going to be wiped up, with Leary still having military left over. Hera says, if I die, you die too.
Nice one indeed. Great that fight here for Hera. Those skirmishers heavily under-upgraded, right? Few light skirmishers, only fletching, not a single armor, as you pointed out, and that's why those crossbows could trade so efficiently.
But we're transitioning now into the middle stages of Castle Age. And as this game gets deeper, we start looking at the civilization options, the civilization tech trees. It just feels like the longer this game goes, maybe the Byzantines start to swing ahead a little bit. Regardless of that, though, Hera did some early eco damage. You can see the eco KD 3-0, also some idle TC time on Leary's end. So Hera is still ahead in economy, has that second wood upgrade, no farm upgrade, but Leary does not have a farm upgrade of his own.
And it feels like both players now transitioning into mass knights. Hera still some crossbows with that. The problem here for Leary, if both players are going knight v knight, he does not have bloodlines. His knights are stuck at 100 HP, while Hera can go for 120. And that's why we see Leary mixing in some knights to deal with, mixing in some camels to deal with the knights. The thing is, though, Hera still lacking lots of upgrades. In 4 seconds, only the first one.
Yeah, and if Hera gets out of position with these crossbows, right, the knights come in with the +2, they kill the crossbows, then you can start adding monks, then you can start adding more camels for Leary, and suddenly you have an answer for the lack of bloodlines, as Hera has a monk of his own, and he's going to start trying to convert this cavalry from Leary, also getting wheelbarrow, and he was seeding more farms there, Nilly, with enough resources to click a horse collar, but he just decided to keep seeding more farms with no horse collar.
Yeah, and I discussed it with the GL boys, and they just agreed, nah, that has to be bad. Obviously, GL boys, the greedy ones, AM ones, the aggressive ones, nice conversion here. Monk even saved.
Yeah, Monk dancing back and forth there from Leary, and Hera is definitely trying to snipe that thing. Leary's trying to keep him safe. The angles from that Monk, he's not able to find safety, though. Hera will kill that, but not before his entire crossbow army is killed, his Monk is killed, and his knights are driven back to his base. Hera has not gone for that second TC yet. It looks like Leary actually has outposts set up around the left side of Hera's base as well. I'm wondering what those red dots are, as Leary is just now completing his second TC on that main gold.
Oh man, upgrades do matter, and that's why Leary took such a good fight here. Indeed, outpost around, and fourth outpost of the game. Leary
with town patrol too. These are satellites, man. These aren't outposts. This is GPS right here.
If there ever is a tech switch, that will be spotted. If Hera is ever adding some town centers. Right now, Leary knows, wow, you have to be all in.
Yeah, and Hera is still on 1 TC. Like we said, no horse collar for all of these farms. And you can see there's some empty spaces there around that mill. So it's starting to bite him a little bit as he lacks the wood to keep his farming economy going. But right now he's got more than enough food. I like this strategy here from Leary to go for those outposts, because if Hera's going to win games against Leary, it's going to be because he's expanded his eco, right? And if he crawls out to that one side, Leary will have a lot of warning.
A lot of warning. It's the outpost, it's also the sheep, plus obviously the great map, right? The 1 TC in the one direction where Hera might have thought, okay, I can maybe raid here, but as you can see, Leary, he is there before Hera even arrived.
Yeah, and Leary is going to keep that villager back there, keep it working. He's also got a spearman on the other side, so he's got full vision on everything that Hera is doing. Also tracking his army. Look at how much vision he has. He's like, oh, you're going out to the main gold? Okay, I'll see myself in.
Absolutely crazy. Now sees, okay, Hera's expanding to the main gold. A brilliant spot to attack if Leary ever muscles up the numbers. Lots of knights out of him.
Yeah, lots of knights out of Leary. He's got another monk on the way too, and he's just keeping himself safe right now. With that exploration, he kind of knows that Hera's 1 TC, like you mentioned. So as long as he keeps himself safe, he should be fine here. I'd love to see even another outpost to the south of Leary's base where he had that initial one, just to warn him a little bit more if Hera goes for a counterattack. But all his buildings benefiting from town patrol is certainly helping him out here, and he's getting atonement. So he's predicting that Hera is going to invest a little bit more into monks. Hera only has 2 monks right now on the field and none in the queue.
Now monk 5 and 6 in the queue for Leary. So he's really thinking this could be a good spot because the rush distance is so short. So the slowness of the monks, not such a big problem. But as we know, Hera, he is so good at sniping those, and he goes for more crossbow. Hera 6 knights in the queue.
Yep. And Leary can start mixing in more camels, which he's been doing. He has 7 camels now. He's got 7 knights with 2 in the queue, so he's continuing that knight production as Hera comes forward now with the crossbows. Leary's going to have to keep his monks safe, try and get those conversions on the knights, and avoid being sniped by the crossbows. It's delicate micro here for both players. Little bit tougher for Hera because he has to make sure his crossbows don't go too deep, and Leary seems to be targeting 3 different units with these 4 monks. Hera's trying to snipe the monks down. One of them goes down, but Leary getting some conversions, and that'll swing the battle in a big way.
And now Byzantine sealing behind this one as well. If it wasn't for the Knights actually going for the snipes, now going for more monks. So monk count pretty much reset. That was pretty nice for Hera, but all the crossbows are gone as well.
Yeah, Sanctity just coming in now for Leary. You would have liked to see Sanctity maybe before Atonement there, but Leary maybe misreading the situation just a little bit as he gets another conversion from Hera as Hera tried to dive in, but he loses his army forward. Still, Hera just now going for that second TC. I think Leary can see that with the villager. Oh my god, and he's got a knight on that side with getting the uphill bonus too.
Yeah, might be a fight that he's winning. Villagers are fighting it down though, should be pretty low HP, but found another kill.
Yep.
Right.
That knight is still, well, still finding
Third
kills
kill.
here. We got 4 HP left on it, and Leary saves it.
Tries to run away. Oh.
Back around? Okay. Still running in with 2 more knights, maybe looking for some raiding damage. Remember, you can't wall on this stone terrain, so it means that your base is always open. You're going to have to defend with military. Hera did his best to keep his base walled at the back. He knows he can't do anything about it at the front. He does get a defensive conversion. But here's... Oh, I thought that was going to be a siege workshop.
Yeah, feels natural, like to go for a siege workshop there, maybe a bit more on the high ground, pressure that extra TC for Hera. And then obviously it's really tough for Hera to react, right? You have to defend your main goals. Still, no real defense there. And the area at the bottom pretty exposed as well. Hera, that's, I think, the only area where he really gets wood right now.
Leary has had 2 TCs for a while. He's up by 10 villagers right now. The Eco KD is 3-2, but Hera only with 21 seconds of idle TC. I know he's only got 1, but that's still impressive for 30, almost 31 minutes game time with all these fights going on right now. So great job there from Hera to keep the villager production under control. Also, Leary going for wheelbarrow now, so the eco upgrades are going to be fairly similar as Hera takes a fight under Leary's TC. Leary trying to get another conversion. He doesn't get it.
That was a really slow conversion here. Hera getting on the luckier side for a change. And it just felt like Leary had so many monks at home, but didn't really lock in the conversion. That's why Hera is now going back and heal his units up, and his force is getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, and he's adding that third TC. Leary's going to see that, though. Leary sees the second, he sees the third TC, knows when they went up. So he has a rough estimation of what Hera's economy looks like right now. Like I said, only 21 seconds idle TC time. Hera is catching up on villagers, and he's catching up quickly.
Yeah, really nice job there by our Canadian, 30C by Leary. So this one evens out. While we saw such a crazy game going back and forth, all the raids, they're neck and neck.
Yep. And third TC now coming up from Leary. So the villager count is gonna even out here before Leary adds that final TC or completes that final TC. Hera's only going to be behind by like 5. Eco upgrades are very similar. Hera with 20 knights, Leary with 15 camels. Both players have monks on the field. It's remarkably similar as Hera comes in here, and maybe Hera taking too big of a risk. Leary is trying to flank him. He's trying to cut him off here. He's gotten in front of the knights, and the camels are in the knights, but Hera manages to sneak right through. He says, "Excuse me, pardon me," goes right past the rocks and gets safely home.
Ooh, that was slippery how he got through there. I was really scared for Hera there for a second. If the camels are like 1-2 tiles further to the south there, I think they can block off all the knights, and then we would have seen at least 4 or 5 knights die.
Yeah, it feels like the pathing in this game has gotten so much better over the past few months, too, in terms of unit collisions. Like, Hera was able to squeak through there. Leary was able to get into the middle of Hera's army to begin with. As knights now from Leary trying to loop their way around a little raiding force there. Hera getting iron casting, and still both players afraid to take that giant pitched battle because they know if they engage, well, if they engage and they lose most of their army, and if their opponent's left with anything, it could snowball. The camels now engaging against the knights. Conversions coming in. Looks like Hera got 4 conversions. Looks like Leary got 2 conversions. Another conversion there for Hera, but the Byzantine healing speed with 4 monks might be the difference here, as knights and camels still streaming in for Leary. Look at that healing speed there, Nilly.
Absolutely crazy. Some knights were focusing down the villagers, now going for the monks, but that's still crazy numbers behind. This is so close again.
And
Those
the
two guys
production,
are crazy.
The production from Leary, like he had 4 stables producing camels, right? Hera is only on 2 stables producing knights, and the monks are healing behind that while they regenerate their faith. Hera even coming out with villagers to engage against this as he's trying to maybe wall these in or rush them down. Maybe you watched the show match between Doubt and Jordan yesterday, and Hera comes out on top of that one with some clutch conversions, and he pushes all of this back, sending the villagers forward. Doesn't quite have enough for a castle, but he does have a market, so maybe he can sell and buy some stone for a forward castle attempt as Leary sneaks in behind with some knights.
Some villager kills there as well. 30 villager lead now for Leary. This castle has to be super aggressive. I think even more aggressive could have been an option here for Hera. Right now he has the army advantage there with all the monks and the cavalry around, but beautiful raids by Leary.
Yeah, and it's just like you look at Leary's stone count right now, and it's like how is he gonna ever take back that gold? He's gonna have to go up to Imp, he's gonna have to get a siege workshop, maybe bombard cannons to kill that castle, but he doesn't care. He's just coming in with the camels. He knows Hera's army is forward. Maybe there's an opportunity here, and then he sees Hera's forward army coming into his eco as well, so he needs to pull back to defend.
Oh, monks in there. Now Hera was the one trying to find the block. As you can see, worker efficiency pretty damn low for Hera. Just went up to lots of idle villagers. Economy still not fully fixed, still has some small numbers there. Leary needs to evacuate that area, goes for another gold spot at the bottom. Not the biggest loss though, because he got most of the gold from that area.
And also, this TC benefits from the fact that Leary has all that scouting on the southern side of Hera's base. So he knows if the army's going to shift around that way. It's just whether Hera's going to make a big dive in the north or if Leary can force the army back with these raiding parties. We've got light cav, we've got knights coming in. Still no horse collar for Hera, so he's got all these farms, but they are expiring and draining his wood as he pulls his villagers from Narnia all the way to that TC in the north.
3 knights, I think, just passing by. We see some conversion here. Not really going to finish, and more villager kills, as we can see now above 40 here. Crazy raid by Leary over and over again, and Hera. The TC is just a bit too far out of position, and the monks obviously too far to the front to really find the defense.
114 villagers now for Leary, 82 for Hera. I mean, Hera has kept the villager. It's still 33 seconds of idle TC time for Hera.
Sick!
So that's dope. I mean, that's like 40 minutes into the game. That's awesome, man. Hera is just a machine with 3 TC production now, but Leary going for a forward or a siege workshop here. He's going to start hammering that TC in the south of Hera's base. He knows it's exposed. Hera needs to keep his army forward to provide a little bit of pressure on Leary's base. And I want to know where those knights are right now from Hera.
He has 12 on the field. I think they're moving back there, left-hand side. The woodline working a bit against Leary, trying to defend here. Let's take a look at the monks, because Lightcap are diving on those. Can they save themselves? Going close to the castle. Rembai trying to save them.
Yeah, monks, though, will he survive? He hops in the castle. He made one frantic leap. It was like an action movie, jumping away from the explosion, you know? The monk got in the castle in time. Is it enough to save Hera, though? I don't know. Only one of those camels is targeted by a monk currently, and that is a lot of camels in the back of Hera's base. 123 villagers here for Leary. Heavy plow coming in. Leary with a different mindset than Hera, who still does not have horse collar, but he does have 1,500 wood in the bank, so...
He is fine for now there. 4 monks going pretty aggressively. I'm a bit surprised by that. Wants to go for the conversion, but Hera denies. If I can't have that camel, you can neither. Those are Remba obviously pretty crazy good against units that don't have bloodlines. If you micro them properly. Hera, a genius at microing those, but the macro question will still be there, right? Because so much is going on.
I'm surprised by the Ram addition there from Leary. It feels like a Mangonel firing down that hill is fine, but maybe the Rams are a little bit harder to snipe from the Knights coming in. Still, you have so many camels to protect. Monk charging bravely into his death against that town center. Good job from Hera to notice that and target that monk. Also sniping monks on this side. I think Leary's going to get maybe a couple conversions here, but still Hera should be able to clear that up. But Hera's losing all of his eco in the south. Relocates some of it to the north with a TC. Some are protected by that castle to the right. Still, just feels like Leary is in a position to just snowball this game.
Rambai coming over. Villagers doing a really good job of jumping in and out. Look at that brilliant transportation there of the villagers. Was trying to kill the ram, is now going for the repair, but that's still super costly.
There's a reason that Hera is one of the best defenders in the game, right? Like, look at the way the TC is still alive there. The camels have gone down. He managed to snipe some of the monks. The ram is down, so the villagers can potentially repair that TC and get in, but it looks like there's just too much to do for Hera. He's going to lose all those villagers over there. He's going to lose his army in front, and Leary is going to be pushing into his base, and for the 5th time, Hera has to abandon these farms.
How is Leary behind all this madness at 73 farmers? Crazy economy.
74?
He had constant raids at all times. How did he manage that?
That's absolutely insane. Like, if we go to his base, all we're going to see is farms, probably. Just, oh my God. Farms everywhere here. Absolutely crazy from Leary. And it's been, like, total military production, attacks coming in from every direction, sending in raiding parties the entire time. Leary is playing on another level here. Hera is holding on, and Hera somehow still has 91 villagers after this. Leary has killed 80 villagers this game.
Sick. And Hera, simply with all his villager production, allows Leary to constantly find new villagers that could be killed. 142, the perfect setup, now going towards Imperial Age, the defensive castle, trying to get control over that area. I wouldn't be surprised if the next step for Leary is actually the switch into halberdiers.
Yeah, and that switch into halbs would make a lot of sense, right? Because Hera is only going into Ehrenby here. Ehrenby are okay when they're able to hit and run against the halbs, but if you add in some trebs with the halbs, then you have to force that engagement. If Hera wants to save the castle, save his buildings, as Leary comes in and raids once again, Hera has to run away for the 10th time now, probably. But the halberdiers will catch the Ehrenby off guard if your micro isn't on point.
Full Lightcap play by Leary right now. He knows, obviously, he's getting so much food, so that's totally fine. Got 2 relics as well that were pretty close to him. Maybe something that we would have loved to see from Hera, grabbing some of those relics, if you already see them from the start.
Hera has 20 villagers queued right now. Like, Hera has no intention of just giving up easy. He is going to make Leary work for this. It's crazy. He has so many abandoned farms. He probably has more abandoned farms than he's working on right now. He's only got 20 on food currently, and he probably has 40 that have no farmer assigned to them, as Leary just sends him more like have 79 farms, 80 farms for Leary now, as he makes his way to Imperial Age. 80 farms in Castle Age, nearly.
Oh, man, and you can see Hera, he's already tense if he's playing normally, right? But it feels like he switched into another gear. He's so tense. He knows what's on the line here, Grand Melee Finals. This game, though, looking really tricky. 70 population behind now.
Yeah, and the light cap are just consistently finding exposed villagers. We have 112 to 17. The Eco KD, Hera is now down to 80 villagers. I think Hera is in the process of maybe calling the game here. He sees Imperial Age come in, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the GG follow from Hera. No, Hera continues.
Okay. Knows that best of 9 sets. He is used to playing really long sessions as well, right? We can easily go into a 4, 5, maybe even 6 hour best of 9 here if we play every single game till Imperial Age around 1 hour. And he knows, I can play this long. He knows he has the stamina and that he can provide great games after great games. Maybe wants to get a bit warm here as well, but now time to breathe, time to call it. Leary takes game 1.
Yeah, and what a masterful performance there from Leary. I mean, like, we end the game on 80 on food for Leary. Those are all on farms there. It is so unusual to see that many farms in Castle Age, especially with such a scrappy game. Like, Hera had a forward castle, Hera was coming in with knights, Hera was winning the monk engagements, Leary had villagers in weird spots, but he still managed to get that eco rolling. Insane. And also from Leary's perspective, you got to be thinking, like, how many villagers did I kill this game? How does Hera still have more villagers? How do I end up killing this guy? Is he ever going to give up? Like, what do I have to do?
Just imagine a wallable map, right? Where you can't constantly raid. It is impossible to just kill him via raids. If Hera has like 2-3 defensive castles, you know you have to beat him with army. This time Leary identified, this map is impossible to wall. I will raid you to death.
Yeah, and there were some good early kills from Hera on Leary's woodline, right? I think he got 3 kills. His eco was more or less safe, but then Leary with the Byzantines went into camels, went into monks, went into knights as well to provide that little raiding pressure there. And he just managed to add that second TC earlier, and I think that was the key to that game, right?
Also, Hera selling that stone right? So he went for the crossbow knight aggression, while Leary had like 8 skirms, 2 spearmen, and I got really scared for Leary. He was trying to wall there. Hera, though, with the increased cost for crossbow, couldn't afford crossbow, 2 knights, and botkin.
Yep.
Was waiting for botkin and missed his timing slightly. Leary was so good at defending there, and therefore 3 villager kills. We were happy with that. But with the big investment, the market, the super late blacksmith, also selling the stone, maybe needed more than 3.
I love the way that Leary controlled that game, because he truly did. From the Castle Age onward, he had units on both sides. He had that line of outposts on the other side to give him a heads up on what Hera was doing. He knew Hera was 1 TC. He knew when Hera was 2 TC. He knew when Hera was 3 TC.
Yeah.
Like, he knew exactly where he was expanding. It was beautiful. It was a really good way to utilize the Byzantine extra vision. And he's up 1-0 here. And we go to game number 2. And of course, the way that this works in our best of 9, we don't have map bans. We don't have a map draft. The way it works is that the person who lost the previous game, I assume, or the person losing the set, we're not 100% sure on that one. The loser currently will be picking the next map. So it's going to be Hera's next pick, and he'll let Leary know, and then they can choose their civilizations.
So I think we just had audio saying that's correct while you mentioned 2 options.
Oh, okay.
I think
Yes.
they meant
Yes.
I think they meant the previous loser. Like,
Okay.
the loser of the
Map
previous
loser.
map.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Loser of
picks.
the
I just heard loser picks.
Loser picks.
Which
What does
is
loser
great.
picks
Yeah, can we
mean?
get yes? loser picks? Yes.
So we think loser of the previous map is going
Yeah.
to pick. So in this case, it is pretty easy, but let's assume Leary is going up 3-0, then and Hera wins 1-3 back, then Leary picks again, although he's leading 3.
Okay. So maps from Hera. What would you go for here? Really difficult to tell, right?
Yeah, it's like, it's a long grind, right? It doesn't really matter. It's like, honestly, this is something that analyzing doesn't make sense. This is a pure feeling home map pick. Like, what is the one that I now feel comfortable with? Maybe a switch of gear. Although this game was absolutely fine for Hera, maybe just a standard Arabia, see what he feels like, could be an option. I think it's completely wild to predict anything here.
I think that's a good start to the final two, because that's the best game we've seen on Sheepfold so far, excluding the missionary rush potentially, or quick walls with outposts that we saw from ACCM. But that was a very competitive match. Even though Leary was controlling it, there was plenty of opportunities for Hera to come back, especially after he somehow won that fight near his main gold. Like, the Byzantine healing speed was there, the reinforcements were coming in from Leary, and Hera didn't have access to camels, but he had more monks at the end of the day. And I think he got 4 conversions. I was looking at the side there on the notifications. He got 4 conversions right off the bat.
Yeah, absolutely sick. And maybe you could have even made an argument, like Leary, did he ever use Atonement?
He didn't. No. He should have got Sanctity first, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Or more monks, honestly.
Yeah, he was going for the second monastery, but then we had this major fight, lost some monks while the double-pronged attack raid was coming in, and Terra said, that was a wild game, maybe turn it down a bit, let's start with some stone walls and play a macro game.
Yeah, that was a wild game. Maybe I don't want a wild game. And then he joins into Arena and he's up against Bengalis. So there's a potential here of a wild game. And this was one of the maps that I said we probably wouldn't see here. But Hera going apparently to his comfort pick, or maybe an uncomfort pick for Leary, as he chooses Arena and goes for Burgundians. Remember, he has Turks available to him. But he chooses to go for Burgundians.
Yeah, the Ring of Reeds may be the one where we might see Turks. Obviously looked really good with Jordan there, the W against Hera on that map. Bengalis, a pretty late pick, we have to say, for Leary. Maybe an option with a play with elephants. I don't really see that as an option. Typically, Monk plays so good with Bengalis. Ratha's an option. All things that I typically don't see from Leary. He's typically the one that goes for the pretty easy army composition, like the crossbow, and plays just so much cleaner.
Yep.
And the wild things, more from other players.
I think Leary's going to go for Castle Age aggression. I think he'll go for Siege Workshop with monasteries here. I think the problem with Bengalis is that they kind of die to skirmishers in late game. Like, if you're going for Ratha, if you're going for Elephant Archers. We saw Leary himself in, I believe it was in Warlords, winning against fully upgraded Ratha with Burmese skirmishers in late game. Just winning, straight up fights, equal numbers, just winning.
Yeah.
So Skirmisher kind of dominates some of the options that Bengalis have, and especially with the other options from the Burgundians, like if Bengalis want to go into like champions, Burgundians have some of the best hand cannons in the game to counter that.
Yeah.
And you don't want the Burgundians to grab all those relics too, because they generate food and they generate gold with them.
Obviously, the major things here, Burgundians, they can get their eco upgrades cheaper and 1 age earlier. Therefore, their economy considered to be one of the very best. Their relics also generate not only gold, but food for themselves. Bengalis, they get +2 villagers advancing to the next age. And since we all, pretty much every single time, see a fast rush into the castle age, that's basically +4 villagers for Bengalis, and therefore a crazy economy.
We could even see a tower rush attempt here from Leary. I don't think we're going to see it. I think he would have been up already. But the monk armor matters a lot in the castle age here for them. And I think it is an advantage over the Burgundians because the scouts can't kill the monks quite as fast, and that means you can get the conversions on the scouts, and that's a big swing. Also, Burgundians are going to have to invest into light cav, where I think the Bengalis with their armor can get away with just going for barracks and spearmen to protect their monks.
Yeah, they don't. I don't expect them to even open a stable here, Bengalis. Obviously not the prettiest stable in the long run. Also, thinking ahead in the set, we had still Bohemians as an option for Leary here. So likely to see Bohemians on Ring of Reeds against Turks later on. You can already get excited for that potential matchup.
Yeah, and it looks like Leary's just going for an FC attempt here because he hasn't clicked up yet. Still 2 villagers in the queue. Hera is looking like he's about to click up. Okay. And there goes Leary at exactly the same time. So identical FC builds here for both of them, although Hera has the benefit of that wood upgrade already.
But no farm upgrade, Dave.
Were you expecting anything else?
He obviously doesn't need the farm upgrade yet. Would love to see it within the next 30-40 seconds, though, before he starts really putting those out and just increases his efficiency, keeps more food on there, and therefore has to reseed them a bit later. Right now, mainly scouting for the relics in the center. Obviously, something they were fighting on, and as you can see, Leary even taking a zip. More of a slow game.
Arena.
Not much going on at this stage of the game.
I'm getting angry here. Dave, I'm getting angry.
It's a cheaper upgrade. You can get it an age earlier, and Hera, I think he's just stubborn. I think he...
Oh, no.
And he goes for the barracks, which indicates he's going to go for a stable as well.
Does he know something I don't know regarding farm upgrades? Like, that's like, it is the best civilization to go for farm upgrades, and he still doesn't go for them.
Well, we'll have to ask him about it later, especially if all of his farms need to be reseeded at a very inopportune time, which they usually do. Hera may be saving the resources to click up to Castle Age, but he looks like he's going to be fine here as he queues up a couple more villagers, and he's going to go for the stable market approach, or does he go for the stable blacksmith approach? It looks like Leary's going blacksmith market, and he goes stable market.
Okay, so can balance his eco there in the long run. If he sees, okay, maybe I'm floating a bit of gold, because obviously we don't need too much gold here if we stopped after like 2-3 monks after the fight is over. Or maybe if he wants to even consider the 40 Seaboom here with Burgundians.
There's Horse Collar for Leary. He wants to queue a couple extra farms, which might indicate, if he's getting Horse Collar here and queuing this many farms, it might indicate that he's not going for a heavy contest in the middle.
It is 5 on gold, right? It's not the super crazy play. Maybe the 2 monastery, 1 extra town center build.
Late game compositions. We talked about it a little bit before. What can Bengalis really work towards?
I think Rather. That is a crazy unit that basically works as a knight that can transition into a CA and can transition back. So you kind of can counter what your opponent is going for. But as you already mentioned, armor class stays at cavalry archer, and therefore skirmishers a pretty good counter. Bengalis maybe going into...
Honestly, I think if you want a range unit, I think elephant archers are a better call than Ratha. I think elephant archers are simply better than them. But they take a lot longer to get into.
Yeah,
Very
you need
expensive.
a crazy economy for them.
Yeah.
Then it's clearly a 40 Seaboom, plus those elite skirmishers do less bonus damage against them. Bengalis bonus.
You could also go just Halb Skirm. And Mahayana, or Mahayana, I'm sure we could get Orlu up here to correct my pronunciation, means that you have less villager population taken up, so you can actually put more of that into military. If you just go trash army, Halb Skirm, and then you have some elephants as well, mixed in there, maybe you could get it done against Burgundians.
But Burgundian Eco still should be pretty damn strong. The bombard cannons are a bit better. They could have the relic advantage.
Well. Yeah.
Plus, like, if you go for like Skirm, Halberdier, yeah, you're countering some stuff, but your actual army strength is only countering, not real strength. And then the switch into Flemish Revolution can easily kill you.
Yeah, that is true. Also, the siege elephants will find weaknesses against the units from the Burgundians. And look at this scouting from Hera, and look at where Leary has placed the monasteries, just out of range of where Hera can see it. So he's going to suspect that the monasteries are there, but Leary not giving him any additional info. Hera's going to have to pay for that. Hera going for the second TC, has heavy plow now, Nilly.
Okay.
Panic time
I'm
is
somewhat happy.
Yeah.
Somewhat happy. And yeah, second town center, as expected from Leary as well. Keeps the 6 villagers there on gold. And still no intel from Hera. He might actually think, okay, you're going for 3 town centers and might make wrong adjustments. But honestly, there's no real adjustments to be made here.
Mm-hmm. Second wood upgrade coming in from Leary. He's already got 2 monks there, and he's going to wait until he has, I think 4 is the right number, and then push out. I think 4, the buddy system with Bengalis is really great because of the extra armor. Like, even if Hera dives with 3 scouts, odds are Leary's going to convert at least 2 of those, and then he can use them to kill the 3rd one.
Hera just canceled the scout. He was about to get the 3rd scout out, but canceled that one. So actually, Leary should get 2, maybe even 3 relics.
Leary
here.
was
maybe
waiting.
even diving for this one.
Leary was waiting for that monk to come home. He's going to kill the monk. He will get his scout inside, and that's going to give him more vision. He might even find this monk, Nilly. What value there from Leary, and he was waiting in a dark alley for that relic to disappear on the mini-map. He came in here, swooped in from the side, and sniped 2 monks. That's 200 gold down the drain from Hera. And now, with the scouts chasing after this scout in his base, Leary can feel free to come out and grab those relics himself.
200 gold and even more, right? Because otherwise we would have had that relic already dropped off. That scout is even getting the full scout off, knows about the 3 TCs. Sanctity now for more HP for Leary.
Yeah, and look at this. Leary is like, I could theoretically send a monk over here and a monk over there, but buddy system. Keep each other safe. And with Sanctity, plus 3 armor on these monks, it can be awfully difficult for Hera to snipe these. Leary now going for a 3rd TC of his own. He's still ahead on villagers, even though Hera got that 3rd TC up quicker, because he had an additional 4 villagers coming in from the Bengali bonus.
Scouts in the center now trying to find the kill, splitting the attention here.
Look at this. Look at Bengalis. Look at Bengalis. He's blocking now the scout attack, and he gets the scout. That is the special, the Bengali special there, and he's bringing in 2 more relics. What a play from Leary.
Oh, and Hera, a bit of a head shake, now a bit of a smile there, knows, okay, those monks are just crazy. Praise that he can contest the 2nd one, but now Leary suddenly has 2 scouts and the XD.
Yeah, and he's going to get these other 2 relics for free, basically. It's going to be a 4-to-1 relic count, and Hera really had to pay to drop that, throw that other relic over his walls, too. So fantastic stuff there from Leary, really utilizing the bonuses. Now I'd like to see him think about going for potentially a forward castle now that he controls the center area, a faster Imperial Age, and maybe try and push Hera. Because we were talking about late game. Both of these civs are boomed up. Bengalis, we're not really seeing the unit composition that Leary would be going for, which generally indicates you want to put the pressure on your opponent early.
The craziest thing that Bengalis can actually go for here is a follow-up with the Siege Workshop and elephants. Battle elephants, because not battle elephants, siege elephants, because you can actually heal them, and therefore mangonels, the typical counter against the ram push, not that efficient.
And Leary's actually going for a 4th TC, Nilly. So he's taking the stone at long distance, and he's going for a 4th TC outside on the stone. He's awfully confident in these monks, and I mean, he's got 8 of them, right? They've got armor, he's got Sanctity. Hera going out to that stone there. Leary's going to see it with the monk line of sight or with the scouts. He will see the mining camp coming in, likely. And he can bring a monk over there and be really annoying, maybe even convert a couple of villagers.
Atonement against 1 monk doesn't excite me too much.
The 2nd game, he's got an atonement.
Did he convert a single monk last game?
No.
Okay. But heavily on stone, right? 6 on stone, maybe could have built a mining camp there. And it will be the 4 TC play against the 3 TC play. Kind of expecting Hera to reach Imperial Age earlier.
Yeah, and Leary's sending even a villager forward for an outpost. I think, like, when I was talking to him yesterday after the loss on Arena to Viper. I was saying, like, Elephants, you know, what kind of strategy was that? He's like, yeah, I didn't expect the outpost from Viper. He played really well. Outpost in the castle, right?
Yeah.
So
the forward castle was what really broke them, is from what I heard. And yeah, didn't really get to the Elephants. Then Janissaries and the Monks did a really good job
look at
there.
how much
Come back.
commitment he's doing into Monks. That's Monk number 10 coming. And he's still on stone with 13.
Is that too many?
With 4 TC, he's on stone with 13. He's adding in Monks. He's got 2 more Monks in the queue. I think he wants a forward castle, faster Imperial Age, redemption, block printing, and just keep Hera penned in.
Is there really a difference between 7 Monks and 11 Monks at this point of the game?
Maybe Leary's just... he's got that monastery hotkey. He's got the muscle memory for that, so he just keeps spamming, I suppose.
Okay, well, he might be thinking about imping. Resources are working in that direction. 600 food, 400 gold pretty soon. Shouldn't really continue with the Monk production. Don't queue up more villagers. And then he can click up, and he's already heavily on stone there. As we can see, Hera is trying to regain map control. Lots of villagers and Lightcap in the queue.
Yeah, he's going to need a lot of light cav here to come in if Leary's paying attention, and Leary will see these light cavs swooping in from a long distance away with the Monk line of sight and the outpost. So he's going to have a lot of warning to start the conversions. Light cav do more damage against Monks, but these Monks are still fairly tanky, and they've got lots of friends to heal them along the way, as you see Leary just healing up that TC damage. Light Cav might be able to punish Leary. However, with this castle coming up, it feels like that timing window is closed for Hera.
Oh, those Monks so annoying here. And yeah, imp timing will be a bit better for Hera. Bombard Cannon, obviously, better for Burgundian player. Another extra 10 damage to the 40 that they already have. And those 7 Light Cav, if Leary is really careful, I think some Monks should survive this.
I love this wall from Leary. The wall forward from Leary, he's going to force Hera to engage underneath that castle into his Monks. So he's adding in a stone wall over here. He does. The last thing he wants is to put pressure on this side as Hera comes out with the light cab. He sees the castle, and Hera chooses to commit here. Leary has 5 units targeted with his Monks. He's gotten 1 conversion. He's gotten a 2nd conversion. He's gotten 3 conversions, and he kills the other light cab, and he still has 9 Monks left over, Nilly.
And that's why you go for 11 Monks after you already have map control. Leary, brilliant conversions. And Hera, he saw the Monks out of position, decided to go for it, only then spotted the castle, but it was already too late.
I love this wall. I love everything about this wall because Leary wants to force Hera to focus on one position. If Hera can sneak out here through the stone wall on the right and then set up a TC in the middle, or God forbid production buildings, could be trouble for Leary. Or even if the light cav get around the other side and maybe into his reinforcements from behind, it could be trouble. So great thought process from Leary.
Leary knows for a fact that Hera cannot have a castle. He has control over the main stone, and the right-hand side stone is under his vision as well. And therefore he knows, okay, Bombard Cannon is basically the only way how he can really break out.
And I can convert the Bombard Cannons once I get to Imperial Age, once I get Redemption, once I get block printing, right? So great strategy here from Leary, and Leary's really taking it to Hera on Arena, but Hera is getting Squires. Hera is 18 villagers in the queue. Squires kind of feels like a... well, I guess he's got pikemen. I was going to say Flemish militia pushback, but...
oh, we don't have a castle for Flemish militia.
True, true.
Big problem there, and that's the big problem, and that's the reward for Leary for getting all that map control. Lightcav now going in, and they can exactly see what Hera is planning.
Yeah, here come the Ratha as well. Some light cav coming forward from Hera, but with those many monks, if he couldn't take out that many monks with triple the number of those light cav, he's not going to dive this time. And Leary is completing the wall. Oh my goodness, this looks like a T90 YouTube video here. Leary is walling in. Hera, he's got a castle protecting the one gap, and he's got his stables full of elephants. Block printing, conscription now coming in for him. Hera, capped ram, halberdier, chemistry.
The legend of young Waller boy. Would love to see an outpost here, right? Just to get a bit more heads up for those monks, but block printing alone, that 3 more range is just crazy for the whole radius.
Like, the ridiculous thing about this is that Leary's ahead on villagers too. It's not even like Hera has a better economy.
Wow.
Like, you think Leary got 8 villagers when he got to Imperial Age because he was 4 TC. So that immediately evens him out. And he's been producing this entire time. Hera is housed now. Hera's going to continue to have housing problems as Leary will push in here and start killing buildings. And Hera, in terms of arena bases, doesn't have much space for activity at the back of his. So he's going to really need to push out.
If we take a look at Hera's base here, because like that should be so clumped up. Look at that, how he's struggling to find good spots for his houses.
Yeah, and I mean, he can barely find spots for his farms. He's only got 54 farms, and we know that Hera doesn't feel fully comfortable until he's 60 plus, but where is he going to put said farms? The houses are going right up against the edge of the map. Hera now coming out with light cap. Leary is going to deny the exit for these light cap. He's already got the stone wall set up, even stonewalling the neutral golds over to the left just in case Hera gets out there. And Hera's going for Onager, I think, to escape the confines of Leary's prison.
Absolutely.
Look at this. He's like, can I go out this way? No.
Tries to go for the right-hand side, but doesn't really have a mangle on the queue, right? Does he have one? It's only 2 Rams right now.
Rams.
So that
He's
will
got
take
Rams
quite
in
some
there.
time.
So he's only got, I think he's got 2 siege workshops. The other one is on the other side though. And he's waiting for the Onager tech so he can escape the prison. Leary has completely shut him in here. And in the meantime, I mean, Leary, 138 villagers right now, 41 on food for himself. He's getting all the technologies, chemistry coming in, illumination coming in, Ratha pushing in the front. He's got a 2 castle set up now, and things are looking fantastic for the Austrian.
Oh man, such a crazy play. And Hera, it's just guaranteed that he will take pretty poor fights. Now left-hand side still, Onager only now in the queue, tries to clear up those outposts.
Yeah.
Rathas are going to do damage.
And remember, Hera does not have a castle, right? He can't go out to stone. Leary knows he can't go out to stone. If Hera wants a castle, he's going to have to buy it, which means he doesn't have access to the panic button, Flemish Revolution. He doesn't have Burgundian vineyards if he wants to stall this out a very long time to get that gold income. And Leary will see this Onager from a mile away. Now, does he recognize this is happening? Is he looking on this side of the screen? Hera is about to cut. This is what Leary didn't want to happen, but he's delayed it for about 5 minutes, this counterattack.
But still, he's fully stonewalled behind it. In the center, he still has 3 castles. He has a town center outside. So yeah, Hussars are going through, but I don't see them achieving too much. Just giving Hera some breathing room, though.
It would be totally like Hera to cut trees to clear himself more room for farming.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, that would be so clever.
Yeah, it would be very, very smart. Of course, it's going to be time intensive. Hera, by the way, as he's distracting with these Hussar over here, Leary getting Elite Ratha, has 8 Rams, now 4 more in the queue. He's got 10 on the field. He's pushing up with the Rams, but did he expect the elephants here from Leary that are engaging? The Halberdiers are coming in now for Hera. The monks are still there for Leary. 2 castles set up, and the Ratha coming back. This is going to be pretty tough to manage. I think Leary could garrison those elephants and maybe ungarrison them on the other side. He's doing it with the monks.
Oh, brilliant conversions also against the 2 front Rams there. Those Rams, it's a bit of a traffic jam. Onager still shooting at the top. Those elephants are dying against the Halberdiers. Now the elephants getting healed. Maybe some conversions here at the left-hand side. This looks good for Leary still.
Big shots with the Onager there. Really, really big shots on the Ratha. I mean, Leary is paying attention to other things, and he's losing his Ratha here, but the monks are doing work. The elephants are doing work against the Rams. The Halberdiers have all died. What a crazy engagement as Leary continues to hold his position. He's not letting Hera escape.
Oh man, and I said Hera, here's Burgundians and Turks. Those 2 maps, Arena and Ring of Reach, should be his. What a fool I am. Leary looking really good with Bengalis. Bad population, still looking pretty damn close, but Ratha Tech just there. As you can see, army value 5k to 3k.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Hera is very, very hard to kill, and he's still putting up a fight here. Leary is forced to retreat there with the Wrath. He's adding some more barracks of his own. He's going for another castle too. And Hera has bought himself a little bit of breathing room, but he hasn't been able to escape from his base. What he has been able to do is go onto stone. And we see 12 villagers on stone right now. That will give him access to a castle. Maybe he could get some of those really important techs or get some trebs on the field.
Oh, the Rathas, they're still trying to hold on here, but it feels like them alone are not enough. 147 villagers, 4 more in the queue. Maybe the tech into Halberdiers there, a bit late for our Bengalis player. And yeah, as you said, 12 on stone here. Soon he can afford a castle.
Yeah, Hera's bought himself enough time to maybe get a castle up in front to help defend. We've got Pikemen now, or sorry, Halberdier now pushing towards these Ratha. Also, Leary has to respect the onagers. These Ratha aren't the easiest thing in the world to micro, and they will run into some of these shots. So he's got to be careful about that. But Halbtech now coming in for Leary should be able to hold this gap in his wall.
Certainly rather a tricky unit to micro. I absolutely agree with you there. 3 onagers a bit out of position. Maybe could be focused down with the castle. Nice move here by Leary, but getting out of range.
I'd love to see a few more monks here from Leary as well. Just add in a couple monks. You already have redemption. You have block printing. He's going to snipe down some of these onagers. But I think a couple monks would really help you out here to deal with the siege rather than YOLOing in some Ratha and losing like 15 along the way, which he did on that side. Triple castle setup, absolutely slaying these halberdiers coming in.
Yeah, but still, halberdiers, once they close the distance against the Rathers, pretty good there. Forward castle. Hera knows he needs to break out here. Now it's the time to actually switch into the knight formation.
Yeah, and Leary is doing exactly what he needs
here we
to
go.
do. Garrisons into the castle, out the other side. He switches into the melee version of the Wrath. He takes out all of those capped rams. Huge investment there from Hera, and he's not able to get that forward castle. Has to put it further back in his base behind the stone, and Leary continues to hold on here. In the meantime, he's getting all his infantry techs in. He's getting the second armor now. Already has halberdier on the field, and he's adding in some more Ratha, also adding in scouts here too.
I'd love to see Leary adding some traps now, a bit limited on gold. Also wants to keep those castles working with the Ratha production, and he's still continuing to take the gold away from Hera. Remember, he also gets the 2 extra golds and extra stones.
Yeah, Leary does not have, worth pointing out, he does not have Mahayana yet. So his villagers are still taking up normal population, and he's pop capped right now. So maybe something he wants to think about, a little bit of an expensive tech, if he remembers it. Getting crop rotation too, so apparently the AM guys do care about the farms.
Well, Leary wants to play the super late game, snipe some more monks here, will find the kills, but Rathers, obviously a relatively costly unit, will get home with 2 of them. Halberdiers now at the front. Still extremely close game here.
Yep, and remember, Leary has 4 relics. Right, and Leary has taken the second gold from Hera. Hera has been without Burgundian Vineyards for a very long time here. He just got the castle up, so Hera is going to eventually run out of gold. I think he's got 1 gold pile left there, maybe at the back of his base. He can sell resources potentially, but he can't expand to the middle. So Leary, just keep spamming units. Doesn't even matter what they are, just keep spamming them. Keep Hera in line, keep him in this little prison you've set up, and you should be fine at the end of the day.
Dealing with the Halberdier raid, with the Hussar raid, tries to quick wall those villages. They are safe for now, and as we can see, Hera, he can mainly go for units that do not cost gold. The only investment he is going for are some siege units, maybe some monks as well, but he can't keep that one up forever.
Leary getting pikes as well. Not pikes with the spears, but pikes, the unique tech for the Bengalis, which means their Ratha and their Elephant Archers actually fire faster. So good conversion there as well. He did make a few extra monks to help against the onagers.
It's actually a crazy rate. I think 25% faster attack rate out of those, so that's pretty sweet. And those halberdiers, if they are trading equally at the front, they were still getting shreked here for Hera. Those monks still trying to find some conversions, but we also have atonement.
Yeah, and Hera's hitting the market now, and he's even selling stone for gold, Nelly.
Wow.
That's how desperate he's getting, right? And Leary is now hitting the market. He's like, hey,
Hera's going for it. 173 military. We are seeing Flamish Revolution here. Hera's trying what he tried against Jordan, somehow to make it happen. No more villagers, all of them turned into Flamish Militia.
Yeah, and here they come, but usually you want Siege to back this up. Hera's only got 2 trebs, he's got 2 capped rams only, and he's trying to push back 3 castles, and the Flemish Militia are just running right into this Wrath of Fire. The flood is coming here for Leary. Leary producing more elephants just to get in the way. He's still repairing that castle, making sure that the damage output is coming from that. Hera is already down to 129 of these Flemish Militia. And that number is falling, but can he do the damage before they're completely gone?
Honestly, he kind of is. Rather are being pushed back. Golden Come isn't that crazy. Halberdier numbers at the front, and it feels like those are like a 2-handed sword that also does damage against the Rathars.
These numbers are going to drop quick, though, Nilly. We've seen this many times, right? It looks nice. You have 100+ military, and then suddenly you're down to like 50 or 40, and you have no eco behind. Good positioning there from Hera to sneak through those choke points, get on either side of the Ratha. We can see Leary now deleting a single layer of wall, and he's going to create another choke point. Hera down below 100, still pushing with the trebs, so still doing a good job there, but Leary still has 2 castles set up on the other side, and excellent walls here from Leary. Can he create another choke point of death for the Ratha to sit in?
3 traps still shooting, another one is coming in, and honestly, the villager production behind this is pretty solid here for Hera. I talked about it with him yesterday. Having some food in the bank there is actually pretty nice, so he can get onto that villager production a bit quicker. 70 Flemish militia still alive. Leary pop 160, but those Rathars, I think they could die.
Leary's still with 127 villagers. He's still producing halberdiers. He hasn't managed to take out those trebs. Those are definitely his target here, but he's taking out the capped ram, and he's wiping up the Flemish militia, and he's keeping this Ratha army alive. He deleted one wall to go in. He's deleting another one to get out of his base, as the Flemish militia just will not relent and keeps chasing this army all over the place. But at the end of the day, Hera is at 80 population. Leary is at 156.
He'd shoot through 100 military units there. The raids are still continuing, but it just feels like Leary's economy was pretty stable there. Now the Rathars at the front are going in, and those traps aren't for a long time.
Yeah, and only 25 villagers here for Hera, and this is just a fantastic defense from Leary. It was a good attempt from Hera, especially with the limited siege that he had when he clicked the button. Really great to push Leary's entire army back and kill 3 castles. But Leary with the Ratha, Leary with the good usage of the delete key and creating choke points in his base, is able to whittle that army number down, and Hera's at 51 pop, nearly, with no
tricky.
gold access.
Yeah, 2 halberdiers, 1 monk he goes for now. The 37 villagers. I think maybe delaying it for another minute, maybe 1.5 minutes, and have a full 1,000 food that he can instantly put into villagers. Maybe even have some villagers in the queue already. Could have been the dream scenario for him here. But Leary, he did not give him the time. He was constantly putting on the pressure.
Like, it's so weird being in Hera's position here, because you know you're in Imperial Age, you have all the eco upgrades, but then you look at your pop and you're at 41. And you're just thinking like, I hope I did enough damage to him. Probably not. Leary's still at 103 villagers. Hera looks like he's called it here. Leary, what a fantastic performance on Arena. Truly impressive strategy there. He goes 4 TC, grabbing all of the relics in the center, the excellent engagement against the scouts early, getting both conversions there, and then the outposts around the base from Hera, so he knew where the stone is. And the stone walls kind of creating that one point of death that Hera needed to push through.
Yeah. Controlling the gold, controlling both stones as well. And then he knew, okay, your options are so incredibly limited. I just need to keep those outposts in, and you're going for cheap units, use the Rathars to perfection, right, constantly in the CA form, then switch them into melee form once those rams were coming in. The monks getting constant conversion as well. I'm a big fan of Leary's play.
I think the thing I like about it the most is, like, he added the 4th TC before he went to that. The timing on it was so smooth, right? We were both thinking like, oh, he's going 3 TC, he's not going for a faster Imperial Monk push forward castle, whatever. And he goes for 4th TC on the stone, and the 4th TC, when he got up to Imperial Age, gave him an extra 2 villagers too. So he got 8 villager boosts as soon as he got up to Imperial Age. Economy was looking so strong for him.
Yeah, pretty big fan of that play, honestly. Like, and even all the arena experts, like, they had to be impressed with that one. Leary also, like, the in-between form that typically we say is a tricky one, right? 2 monastery, 1 town center. You're not really going boom, you're not really going monks. But Hera, he read the boom. And that's why he canceled the early scouts, and that's why the strategy worked so well for Leary as well.
1 tile away from being discovered too. Just perfection, right? Whether that was I know he wanted to hide it. I don't know if he was counting line of sight tiles, but he hit it perfectly well. And Hera, like you said, canceled that scout. He tried to go in with 2. He lost both of them because of the Bengali monks. Perfectly played there from Leary. There's plenty of players that have fallen to the Burgundian eco on Arena, and that exact same approach. So Leary doing work there, and Leary's up 2-0, and now it's Hera's pick again, and Hera already picked Arena thinking that maybe this would be a nice little like cooldown game, you know? We take things slow, we get a win against Leary, and then we head into the next, but Leary showing that he's very versatile.
My prediction, Arabia for the next one.
Arabia?
Hera is fed of it. Like, he just says, like, give me my map, and I will clap you nerd.
Yep. Okay. Hera was bragging yesterday as well that it was a 2K7 versus a 2K4 matchup. and then he was chirping Leary. He's like, you kind of took my role of being 2nd place at tournaments. And then he thought about it for a second. He's like, yeah, but then I went down to being 4th place at tournaments. So A little bit of smack talk between the two of them.
Yeah, obviously really good friends, but the trash talk is strong between the two of them. Not so much on stage,
Yeah.
I have to say. Maybe a bit intimidated by the people here, maybe by the people around, but certainly behind the scenes, both know how incredibly strong they are. Obviously playing for $40,000 for first.
Yeah.
Are there any nerves involved for the two of them?
Well, I think there is. I think there is definitely. I think like Leary keeps it under wraps. He doesn't show it as much on his face. Like Hera has a lot of pressure on himself. This tournament less so, and he's felt way more relaxed, and I think it's helped him mentally kind of prepare for these sets. But you saw it when Leary popped off against Viper.
Yeah.
Like Leary he has those emotions inside him. He just doesn't choose to show it at all times to the rest of the world, right?
And Hera, he was, let's say, happy how he played with Tedo,
Yep.
but in the set against Jordan, he was like really relieved, right? That was going game 5 there, really intense games there, and he felt the pressure. Like him being out in the quarterfinals would not have been an option for him.
Especially against a player like Jordan, where he's kind of had Jordan's number before, right?
Yeah.
So he's expected to win that one. Anyway, we look at our civs left here, and because we don't really know the map that's coming up next, we can only do some guesswork on civilizations. You think it's going to be Arabia. If it was Arabia, what sort of civilization would you pick here for Hera? Would you go for something like the Mayans?
Yeah, exactly that. You know, like it's the standard civilization. He knows exactly what he wants to go for. 3TC, crossbow, arbalest, eagles if he has to, knows the game plan, can show his macro, can show his micro, and Leary, kind of against Mayans, Hera actually has to come up with something to beat that.
Does Leary go for something like Franks? Does he go for something like potentially, where does Chinese fit in here?
Maybe Goth, counter Mayans.
I mean, you have to survive long enough to start countering them. That's the problem, right? People mark that as like the worst Civ matchup in the game, and they forget the fact that the Mayans often kill the Goths player before minute 20 when it really matters.
Absolutely. Maybe like Man-at-Arms skirm plays, but Hera just punishes you so heavily that you don't really have any eco bonus after you research Loom. And yeah, so Goth actually a wild pick there. Not really sure where we will see them squeezed in. Certainly not on Northern Isles.
We were having some disagreements about that. I think your point was really valid talking about that Tato strategy with Goths, as we just have a small little break here waiting for the next game. Talking about that, you're like, if he goes after the dock villager with his loomed villager landing, consistently gets that because it's downhill, it's against a non-loomed vill, you have your scout as well to block.
I didn't really check it though because houses have negative armor against militia. I'm not sure about the dock though, so I'm not sure how this really works out, but certainly you could not repair, you force the villager away from shorefish, and you also get a bit more scouting intel, like how greedy do you go for with the fishing ships, but obviously Hera, the beautiful reaction there to the tricky Civ pick, and that's why I think Leary very unlikely to go for Goth today.
Yeah, he might have just done it as a meme as well. You have a couple Civs here that you're not going to use in the draft, so.
How many did we go for? 12, right? I counted earlier.
Oh, I think there's
like
two
that.
Civs you're not. No,
3 Civs even.
because it's 12, but then one gets sniped, right?
Oh, I think it was 13 and one got sniped.
Well, we could count, but
Yeah, I'm not good at counting.
we
I think we have 10 left. Used 2, so 12 in total. Indeed, those are the 10 Civs that we still have left for the both players, and only 7 more games. So, like, there's still a lot of wiggle room around, some mind games going on. I still see some, like, clear civilizations, maybe Persians from Frigid Lake. Is Hera playing the Leary strategy from yesterday?
I think the Leary's strategy, it wasn't even so much a strategy, it was just the way that you know Persians are going to play out, right? I guess he got his eco rolling behind it. He had his fish working for a very long time. He was actually really quick to that dock. I think he had 2 fishing ships up and out before Viper even got his dock completed. So
Crazy opening there, and yeah, maybe not a strategy, more like a very optimized build order.
Exactly.
Perfectly adjusted to the civilization. Absolutely loved that. And Viper kind of out of even chances to really contest that. And Leary has to think about that. A proper counter against that could have been Japanese here, right? An option for Leary. If he goes Frigid Lake, also really fast to the dock, right? Because you save wood on the mill, on the lumber camp, mainly the lumber camp before the dock, and then your fishing ships have more HP.
Yep.
Right? So you're not that punished against the early Persian. But then again, you both go Japanese Persians into an even game. You're not super excited about that if you're Japanese.
are you kind of surprised that we see no Gajaras in the draft pick?
Yeah. I didn't realize yet, but yeah, absolutely. Hindustani was obviously there, was sniped away.
I can see it in best of 5, not picking Gujaras, but in a best of 9 with all these open map potential.
Yeah, and we saw it earlier, right?
Even
Viper
on closed maps, yeah.
on Arena, crazy.
Insane camels. Like, we were watching in the back when Viper was building up those camels and coming in with that engagement against Tato, and we're just like, that camel armory from the Turks stands no chance. Frontier guards and Gujara camels.
Yeah, I misjudged that fight, right? It was obviously late. We didn't see heavy CA in time. Maybe that a bit earlier could have been an option. The castles were firing though, and typically under a lot of arrow fire, camels should melt. But Viper also, with all the Shivamsha riders, got the right answers.
I think he had like 11 stables behind that, fully producing too. The eco was absolutely insane. We will get you into the next game shortly here, folks, so our players need a little bit of time to rest and recover after that one. And I can't get over it. Like, Leary walling in his opponent on Arena, winning the relic contest, walling in his opponent into a single choke point. This is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely love that. And that's like, I feel that players that I put into one corner really evolved over the last like half year or a year, because they realized, damn, those are my weaknesses. Like Leary, more of the predictable guy. Jordan, one of the more predictable guys. And both came up with strategies that I've never seen before from him, playsets that I've never predicted from them, and I'm so happy for them. And it's just like, yesterday, one of the like main sponsors of the tournament actually chatted a bit here with Leary, and they interacted a bit, and he was like, oh, you're so good. How can he improve? And Leary was like, there's so much that I can improve on.
Yep.
It is hard work though.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about it before, Hera, Leary, and I, and I'm saying, like, Leary, you're so good at the one thing that you do, right? But you need to expand your box of tricks, right? And Hera kind of agreed that if Leary wanted to be the definitive #1, he's just going to have a little bit more variety. But we saw it there. Like, he's totally capable of it. Execution is some of the best in the game, if not the best, in terms of his precision, his micro, and whatnot. Hera in the same boat. Hera over the last 2 years has been doing that though. He's been expanding his portfolio. He used to be known as like a player that couldn't play water maps. And now he beats the best water map players on a consistent basis.
Absolutely. And you've seen the players very focused in the background there, and you've seen like, wow, those are already game phases on. They already jumped in game 3. But forget to share the code with the observer, so that we had to tell them to cancel, and that's why we had to restart their game. So they obviously now know the map and the civilization of the opponent already. We are still being kept in the dark here, but now this is also like mentally resetting here. You can see Hera tries to get some insight, even took those noise-canceling headphones off. So Dave, keep your secrets to yourself.
Keep it a secret. I think Hera's really good.
Puts his ear to the camera. I'm not sure if that's how it works.
I said we had the players area has been on Jordan's stream, I believe, and apparently yesterday, Jordan, instead of talking into the microphone, was speaking into the camera. It's like, okay, guys. Are you surprised?
That is Jordan, yeah.
That's Jordan in a nutshell.
Yeah, obviously lots of players have the different behind-the-scenes stream. I saw that Doubt did some as well. I know that other players. Yeah. So trying to give you some of the experience there, how they're practicing, how the mood is behind it. We also have a booth here with 4 stations where some coaches are actually giving someone an insight, like taking their hands, trying to explain the game, and giving some newcomers some new experiences, which is absolutely lovely.
Yeah, Anderin is actually doing some great coaching over there. I was watching him coach. He actually gave someone, as we're still waiting for them to share the game ID, he gave someone his account and then queued up for a ranked team game. Right? He gave someone his account, queued up for a ranked team game, and this is someone who's like relatively new at the game. And they queue up in a 4v4 BF, and they're in the pocket position for none other than Draken.
2,400, very emotionally and very outspoken person on the keyboard. I don't want to know what happened.
Not the best flank, and I watched this guy load in, and Anderin just looks at Draken's name, ooh, and this guy loads in, his hotkeys aren't working, so he's building houses with the mouse. I'm thinking Draken's not going to have a fun time.
Okay, sorry for ruining a 4v4 Black Forest game there on the ladder. But yeah, obviously lots of experiences there. And I feel really smart because we just got the confirmation on the map
Arabia.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hera's going for it.
Now we can talk about civs, realistically. Me and you think Mayans for Hera. You could make an argument maybe for something like Lithuanians. I see Saracens there, always an option. I think you're saving Berbers for something else. Huns are an option as well. Humans, a little bit more of a question mark. Ethiopians, potentially, but I don't like them as much as Mayans. And then we look over at Leary's civ selections, and I mean, he's got some options, but it's still a question mark. Do you go for Franks? Do you go for Chinese?
I said Chinese. I think that just feels like it is such a good civilization, it's such a standard civilization on the normal 3 villager start, obviously with the Chinese a bit more. For normal Arabia, now we have 6 extra villagers, balance that out a bit with like reduction of resources, so they are not that crazy. So their village advantage a bit smaller, but still 1.5 villages ahead compared to a generic civilization. Leary will take that.
And if you can wall up, Chinese just have a plethora of options to go for, right? You never really put them in one boat here. If you're your opponent, you're like, can't assume they're going archers, you can't assume they're going knights, you can't assume they're going camels. There's just so, well, they probably wouldn't go camels against Mayans, but there's so many options there for the Chinese, and then their research is being cheaper means their eco is probably going to be pretty good, along with that villager advantage earlier. And look at this, we've got Mayans and we've got Goths, so the dream has come true here, Nilly.
We are pretty deep into this game already, but we will catch you up here. So sneaky barracks at the top from Leary, already walled in the gold in the back, and he sees everything. Earlier to the way to feudal age is Mr. Hera. Both went up with 20 and 21 villagers respectively. Hera therefore has to go for another wild gold back gold. And with those 3 villagers on gold, that has to be some militia shenanigans here at the top.
It looks like we got the spec code and we joined the game late, so the players had to pause there. So that's probably what happened, and that means it doesn't really impact them going into there, because especially for a game like this where Leary's going Goths, Hera can kind of mentally prepare for that, right? It's a very surprising strategy. And is that an archery range there? Yeah. From Leary coming up behind it is, so he's got the barracks and the archer range forward. This looks like a random ladder game I would watch at like a 2K level or something.
And actually, like, if you're getting forwarded, rule number 1 is stay calm. And stay collective, keep your economy running. And if you have a pause of 2-3 minutes, it is so much easier to stay calm here. So I think Hera, already one of the best players in the world to defend aggression and react to wild situations perfectly. And this one should be one of his best defense ever.
Yeah, also a great wall set up already, right? He's got the walls to the edge of the map. He's got the gold at the back. His main gold is at the front, but of course he's perfectly fine with having a few villagers on that secondary one early. Does not see the tower coming up from Leary, and that's a great tower to cut off that wood line. Wood lines are a bit of a weakness here for Hera. He's got this one, and he's only got one other that he can really access, maybe 2 others, but they can be ranged from the outside from Leary.
Ooh, that archer a bit out of position. Tries to take some more HP away from the scout. Could maybe even go into the town center, or maybe even consider trying to make a counterattack happen, because he obviously knows Leary, on his side of the map, can't really defend easily. Or did Hera just found 2 sheep from Leary at the bottom of the map as well? Leary obviously instantly ran to the other side to get the laming done. That's quite a nice deal.
I like the fact that Leary is going out to the Ibex. And I love the fact he's walling in his tower, right? And I'm sure Twitch chat loves that too, because that is the most common question I get. Why don't pros wall in their towers? Well, now he's walling it in here. I love the fact that Leary is going out for these Ibex. That's something that he does even when he's not Goths to balance his food. He doesn't really care about the inefficiency of the walking, and of course Goth villagers carry more. So you can get the maximum amount of food with just 3 villagers.
Yeah, pretty damn sweet there. 2 archers now going for the defense here. Militia's helping out as well. Oh, look at that. Pretty zoomed in here. And we see the kill. So Hera won't get any more scouting, but those 3 archers can be sneaky.
Leary's going back to Hera's base too. He's not sticking around to scout for those. And his villagers are out here. I believe that Hera saw those vills out there earlier.
Dot moving. I think he keeps the militia at home. Kind of something there. Is he waiting for fletching, Dave?
He might be. Fletching is just 10 seconds away. He sees that carcass and he sees the villagers, and he goes around. So he waits. Or does he go around to the wood line?
Militia is missing him. Left-hand side of the screen just ran out of there. He knows something is up. Where's your army?
Where is the army indeed? And he's going to show up on the wood line here. Hera has fletching. If Leary notices this in time, he can get his villagers back to safety, but Hera is going to kill at least one, and it's probably going to be two here, Nilly, as he picks off that first villager and then tries to get the straggler.
Oh.
Leary will save that.
Not the craziest macro by Hera. Was really distracted because he had some aggression here, but had the nice pickups against those archers. Scout went down as well. Both players pushed their limits macro-wise.
Yeah, and look at the farm setup there from Hera. It's looking pretty good, other than the fact there's some archers on the one side, but Leary hits the go back to work hotkey. Go back to the battle there in between the TC and the lumber camp. The archers still firing away on that. Leary, though, kind of control over this woodline as he loops his archers over to the other side. And we talked about that earlier. All of Hera's woodlines are a little bit exposed to range units or towers on the edges.
Yeah, it feels more like go back to death hotkey there. Oh, look at that. Nice distraction. And both economies kind of suffering here. Nice move by both players, staying really, active here on the other side of the map. Hera now mixes in some eagles. A good unit to deal with small numbers of archers.
And he's also got a few archers of his own now, 5 archers there in defense. And Leary kind of senses that Hera's coming over there, so he's going to start moving his archers away. Unfortunately for him, he will move them directly into the army from Hera. He does snipe at least one unit, which is some value.
Okay, yeah, we'll take that. And right now, heavily on skirms is Leary. Kind of wants to counter those archers. Obviously pretty nice because he mainly is facing archers, but that makes the eagles a bit more efficient. And you know what's better than eagle scouts?
Castle Age?
Castle Age pretty soon. And then upgraded Castle Age eagles there. And then the skirms are no match at all. So Leary needs to add something in addition to that. Otherwise, Hera is in a pretty good spot to overwhelm early Castle Age.
Leary's still cutting off that one wood line. Archer's no longer posing a threat to the one on the left. Leary's still taking the hunt from these Ibex, even with these 3 archers roaming around. I think these 3 archers probably have, they have a villager kill and a couple kills on the spearmen and the militia. Leary somehow got a villager kill as well. I don't think we caught that one, but the Eco Katie is 1-1 at this point.
But those skirmishes are trying to push this one back. Maybe under the town center there early on. Maybe one of the archers. Track it to see. Nice defense here by Leary. Lets one archer live though. Ooh, next attack over here. And Leary pushed away from gold. Right now he has enough to go for Castle Age, but can't really go for more archers.
Can he save this build? Dodges around, dodges again, dodges again. But there's another archer incoming, so Leary's got to be careful with that villager. Also an eagle there as he tries to cut off these archers here with the skirmishers. He wanted to go for a house there to block those archers from coming in. He does lose the villager on the front side, but he clears up the entire army from Hera. So nice little fight there from Leary to take out the numbers before Hera reaches Castle Age. Leary, however, still hasn't clicked up, Nilly, and he's only on stone with 1. Usually with Goths in a situation like this, you feel like behind a Castle Age, maybe you can get up soon-ish and then place a castle and try and go for some Huskarls.
So yeah, the dream is to go to Huskarls, right? Incredible pierce armor, therefore crossbow not really an option, plumed archers not really an option, eagles not performing too well against them, and then Mayans are really struggling to find an answer to them. But you need the castle to get there. You need Castle Age before that, and that's what you mentioned earlier. Huskarls, a dream, but most of the time, Mayans, with all the advantages, putting on a lot of pressure on the Goth player.
Yeah, don't let your dreams be memes, but Huskarls all too often are a meme on Arabia because it's so difficult to get into them. And here come more walls from Leary as he knows the eagles are incoming. He sees the Castle Age timing from Hera, and he's really expediting those walls. I mean, he's got 6 villagers building that. That shows how important he knows it is to keep himself safe there. Hera coming back with the couple eagles that he sent forward, though, to protect against this army. And Leary is on the way to the Castle Age. However, still 2 minutes separate him from being able to get those Castle Age units. What are the units going to be? Is he going to go for Elite Skirm? Is he going to mix in some Knights? He kind of has to at this point, right?
I think it's crossbow skirm trying to survive. The big question mark is he building a siege workshop at home? Oh, those skirms are caught off guard and those walls aren't really strong. Crossbows are getting sniped down. Now goes into minimum range.
Yeah, Leary's going to get a couple crossbows here, but Hera will still keep a few alive, and the Eagles are going to be dealing damage against the skirms. But honestly, Nilly, decent value considering the position Leary was in with those skirms. It wasn't great to get himself in that position in the first place, but he killed like 4 or 5 crossbows there.
Stable switch now for Leary, and that gold can it be reached, at least some area of it. Rewalling will be really tricky here in feudal age. Hera double TC now even goes for Horsecolor. He is here for a W.
Yep, he's here for a W. He's got that second TC coming up, like you said. Double stable for Leary with the armor coming in right now. And he's going to panic down some more palisade walls. And he will just count on his knight numbers to push this back. I think the way that Hera potentially loses this game is if he gets a little bit too greedy on the eco side and lets Leary mass up knights, but he's still pushing in here, putting Leary under all sorts of pressure, and he's going to be in on that woodline soon, and this is trouble. 2 knights are probably not going to be enough to push this back with just the +1 armor.
Yeah, no bloodlines there either. Those Eagles have some extra attack now diving in. This could be some dead villagers trying to panic wall this one. Not in time though.
Manages to not save any villagers there as Hera steamrolls his way past these knights. He's just targeting the villagers. He's already given up this army for dead, it looks like. And he's going to kill almost the entire wood line from Leary as he comes in with the eagle and these final 2 crossbows. Only 4 villagers left alive. Will it be less? She survives.
Ooh, Eco KD 13-2 here. Absolute domination here out of Hera, and he's dealing with the next wave of knights. Already 15 villagers ahead.
Yeah, 15 villagers ahead, and 3rd TC is impressive for him. Like you said, we've got a forward siege workshop from Leary, potentially. I see a building up there. Forward siege workshop, he's got an outpost as well. That TC is a little bit exposed there from Hera, but what happens when a couple Eagles come over to snipe that Maginal?
Pretty easy also. Oh, out of vision still. Maybe that house, but yeah, no town watch out of Hera. Maybe could have been an option. And oh, look at that beautiful scouting timing.
Yeah, he saw the outpost there and he's like, bro, why do you have an outpost there? I didn't even know you still had a villager for it. I thought you brought that thing back long ago. As the knights are trying to track down these crossbows, one of those knights is extremely weak. That knight is extremely dead. And this knight is going to join him here as Hera with some fantastic micro will be able to kill 4 knights before he loses a crossbow.
Absolutely impressive here how he's microing this one, also dealing with the raids at the top at the same time. Villager production is rolling. That's just impressive how he keeps, and that's what we said, right? Hera, Mayans, Arabia, crazy good.
Yeah, and this is a comfort pick for him for sure. And Hera now goes for a defensive siege workshop and a ram from Leary. This is the second game he's opened ram from a forward siege workshop. I don't know what the ram is really going to do for him here. Hera is also opening ram. Okay.
Well, the ram kills.
It makes more sense for Hera than it does for Leary, for sure.
Yeah.
Leary should eject his ram, and then he should have an honorable ram fight with no units interfering.
Yeah. Well, Leary should get the first hit against the ram if he micro.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there we go.
Eagles.
Not so honorable ram fight as Hera brings the Eagles in to deal with that. Leary's still not on stone, by the way, Nilly. So his YOLO hope, the Huskarls, not going to come true, and Leary calls the GG. It was a brave attempt with the Goths to make them work on Arabia against the Mayans, but we had this discussion before when you first suggested it, right? Like, Mayans theoretically struggle against Goths. You got to make it there, though. And Leary never quite made it there.
We needed a really good map to wall, right? But the map was too open. We saw the wild strategy. Leary tried to wall behind it, but Hera had all the right answers. The pause obviously also helped him mentally prepare, okay, where do I wall? Never really took any damage, right? Even the tower nicely placed next to the berries and the woodline. Hera moved all those villagers away. Gold was fine. And Leary, he just had to play the chasing game, and Hera found the villager killed. Nice execution.
No panic from Hera whatsoever. Like you said, the best thing against a forward, against a tower rush, against anything in your face, monk rush, don't panic. And Hera has played against that so many times, albeit probably not against Leary playing as Goss with a forward attempt like that. Hera's played against other players that will go for the sneak barracks and archer range and tower and whatnot. But great attempt from Leary. Hera facing up to the challenge, overcoming it, making it look easy. And now we go into game number 4 here.
And how fitting, by the way. Patience will prevail.
Patience will prevail. Patience will prevail. How many times did they say it?
You said it twice.
Oh, okay. I was wondering about that video, though. The Order of the Sheep, as we had a brief explanation of what it is that didn't actually explain anything. It's kind of a monastic order based on a king that once existed.
Well,
Find out more, I suppose.
Yeah. Apparently, some of them played the bagpipe,
Yep.
but they can certainly create some crazy trophies. Holy moly.
That thing is nuts. The funny thing is, Nilly, I think Hera and Leary were planning on like exploring around Europe a little bit after this. I know they wanted to take a couple days for like a vacation or whatnot, you know, just kind of chill out after this tournament. And they're gonna be joined by that trophy, I suppose.
Yeah, I have no idea how they're doing that. Maybe the Order of the Sheep is just shipping it home. At least I know that's how other tournaments did it, where the trophy was more than you could carry on in your like, small carry-on.
Yep. Or maybe they bring it along just to rub it in the other person's face.
Oh, yeah.
Like every time they
It's
enter
constantly
the room, they just have the trophy.
Just like-
sorry, I was busy just polishing my trophy. here.
Breakfast and like I will take a small espresso, please, and like you, and then the
No, that's where they
acid
put
cup
the
next-
cereal. They just have it.
just at the bottom, and you're like always trying to get it out.
Are they set up? It looks like we're almost ready to go here.
And it should be the home map of Leary now.
Yeah.
Okay, what is he going for? I expected we are going into the water direction. Something like Frigid Lake, something like Northern Isles.
I think Frigid Lake is a good call. Yeah. I don't know about Northern Isles. I think Frigid Lake's a good call. Fish and fish. So another water type map. It's technically got water on it, although we don't really see players go for the dock. Hera famously did in that game against Tato, and it kind of brought him back in addition to the farms, although I think he was winning before he even went for that dock, or brought himself back to an equal position before the dock was even up.
I felt so as well, but Hera also said, if he finds my dock, I'm dead, which kind of contradicts what
Yeah, but it's harder for him to fully judge the situation, I think, because we had omniscient, like we were omniscient for both players' POV, right?
Yeah. Like, that was, as I said multiple times now, the craziest comeback of the tournament.
Yeah.
Right? And Leary, well, he has lots of options, right? He has the crazy strong Japanese that we have seen multiple times on that map. He can still go for Mongols, kind of what he wanted to play against the Viper there as well. And Dravidians, something we have seen from the GL boys quite a bit.
Yeah. And we look over at Hera's civs, and what is Hera going to choose to go for? He's got Lithuanians here.
Lithuanians, we had the super quick win of Tato against Villese there, right? In the opener, like a 9-minute game, 10-minute game, something in that ballpark. So Lithuanians, obviously 150 extra food. You get up earlier, your spearmen, your skirms run a bit faster, and it can be really annoying early on in that super tight area.
Yep. What do you think about Cumans, like double range opening?
I asked someone and they said, nearly you're crazy. I don't remember whom. I think I asked Viper or something. And it's just like, yeah, you save a lot of wood, but like, where are you going after that?
What do you think about second TC on the shorefish opening? You only
can't-
get access to like two shorefish.
Yeah, you
right?
can't really squeeze it in the center. If the shorefish were further apart and you had this 4x4 flat ground, then I think it could be a crazy
Imagine
strategy.
someone put it in the middle, and then just like walled out to the. That'd be so funny.
And then you play against Persian that actually douche you away from the center.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's a battle for who gets the TC foundation down first.
Yeah, true. If we only have one spot. Yeah. Oh yeah, instead of that area in the center, with the two crocodiles on the hill.
Yeah. Well, no, there's a relic there at the beginning. We can't do it. Can't do it. Ooh, Ethiopians and Japanese. So Ethiopians coming into play here. Now, you will get 100 food, 100 gold when you advance the feudal age for Ethiopians. Does that overcome the advantages that the Japanese have? Does the faster archer firing rate overcome the cheaper mills, cheaper lumber camps, faster attacking infantry? Personally, I don't think so.
It is maybe for very early fletching, and you still play skirmishers. It just feels like men-at-arm timing obviously can be a bit better. You can go for those 3 militia, then 100 extra food, perfectly for the men-at-arm upgrade. You still have 60 gold in addition to the men-at-arm upgrade.
And here we are already on fish and fish. It looks like both players have come forward with mills here. We've got Japanese for Leary, Hera playing as the Ethiopians. They're both going to contest this area. And that's the little platform we were talking about potentially for a TC, but with the relic on there, it's no dice.
Just blocking. and stopping our dreams there for sure. Leary, I think Japanese, this is the moment where Norfox typically sends us in some information that Japanese are like the most picked civilization on this map or something like that.
But Mongols have the best win rate, or something along those lines. We have seen Japanese lose on this map, and Leary is going to be trying to rectify that here. He wants to win against Hera. He's chosen Ethiopians. A Civ I haven't seen here. I think since JMB was the last time I saw Ethiopians attempted.
Yeah, I think like typically we see them a bit more if we start like in Feudal Age, because then you instantly have those resources extra. And on random map, people don't really like them too much. You're lacking bloodlines, your stable is pretty underwhelming, so it's kind of like you're forced into crossbows, and crossbows alone, that's your only option, and typically people know how to counter that.
When we're thinking about the tech trees, it seems like the Japanese can do everything the Ethiopians can kind of do, except a little bit better in some sense. Other than the archer attack rate, like the stable having bloodlines is big. Especially if you're going late feudal and you mix in scouts.
Oh, yeah.
That can be a massive upgrade, right? Especially if both players have half of the middle and they're taking in all that food. They want to create a food-only unit. Can be huge. Also, the monk tech tree for Japanese is a little bit better than the Ethiopian. So
Yeah, not really typically the map where we see...
You just wait. You just wait. You just wait, my friend.
How many monks will we see this game, Dave?
0. Many in
What
my
am I
dreams,
waiting
though.
for then? That a scout runs into TC and dies, and Leary even with a smile here. That's horrible for a start.
Yep. That is not very good. He lost some HP initially from engaging a little bit with Hera there, and Leary is now going for the barracks. He's up at 17 villagers. Hera is up with 18 villagers of his own, and he's going to be a little bit later to the feudal age, but Leary missing that scout is kind of a big deal.
Oh man, and also Hera gets the intel. You are rushing that barrack to 2 villages. That means you want to go for men-at-arms, right? What could be the other reason? He's so far away from feudal age, he still has enough time for building the archer range. Indeed, that's the confirmation. Leary is going for...
Look at how
at least
active he
militia.
is with that scout, too. Like, he could be scouting Leary's base right now, but he's just hanging around. He's waiting for that flag. He's waiting for the militia to come out. Leary's got 1 militia on the field, and Hera now sends 5 to gold. With the Ethiopians?
Is that...
You're getting 100 gold once you get up. That seems so strange,
Is he
right?
collecting 5 and builds a lumber
And then
camp
he
here?
built, or maybe builds a mill in the center.
Oh, that's... We really need to
Drops
follow
off the
those
gold?
villagers. It feels so weird. They're going back to the town center now. This is what I can see on the minimap.
And he's
They are indeed building a lumber camp.
Okay, so a really optimized approach here from Hera as he builds the barracks, but that barracks is pretty late, Millie.
Yeah, absolutely. He typically wants to have it finished by now. 50% is roughly the timing where you want to start building that one. Nice house wall here for sure. And now he has 199. Should have been 200 gold.
He's missing 1 gold.
Doesn't really matter though. He can go for the 4 archers regardless.
Yeah, men-at-arms coming in for Leary. The one thing I loved about Leary's approach versus Viper is he runs into the TC again. Oh my goodness, Leary splits away from the arrow fire though, so it only takes a little bit of HP damage. One thing I loved, the thing that Viper didn't do, but Leary did in that matchup on Fish and Fish, that final game 7 there where Leary took the victory, he kept sending all of his villagers to the middle. So he really all-in on that area. Viper, I think, only kept 6 during those engagements, so he didn't have the same level of food income from Leary. And we'll see if Leary keeps sending villagers as he creates them back towards that middle area. Hera now going for an archer range, getting the wood upgrade, and Leary just keeps adding more villas over here.
Oh, but Hera snuck some other ones in there, and those 5 are building the tower. Will get some control over that shorefish area. Still surprised that he doesn't go for anything on gold. Do you think he might just stop after 2 archers or 3 archers to still squeeze in fletching?
I think he's going to want to go secure that gold sooner rather than later, right?
Is mass archers an option here though? Because Leary, he just goes skirms, right? I think you only go for like some archers to clear up those men-at-arms, and then it's skirm time.
I think he ideally wanted like 3 archers. Or 2, yeah, 3 archers, and then you get fletching. Interesting here from Hera. Also, do you add in a stable next?
If you're Leary?
If you're Hera.
How can you afford that one? We have some there, and well, that's your answer. It is the blacksmith for now. Archer at the left-hand side trying to jump away a bit. Skirms now in the queue.
I would have said Hera does not have good enough of an economy to go for the stable, but I would have said that yesterday when he made it happen with Burmese.
And we see he's somehow got 11 on food. Like, he's still got some sheep left over, right? He's building the blacksmith at the back. He managed to sneak those villagers to the middle, and he still has his berries that he could potentially go for here, too. Lots of wood in the bank for Hera as he finally gets fletching coming in for the skirmishers. His scout is very active, but a little bit too active there as it gets sniped down by the men-at-arms. And Hera ejects the range units. Leary needs to back up for the time being, but look at Leary, 17 on food right now. If we could look at the middle and see how many villagers Leary has there on the fish, he's fully capitalizing on the control of the middle that he has, and he's found the tower from Hera now.
Yeah, and some skirmishers still harassing a bit. Has 2 villagers on gold at home, now goes for fletching, wood upgrade even behind this one. And archers are sneaking around, but skirms should actually spot that one. Oh, Hera tries to hide them.
I just love the commitment from Leary. He's like, on this map, the middle is usually your win condition. I'm just going to keep sending villagers there. I'm not going to keep them at home, not going to add farms, not going to go to the berries or anything. Taking the middle, if I lose this, I'm probably going to lose the game. So why not take advantage of it anyway?
What an interesting tower spot out of Leary here. You kind of want to go into that direction where your tower is protecting your villagers next to the shorefish. I will try to deny that from long distance, building my own tower in that direction.
Yeah, well, Leary's going to be denying half of the fish on this area, and then he'll just have his army in the south here to deny the expansion from Hera. So Hera has a couple more fish available. That's it.
Uh-oh. Yeah, it seems like 3 are reasonably close. Then he has to go further away. Skirmishes +1/+1. Hera still lacking the armor. Obviously not in this, not important in the skirm fight, but archers. It's a difference.
How many archer ranges does Leary have? Because Hera's producing at a 2 right now.
It seems like only 1 out of Leary. You know, he gets them up pretty damn early and simply refuses to lose any for a very long time. And that's why his numbers sometimes look as if he has multiple archer ranges.
Yeah, and those archers need to back away. I mean, the skirmishers from Leary do have the armor, and he's done a very good job of sniping them down. He's taking these engagements here. 1 archer range against 2 archer ranges from Hera, but Leary so far has taken some decent engagements. We see that KD 7 to 8 in favor of Hera, but Leary is holding on, and Leary is letting his, 15 villagers gather shorefish in peace behind all of this.
Hera will build a dock in 5, 4,
3, 2, 1, except the dock isn't actually there, with Leary continuing to try and defend here with skirmishers, but Hera has no fear. Hera is just pushing in. Fortunately for Leary, there's not so many fish to take on this side anymore, and Leary goes for another archery range behind here, so he's trying to keep up with the production from Hera.
Now even supplies coming in here for Leary as well, so he is going for those men-at-arms, tries to squeeze them in, rather than scouts, which we typically see against mass skirmishers.
Yeah, and it's surprising that Leary hasn't added in a stable, and he's going for that men-at-arms approach. Maybe he was influenced a little bit by the Dravidians picks, trying kind of convinced by the effectiveness of the men-at-arms, but it feels like in a couple of those games, the men-at-arms maybe were the cause of defeat for some of those players. So maybe Leary can use them effectively as he starts targeting that mill. He's effectively cutting off the fish in the north. Now Hera can't go to the south. He's got maybe 2 fish left to gather, and then he's going to have to abandon this middle position or rush the towers down with his villagers. Look at the wood count as well for Hera.
That's pretty brutal, right? And 3, 2, 1. He's now building the dock, and skirm count still pretty nice for Hera, jumping around and might find some more kills here. Those men-at-arms rather want to finish the mill, which surprises me a bit. Now goes for the skirmishers, but Hera micros away nicely.
As soon as Leary cuts production on units, like, his food is going to skyrocket here. And I'm surprised that Hera hasn't started adding in copious amounts of farms yet at the back of his base, because that's what brought him back into the game against Tato, even though he didn't have control of the fish here. No farms at all.
This is even the spot to go like double or triple dock, honestly.
Yeah,
if you have like 800 wood, please put it on the map, even if you use the market.
Yeah.
Oh, villagers being pulled, Dave.
Villagers are being pulled here from Leary. Hera only has skirmishers there. He's got 2 archers. Leary, you know he's going to target those. He's rushing down the tower from Hera. Hera is running out of stone here, and it's all red surrounding that tower as the skirms need to run away from the men-at-arms. The skirms from Leary's is still on the lookout for those archers. The tower will fall, and Hera will have no access to this middle area. But like you said, he's got the fishing ships coming out. Still has 700 wood in the bank. 2 more docks would be fantastic.
Oh, military count actually surprisingly low. Most of those men-at-arms are getting pushed away. If only Leary now had some stone and could fortify that area with maybe another tower, that would have been the dream. But yeah, so many villagers under heavy attack.
Yeah, look at the villagers dying, and you're losing the opportunity to go for that free food in the center, the valuable fish in the center. The eco KD right now, Nilly, is 10-0 for Leary. These villagers have been dying throughout that engagement. Hera lost a few before that as well, and Leary's just hunting down the archers. Hera is all in on gold, all in on wood right now. He queues up some more fishing ships, but only from 1 dock, and Hera now goes for a market. That makes sense because your eco is all over the place.
This is maybe the spot where Leary even considers adding a second archery range himself. Goes for some more skirmishers, some more archers, because the archer count of Hera is getting a bit out of control. Men-at-arms alone won't really cut the chase, and skirm numbers aren't that scary.
I'm so surprised that Leary continues to add men-at-arms, but look, he's in on the wood line now. He's in on the wood line with the men-at-arms. Hera is trying to counter this with the archers, but he's paying attention in the middle. He's going to lose more villagers.
Wow.
Eco KD is now 13-1, and that is all villagers. None of that is fishing ships there for Leary. Leary is at 42 vills right now. Hera is at 36. Leary with a bunch of idle TC time. So that's where the discrepancy comes from.
And obviously the extra fishing ships, right? 5 there at the top. That is the worker count, not the villager count there at the top. And now we can see those berries are getting dry pretty soon. Transitioned into farmers, and finally men-at-arms are getting some proper hits against the skirms.
Yeah, Japanese men-at-arms really putting that damage out, and he's got 12 of them currently. Although Hera with some sneaky maneuvers from these archers. Great finds there, and he's going to snipe some villagers from Leary. Takes out one, takes out another, not quite able to get that third, but he still has to deal with the army at the back there from Leary. More men-at-arms at the front on his gold. Absolutely insane play from Leary.
Oh, crazy moves. Hera tries to move the villagers away. Maybe some more crossbows here. Archers could have been nice here. Villagers even trying to fight back. But the damage output from Leary's Japanese men-at-arms is just crazy.
And he's making more. Like, he's actually making more. He goes for the quick gates here to try and force those archers into the skirmishers. He knows he's going to lose some villagers. We'll lose a second one coming up here shortly. And the Eco KD is 17-5 currently. He does need to do something eventually about that dock over there from Hera, because if this continues the way it has, they're going to be picking off each other's units. Leary's eventually going to run out of food in the center, and Hera's still going to have an abundance of fish over there with that dock.
Workers are even. Hera even with a slight lead here. Absolutely crazy hold by Hera again. This is just crazy how we say the winning condition is controlling the middle.
Yep.
But Hera, he just finds ways to give himself fighting chances in this game. Archers, skirms, obviously they are defending pretty deep at home. No more income there on gold for Hera, so the defense is looking pretty tricky, especially against the mass skirms of Leary. But Hera, that's a crazy defense still.
I love the fact that Leary has this huge skirm mass that he's been building up, right? He's got 15 of them. He stopped with the men-at-arm production for the time being, and now he's going out here. He realizes the way that Hera got back into the game against Tato and carried it forward into the Castle Age was having a dock. He's going to go for a dock of his own. Hera with 8 fishing ships already, and Leary will be able to contest that. Also, the skirmisher army at the back, very, very threatening to Hera. Oh! He tried for it. That would have been so epic if he managed to trap those skirms in.
Oh, yeah, I tried the beautiful ones there for sure. And Leary actually even only sending those 2 villagers on the mini-map there. Didn't even start the dock. Okay, it is doing it now. Skirmishers chasing away those archers. And that is another production building there for Hera in the back. Is he playing triple archery range from home? Looks like it.
It looks like he is, but how are these archers going to deal with the skirmishers? He needs to bring his skirms back to help with that. He's fighting with the villagers, but there's 4 Japanese men-at-arms there with forging, with the armor upgrade as well. And Leary's actually continuing to add in more. He's got 22 skirms, 9 men-at-arms, and he's going fishing ships. He's not even going for a fire galley.
Oh, fire galley opening would have been so good for him. More army is streaming in, trying to slip through the market there and then maybe take the big fight. Archer mass is not really there anymore to deal with those men-at-arms. Villagers are moving forward. are trying to battle against the skirms.
And Hera still has a higher worker count than Leary. He's got 43 villagers against 49, but he's got 9 fishing ships now as Leary adds his first 2. Leary, however, 20 skirmishers, 10 men-at-arms, fully upgraded in the feudal age here with more in the queue. And Leary is just killing these villagers as they come in. He's hunting down the archers from Hera, and Hera is going to be all out of army pretty soon if this keeps up.
And he's still not on gold, right? So every single archer he loses cannot be replaced, and then he goes skirmishes only with more men-at-arms streaming in. That will be a really tough hold. Those villagers are still fighting. Hera is doing his very best, but the option's so limited.
Look at the eco KD, 22-5, and Leary hasn't killed a single fishing ship yet. That is all villager kills there. That is absolutely an insane performance from Leary. It was a great attempt from Hera as he calls the GG. Excellent attempt to get back in the game, going for that fish at exactly the right time. Also sneaking that tower in the center to get access there. But Leary shutting down the fish, getting that skirm mass up, continuing with the men-at-arms production. And those snipe like 20 villagers.
Yeah.
They die so quick.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Typically we think, okay, and you mentioned it earlier, like you have Bloodlines as an option for Japanese, but you already have the barracks, they attack faster, and like if they're fighting against villagers, like how they wrecked them, that was scary.
Yeah, scouts would take, I don't know how many hits to kill, but the Japanese men-at-arms, it feels like it's a couple swings of the sword and those things are dead. And you're so used to just engaging against 3 men-at-arms in early feudal age with your villagers, you do it by habit. And if there's 4 or 5 or 6 of them, I mean, we saw the dead bodies.
Yeah.
It was kind of insane there for Hera. So Leary wins that one. He's up 3-1, potentially just 2 more wins away from winning the Grand Melee here in Hannover. Hera will need to pick another comfort map. He's back down 2 games, and he's picked Arabia already. He picked Arena, which didn't quite work out for him. Where do you see him going now?
Atacama.
Atacama, okay.
That's what I would see. Graveyard's also an option, goes into the same direction, right? Pretty standard game. Obviously, it's a bit more tricky, like what is he going to play? Like Huns, we see them pretty high here, but actually was one of his latest picks. Maybe something like Lithuanians, just play a really aggressive game on Atacama. Add 6 not an option for Leary, and then it becomes tricky. Like, what do you play against Lithuanians here? Franks doesn't excite me too much.
Can you go Cumans on Atacama? I'm just wondering where this Cumans picks like slides in. Do you go Cumans, production, and then second TC? Unlike, you know, Cumans' second TC attempt, which we've seen not work, I think, many times.
I think we might not see humans here.
Okay.
It's just like how Hera's playstyle is, right? Like, yeah, in some game modes we can see, okay, double archery range opening can be nice. You save some of the wood. Not really something I would see here. I would love to be surprised, right? Extra town center, not really where I see Hera shine, especially because Leary is so good at punishing it.
Yeah. Okay, so when we know, we will let you know what the next map is going to be as our players settle in here for game number 5. It's been an excellent series so far. I mean, the last game was fantastic. Just Leary hunting down military, hunting down villagers. Hera continuing to stay alive, and I think that's been the story so far in this set. Like, Hera just stays alive so much longer than other players would. So many players would tap out in the situations he's been in. He hasn't quite managed to pull any of those games back yet, but there's always that possibility, and that was why I kind of favored Hera going into this best of 9, because I figured at least one of these games will be a long, scrappy game, and Hera is going to win it through resilience.
Also wonder what would have happened if Hera had the defense upgrade there for his archers and skirms, right? As I said, skirm war, not the biggest difference, but men-at-arms do less damage. The skirms against the archers do less damage, so maybe some could have survived a bit more. Plus he had that one counter-attack with like 7 archers where he killed the 2 builds.
Yeah.
Beautiful spot by Leary, right? If that goes to the wood line, all of a sudden, Hera can instantly win this game if he kills like 6-7 villagers and Leary's not spotting it.
I wonder how that pans out too if Hera builds that second dock immediately after the first one and just gets like the fish rolling immediately. Because even after he queues up 4 fishing ships, he still has 500 wood in the bank, right? Like, you just want to expedite that as fast as possible. But he had so much stuff to do. I mean, he was fighting with villagers, fighting with skirms, everything.
I gave the countdown, right? Because I saw 500 wood, and that's typically the time where you just send a villager, build the dock.
Yeah.
And that's why I felt like Hera was like seeing that, but it was so intense with the skirm micro there that he didn't really have the breathing room and even went up to 800 wood. If that transition was a bit earlier, maybe he could have had the 3 archer ranges working a bit earlier.
Yep. We've been informed that Frigid Lake is our next map coming up. So Leary did so well on this with the Persians against Viper. you know, initially winning the water, getting it taken away from him, adding in a bazillion farms and TCs, really using his eco as an advantage. Hera has Persians available to him here. Leary's got a couple civs that might be good on this map. Dravidians, potentially. We've also got Italians. Probably wants to save that for Northern Isles. And then, other than that, maybe Mongols could be okay here as well.
I could see Mongols.
The water pressure.
Especially if you're scared of Persians, right? Mongols can match that uptime.
Yeah.
And then you go into an even game. Kind of tricky to do too much then afterwards, because like you know exactly what the opponent is doing.
Yeah.
Fire galley v fire galley. Go to Castle Age, even game. And honestly, like the Mangudai against Persians, I don't think they have a lot of options against
No, Persians don't have that much. Persians don't have that much to counter the Megadai at all. I mean, they lack even bracers, so their skirms can't even, you know, trade off against them. So,
Camel
we'll see.
Paladin.
I mean, and then you think like Hussar, the Mongol Hussar are going to be better
Yeah.
in that engagement, right? And then
Persian economy a bit ahead. I can see that. But it's like, still like the distance to get to the other side, if you're all spawning on the opposite side of the lake, would be tricky. And we see Persians, exactly what we wanted to see from Hera. He is indeed going for the nice opening, already sent some villagers in the center and got the dock up. Leary a bit later with the Dravidians.
Dravidians, and that dock is going to count as a house as well. And look at how quickly. This is just like the game against Viper, where Hera, because he is Persians, well, it was Leary in that instance, gets the dock up, two fishing ships out already, and Leary's dock just completed.
And therefore we will see, simply like, Persians will be up to fuel age earlier, and the big question is, how does Dravidians respond to that? They get the extra 200 wood, could be an archer range after the blacksmith, could be a second dog trying to come back. Leary needs to squeeze out an early uptime, but it's going to be tricky. Already looming. Could this be a pop like 19 play out of him?
Potentially. I mean, Dravidians, you can make the argument for like YOLOing everything onto food early and then just trying to get up as fast as you can because you get 200 wood immediately. But he queues up another villager behind this. Can't quite pull that off. He's got one villager gathering shorefish only in the center there. A lot of players send two, but I guess Hera and Leary both believe in the sending only one strategy.
There's some walking distance there, and then the villager is relatively exposed. And we see, as expected, Hera up to feudal age a bit earlier. Leary should follow pretty soon, though, but the start was so much better. And the uptime, roughly 30 seconds earlier there. And Leary, look at that, 30 seconds idle CC? Big Security won't be happy on Twitter.
Wow, man, that's a big cost to pay to get up at this time. And it tells me he really wants to contest water. And look at Hera being, I mean, like, hate to call him a nerd, but he's being kind of a nerd right now with that skill and running around the fishing ships. Leary even repairing just a little bit. And Leary will drop that second dock likely soon. Also gets 200 wood available to him. He doesn't go for a dock. What is he using his wood on? He uses his wood on something else.
Okay, second villager now going to the front here, and we see fishing ship, obviously not super scared, but need to have some micro there. And I still don't see a second dock by either player.
No, I'm wondering where Leary put his... Okay, went for the second lumber camp and the mining camp behind. So I was looking at the amount of wood in his bank, and there we go. Now he's placing that second dock. Hera has not gone for the second dock yet. Leary's trying to get an extra hit to get the advantage of the scout war. Hera's in feudal age a little bit faster, so he needs to run away. And like I said before, Leary will get 200 wood for free. So he can immediately continue production out of 2 docks. Hera is going to have 2 docks of his own, and his docks actually work faster.
Okay, let's take a look how this one... Oh, is he actually trying to block with the... No, that's just a food drop-off. Looked a bit fancy there. And now double dock, as you said. Persian faster production plus the earlier uptime. There will be some pressure. Leary trying to lure away the scout. I think he needs some more, even triple dock out of Leary. He really wants to contest the border.
I think there's an argument to be made opening demo galley here, or demo raft here. If you know there's 2 villagers in the center there, I think it's a big swing of momentum to take out those villas with the demo.
If you can actually get there, yeah. But if you miss, you're missing your momentum here. If you are Hera, now goes for the aggression, repairs coming in, second villagers coming over as well. And production here, triple fire galley against 2 galleys and demo queued up behind this.
Yeah, he's got 2 fire galleys coming out though, and he's able to push away the fire galley from Hera, keeping his fish alive, like you said. almost losing. Yep, he loses his scout to the fire. And Hera is going to continue to be a nerd with his as he pokes away at that fishing ship and then runs in the other direction. Hera has 2 demo rafts in the queue. Leary's got 1 demo raft in the queue. I'm wondering where those demos go. I wouldn't be surprised to see the demo from Hera beeline it for those villagers.
I think he's too pressured in the center area. Could maybe get a good connection in there. Nice split. Hera only takes damage with 1.5.
Yeah, and Hera coming through and actually gets a good demo. Splash damage on 2 of those fire galleys from Leary, and Leary's gonna pull that one back and try to repair, but I think Hera with that scout is gonna help a little bit, and he is going to kill that fire galley and save his own on, what, 1 HP?
It looks like it. Look at that.
2
HP, but needs to go a bit further. Repair needs to come in. Now the demo as well is trading this one off okay-ish, but not too pretty.
Persians are 3 and 3 on Frigid Lake along with Byzantines and Khmer. Wow. He addressed all those civs in his draft, so great point there.
Okay, nice. Really prepared for the mixed maps here. And that 3 against 1 fight is not going to be too pretty. Tries to go for the repair. Those villagers now relatively exposed, but 2 friends spawning.
Yep, he bought himself enough time to get 2 more fire galleys on the field. He's going to try and repair his fire galley. Demo raft coming out now from Leary, but it's being blocked. It's being blocked by his friends. And only gets 1 ship as another demo raft comes out from Hera. Those villagers looking awfully exposed if Leary's not paying attention. Uh-oh.
Could go deep. Isn't really. Got scared away. That means some more damage. And now goes deep. 2 villagers together. Goes for the back one and the fishing ship.
Huh? Huh? He says, I can kill you if I wanted to, but I don't want to.
And he saves it? Or what is the plan?
He's trying to bait them together. He's trying to get both of the villagers in one. Hera knew there was nothing Leary could do about that. If he started to run, he would have exploded it anyway. And now he's getting even behind the villager with his fire galley, and he gets a little bit of chip damage, and he might actually clear that villager up right now, as it's 3 fire galleys to 1, and the repairer is looking a little bit unarmed in this situation.
And behind this, Leary invested so much here that he didn't have enough food income. Look at that, 1 on food, 2.5 minutes out of TC time, 8 workers behind. Hera closes it down to the 2-3.
Persians are looking awfully good on this map. Like, that start is so clean. 2 fishing ships immediately before your opponent even gets the dock up. Like, how much extra food is that coming in? That's like 70, 80 extra food in Dark Age?
Yeah,
it's a big deal.
It's like so smooth, right? You already have the dock, the villagers are already there, so easier for you to get to the second dock, faster production, and I'm not sure how you can match that. Maybe Mongols in a dream world, if you get those 2 boars a bit better, or Lithuanians, 150 extra food, right? Then you go heavily on stragglers and try to play the same till it evens out.
So we're gonna take it to Ellie here, who is actually meeting some of our fans in the crowd here at DreamHack Hannover. Ellie? Okay, Ellie is still meeting
Okay,
fans.
not
Ellie
quite
is
in
still
position
meeting
yet.
fans, yeah.
Okay.
As you can see, we actually do have quite a few fans behind us.
Yeah.
Round of applause
Round of applause
for our wonderful players
One
and
fan,
not so
more
wonderful
fans.
casters as well. Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
And, well, 3-2 the lead here for Leary. He still has to feel comfortable. Only 4 more games to go as the maximum. Options are Atacama, Northern Isles, Land Madness, Ring of Reeds, and Gold Rush. We will see... Oh, no, what? Did we see all of them? I forgot Graveyards.
Graveyards.
Okay. I think Ring of Reeds.
Ring
That's
of
my
Reeds
feeling of the next
for
match.
Leary.
Just get it out of the way. Bohemians against Turks? Or do you not want to give the momentum?
I'm kind of doing
Northern
process
Isles.
of elimination here. Do you really want to pick like Land Madness against Hera? Probably not in a situation like this.
Especially because it's typically not a Leary home map, right? It is Hera, but not Leary's home map.
Yep.
So then I think Gold Rush is also smiling at me. I don't see... Ring of Reeds, tricky. Northern Isles, you just lost the water game. Atacama, typically both good for both players. Maybe Gold Rush?
Who has Byzantines here?
I don't even know.
Okay. Okay, so we do have Ellie, and she's met a couple of our fans over here. Ellie, take it away.
Hello, I'm joined by Leonie, and she's here with a group of friends from all around Germany. Tell us, what brought you here to DreamHack?
So we always enjoy those events where we, like you said, we come from all over Germany, and yeah, we enjoy coming here to meet and to watch those great games.
And speaking of the great games, how are you finding the competition today?
It's obviously a great set here. So close, so competitive. I really love it.
And obviously, we're all huge Age of Empires 2 fans. Do you have a favorite here that you're hoping to win, or do you just want it to go to game number 9?
Well, obviously, I hope it's going to game number 9, but I hope Leary is going to take it because I'm a huge crossbow player fan. Yeah, so.
Wonderful. And one more question before we take it back to the analyst desk. How are you finding the experience here at DreamHack?
Oh, it's been great. A bunch of fun games. It's a good community, good competitive games. It's great.
Excellent. We're so happy to hear you're enjoying it. I'm loving it too. It's great, and I can't wait to see game number, was it 6? My goodness. Nilly, back to you.
Oh man, if he is a fan of crossbow nerds, and well, that has to be the dream
Come
final
to the right
for him.
place.
Yeah, arguably the number 1 and 2 in crossbow micro here. Has to be an absolute blast for him. How many crossbows will we see in the next game is still unanswered though. Both players took a small breather as well. And we can still theory craft on what should be the next home map. We can see the civilizations there a bit as well. Koreans still as an option. I don't really see that too likely.
Koreans,
maybe on Northern Isles?
Maybe Northern Isles. You were saying to me earlier you thought Koreans could be good there. I said I have a thought process that it's kind of like luck dependent on where you're landing and what your scouting is, especially if you're opening galleys there. As we look at the civs remaining, Hera's still with Huns, Cumans, Berbers, Saracens, Koreans, Turks, Lithuanians, Mongols and Italians for Leary. We theorized maybe Mongols on Frigid Lake didn't happen. Mongols are still available for all these open maps. They're not so bad on Land Madness or something like that themselves. You think it's going to be
Gold Rush?
Gold Rush.
That's what I would think. Like as I said, like home maps and this, like since we're playing so many maps, it is a lot of feel, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like Leary, water. You just saw how ugly it is to play Fire Galley demo against Hera and how well he performed there. So maybe trying to keep away there. You already saw how crazy Hera is on Rabier kind of map. So probably don't want to play like Atacama. Don't want to play like Graveyards. And I feel super smart again.
The map is Gold Rush. So Nilly's ego gets a little bit bigger every day.
It's tricky. I didn't know it could.
Well, it gets bigger every day until he talks to Doubt, and then it kind of deflates a little bit, but it grows back until you meet him again.
So Gold Rush is our map 6 here. Leary going to pick it. Malian's one of the best civilizations. Ethiopians also often picked. Not options here. Berbers, I think, is something I could see for Hera. Tricky to see what Leary could go for.
Saracens as well, I think, could have some viability, but I don't know if Hera's that type of player to go for Saracens here.
I think that's maybe something if he wants to play Galley or Northern Isles still. True. Right? We didn't really give it credit yet. On the other side, Tatars, kind of one of the obvious picks. But if Berbers is on the other side, do you really want to go?
No. Berbers have answers to Tatars for sure. I mean, the notable one is Camel Archer. They also have potential Genitor. They have, the stables that can match the stable from the Tatar, and they also have faster moving villagers, so it's kind of like an eco bonus as well behind this. So really, really good stuff from there from Berbers. We look at the civs from Leary. Leary has Byzantines, correct?
Byzantines, and he played Byzantines before, right? I think so. Oh no, we had Byzantines earlier today in the 3rd place match at Tato, and that's why it felt like Gold Rush Byzantines. I had some emotions with that. Brilliant game there, by the way, right? How both of them contested the center. And Gold Rush, I'm excited to see. We only have 2 small gold piles, and most of the gold is in the center. And oh boy, those are some surprising civilizations to me, Dave. Saracens for Hera, you already raised that as an option. I said, not really his style, don't really see him that. And Mongols wasn't even considered by us.
Yeah, Mongols, I was thinking, I was thinking something like Land Madness, Frigid Lake, Fish and Fish. That's where you're going to use Mongols. But Leary decides to use Mongols here. And Hera's going to decide to use the Saracens here. Hera, not really the player that we think of when we're thinking of, get a market up and just YOLO FC into crossbow. He's more of, set up your eco and slowly build towards that. As Hera is pushing a zebra from where? The Berlin Zoo? Like, where? Is that Leary's zebra?
It can't be. Can we go into the fog of war of Hera here to see like where he scouted? He is obviously Saracens, and it is nice to get it away from Leary.
Look at this. He's already got. He's already taking 3 zebra, a rhino, and elephant. He literally called the circus and he said, "I'm hungry."
Oh man. Yeah, obviously he will be late with scouting then, but most of the time Mongols on a map like Gold Rush, we are kind of expecting scouts simply because you don't want to run with any units into those lions, and scouts ignore those.
That's incredible. I want to see if he pushed that from Leary's side. Because, I mean, denying the zebra from the Mongols would be just amazing, especially with that amount of effort.
Can we take a quick look at the Fork of War of Hera here? Would be really interesting to see. He's now scouting the left side.
Okay,
oh, no, it was
he pushed it from the middle. Okay.
But how is a deer spawning there?
I think it might have bugged out. I think it might have been one of his zebra that bugged out across the map.
Oh, okay.
Maybe with how the map was scripted. Who knows? Anyway, we get Hera now going up to the feudal age. Leary is much faster than him, of course, with the Mongols. And I wonder what the opening is going to be here from Leary. Do you think it's just going to be stable?
Yeah, scout opening. Look at that, 300 food already floating. Barracks a bit on the later side, if I see that it's only now finishing. No, it already finished. The house was being built there. And that will be quite an aggressive opening. Pop 17, he will get all the map control in the world.
And I don't believe Leary has Loom already, does he? No, he spent 50 gold, so he does have Loom. Okay.
Would be
so
technically in the queue, but yeah, I think he already screws in. Otherwise, Pop 17, even for Mongols, is pretty tight.
All right, barracks coming up for Hera. We can already see the wall that he's thinking about there with that barracks placement, and also Leary thinking about a wall as well, as Leary explores the woodline at the back there. If Hera gets the wall up towards that woodline where that house is, he should be fairly safe. Gold in the back, stone in the back too. But Leary is going to try and get in with these scouts, and more importantly, like you said, just kind of secure map control so he can go up to Castle Age, have a good idea of what's going on as Hera goes for archer range.
Pretty playable map here for Hera, right? Obviously, Barry's there at the front. Aren't pretty. Villager getting one yoink in, but the sides are walled off quite easily, and Hera, he can't be too unhappy. I said lots of map control for Leary. I still stand by that, but I would be surprised if he finds too much damage against Hera.
Yeah, one thing Leary has to make sure he does in this situation is keep his scouts alive and keep them roaming outside of Hera's base, because what the Saracens love to do is get that market down, get a really fast Castle Age, and then have the archer army coming out before they hit Castle Age, get the upgrade in, and start hammering away at your walls. If you're forewarned by that, by the scout vision, it could be really, really useful. And Mongols actually have more vision on their scouts here, so Leary should be able to see that as long as he doesn't throw away his army early in the game trying to snipe villagers.
Yeah, is not really committing there. Spearmen are around one of Hera's as well. But look at that. 2 spearmen chasing this one. One who went aggressively out of Leary. And he is actually continuing to go for scouts. It has 4 in total. Now the question is, does Leary think he is forced into an archer range? Took some damage from the town center here.
Ooh, nice little scout on the left-hand side. And he's denying that market for a time from Hera. That market is cheaper for the Saracens, so Hera's going to use that as part of his wall. Also has a blacksmith coming up, and this is the wall that we were thinking about here. Once Hera gets this complete towards his TC, it might be denied off the berries, but he's going to have gold at the back. He's going to have plenty of space to farm and safe wood lines back there too. So not much damage potential here in the feudal age for Leary.
I'm really surprised that Hera only has 1 single villager on the berries there. Obviously, the other one is not that easy to wall in, but I also feel that maybe going for the berries a bit earlier would have allowed you to get them while you still can.
Leary also with a decent farm setup so far. Hera not taking anything from farms yet. He's still working away on the sheep under his TC, and he's still just trying to keep these scouts away. Leary being incredibly active with these, keeping his eye on the archer army, also on the spearmen, coming back to the berries and thinking, ooh, is there any opportunities here? Hera wisely walling that up though, and Hera will be fully walled fairly soon with a gate so he can freely come and go. Leary is going to have to split his scouts up and start exploring the map.
What a crazy good base design by Hera. How he developed this, how he envisioned this base to look like for it feels like 3-4 minutes already. How he walled towards the center, always kept his army there. He played a pop 17 scout Mongol and didn't take any damage. Look at that.
Leary also with 5 seconds of idle TC time here. So really, really tight build, but very, very efficient. As Hera now stretches his legs a little bit. He's got spearmen to accompany. his archers, and he's going to think about heading out here. Keeps up the consistent archer production behind this, and he's got some gold in the bank, so maybe thinking about buying some food too. Soon, anyway, to go up to the castle age. Leary now dropping down his walls. Obviously, the scouting isn't complete for him because he's making the walls at the top of the hill rather than in between those wood lines.
Double mining camp here for Leary. Didn't really scout the areas. Also, the one at the bottom could have been a bit more efficient. But those scouts are basically seeing everything. And now the question, Knights or Step Lancers?
I think maybe open with some Step Lancers, and then you can transition into Knights later. It feels like Step Lancers are going to find more opportunity earlier in low numbers. And then if you see your opponent with a pretty dangerous army that Step Lancers can't deal with, then that's when you go into the Knights.
Nice dive here. One downhill hit, though, did a lot of damage there.
Now
Against
split those 1 HP scouts up and go explore the corners of the map. Yeah.
Obviously, relics, not the most important thing on Gold Rush, simply because controlling the center is the more important factor. Most of the time, we see timings around that one. Viper's still a guy that prioritizes relics reasonably here on this map, but most players just know it is about the timings in the center. And great civilization for timings is Saracens, but Mongols beating them to the castle.
Yeah, super clean build here from Leary. He had a little bit of idle TC time to click up there.
Oh, look at that.
But Castle Age just a minute and 40 seconds away. Leary is also sitting on every angle of Hera's base with a scout. And these are Mongol scouts here, so they get a little bit of extra line of sight. He's going to be super aware of when Hera leaves with that archer army, but is Hera going to sneak his way through?
No, he can't.
The middle of them?
That would be the sneakiest thing ever.
Okay, can Leary see this army? We want to keep it on Leary's point of view here. Okay, he sees the tail end of that army, and he's going to track this. Identified this as one of the threats against playing against Saracens. Leary knows that too. He's probably had this happen to him many times, and he's tracking this army before it even gets to his base.
Look at all those scouts now arriving there, and they're just waiting for their other friends. And then, right now, they don't want to take a fight, obviously, right? You just want to wait till you have your 2 till 4 Castle Age units there, if it's Step Lancers or Knights, and then go for something. Stone walls?
Stone walls. He's scared of that. He's scared of Saracen archers. He's really scared of them coming down that hill. Apparently not scared of them coming in through the center because of the town center there to help him protect that area. But Vodka, is pointing out that palisade wall. Vodka's probably played against this strategy many times too. He's like, yep.
Ooh, brilliant interception here. Loses the 2 scouts, but still does not allow those archers to come.
Hera doesn't want to let them in either, so he's just going to sacrifice this archer.
No. Wise choice, and has to be happy. And indeed, it is the Step Lancer play. Something that we have not seen a lot before the last Vololo.
Step Lancers coming back into popularity ever since they got nerfed. And I think at the opening of DE, I mean, everyone still has a nightmare about how they were, and they're very cautious when improving the Step Lancer because we don't want to bring them back to that form, that's for sure.
A melee unit with extra range is kind of crazy, right? Because you can micro them so well, and Leary, obviously one of the micro gods of the game, can stack them up so nicely. You can like chase down armies so much easier. It's so much easier to kill Mongs, Siege, you name it. And Mongol Step Lancers, also more HP.
The thing about Step Lancers too is like you get 8 of them built up, suddenly a single palisade wall dies very quickly. Because normally only 2 or 3 knights can attack it. If you have 8 Step Lancers all attacking that at the same time with the potential to even range a villager behind if it gets too close, I mean, it is a pretty devastating rating for us. And the amount that Leary has right now is almost, it's enough to dive on these crossbows almost.
He has no idea. Oh, Hera actually saw those, goes to the right-hand side. Scouts are trying to chase him down. Okay, now Siege with 1 crossbow. Oh, that's tricky for Hera.
Yeah, that's very, very tricky for Hera, especially with the scouts in front, giving Leary some extra vision. And Leary is actually coming forward with 2 villagers. He's going to take advantage of the fact that Hera needs to run to the right side to evade the Step Lancers, and he's going to come forward with these villagers to try and get a siege set up. As the Step Lancers engage, Leary sending 4 Step Lancers in front of the crossbows from Hera, but Hera doubles back through the army. Step Lancers still getting value, but the number of crossbows now is very low, and the crossbows are all going to die. It was about as good of a fight as Hera could have taken there, all things considered, but Leary clearing that up. Still has map control, going for a siege workshop, and now we're looking at the Saracens, and we're thinking, double TC Saracens, only 7 archers? Where is the momentum here?
Not really the momentum, right? He needs to hold, and he has the hill against himself. The stone and the gold at the front here. Hera went for the safe gold in the back. Woodline exposed as well. That scout might even find the crossbows. It will be a tricky hold for Hera
Doesn't
for
see
sure.
the siege workshop either. Hera has no idea about that siege workshop. He didn't see the villager coming forward. Nice little spot there from Leary on the palisade wall. He's going to get in. Hera's going to attempt a house wall. If Leary ever gets into this eco, which he just did, he can run around and snipe villagers maybe on that gold at the back. He decides to dive. Hera going for the house walls here. He's going for the market wall. Hera is trying to stop these step lancers from getting in and doing damage, and the quick walls are on point for the Canadian.
Monk tries to hide at the top there. Could maybe go for a conversion from long distance, but could die, and now decides to go for it. Step lancers are running in. It looks like a potential conversion. Indeed gets it.
Great defense from Hera, though. Yeah. Like, panic mode there. 4 or 5 houses, market quick wall with the Saracens, cost less wood, obviously. He's going to go for another quick wall potentially over here, but the Mangonel comes from the other side from Leary. 1 villager down, 2 villagers down, 3, 4, probably 5 here. Leary doing damage to Hera's wood line. Hera has his 1 converted Step Lancer coming back over. And the Step Lancers are attempting to leave, but there is no hole.
Converted Step Lancer now goes for the Mangonel. And I mentioned earlier, they're so good at sniping siege. Oh, that was a nice pickup for Hera.
Yeah, great value there from Hera, but great positioning with the Mangonel from Leary to bring it over to the woodline and then kind of work Hera's army over in that direction to try and get some value. Leary doing work with the Step Lancers. He's still 4 villagers behind, or sorry, 6 villagers behind now, but when we think about the Saracens, we think about a Civ that is usually behind in villagers and has way more army and has all that momentum, because tech switches with Saracens can be kind of difficult sometimes.
Numbers are slightly better. Ground attack there against the crossbows, not the greatest thing ever. Conversions are coming in, and those crossbows are still doing relatively fine.
Yeah, crossbow micro on point here from Hera. We still only have the +1 armor on these Step Lancers. More HP with the Mongols, though. And the Step Lancers will clear up a second crossbow army here from Hera. And now Leary is once again looking for an opening. There is a single palisade wall there he could potentially bust through. Also, he has the Siege Workshop with a Mangonel out to help him against the buildings. And he goes for a second town center now. Still full control of the middle of the map from Leary and control over Hera's secondary gold.
And Hera is with 8 villages on stone. Don't start to dream that we will actually see Mamelukes here. It is mainly to sell the stone. Great market rates, as you can see. For 100 stone, you're getting 122 gold. So it's actually more efficient to go for stone and sell it than to go for gold directly. And it is also mainly because Hera is so cornered here. Nice moves, nice adjustments. The pressure still continues from Leary.
Leary sees that palisade wall. And this is what I was talking about. You get all the Step Lancers stacked up against it. They can do damage quite quickly, but the Monk from Hera driving these away. Leary doesn't want to give up a conversion because that Step Lancer will find the Mangonel on the side. It's already happened once.
Yeah, actually true. Really nice observation. I felt like you could have committed there and 7 Step Lancers could have been in.
To him. Yeah,
but that would have been the death of the Mangonel.
So Leary's nervous about that. It's already happened once, and it's clear he's not really interested in queuing up a ton of Mangonels at the moment. He wants to put it into his eco, right? So he just wants to keep this one as a threat, keep the villagers away from rewalling behind. Monk goes to convert again. Leary pulls back.
Mangonel scaring away a bit. Camel count at 3 pretty soon. Step Lancer is obviously not great against camels, but against small numbers, they will find some kills here for sure. And those farms idled a bit. Feels like slightly better economy for Hera. Tricky to pay off, though.
Oh, this is getting really, really tough for Hera. I mean, like, you look at his point of view, and every time he sees the army from Leary, it's a little bit bigger. There's 1, 2 more Step Lancers. There's 2 Mangonels now. Hera getting wheelbarrow. His farming economy is looking okay. He's got 66 villagers against 58 from Leary, but Leary now going for that TC in the center. And once a player is firmly encamped in the center here with a TC, potentially even a castle at some point, it's so difficult to push them off.
Oh, monastery at the front here. Only 1 relic, not the most important thing. All those farms idled at the front, right? Maybe the castle and Mamluks might have actually been a reasonable option here, Dave. Or do you think camels alone will do the job?
I think Mamluks could be an option, for sure. Now, a long-term option? I don't know. But definitely pretty good against the Step Lancers and the Mangonels, too. But Hera's still without enough stone yet to go for that castle. He's a couple hundred away. Still no horse collar. for Hera either.
Yeah, I already saw it, but I decided nearly don't have to mention every game. Oh, it's a bit frustrating. So many farms here, could have saved so much wood trying to reseed now the 3 Mangonels, but I think the Camels now after Bloodlines finishes could prop pretty soon. This is going to be a disgusting micro from Hera. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. He's going to eject and then get back in, eject and get back in. We trust Hera to do this. Any other player other than Hera and Leary or maybe Viper, I would be extremely nervous. Nerd.
Yeah, some real nerd stuff going on here. And wow, Leary running right into the TC fire with the Mangonel. Of course, it has all of the crossbow fire. And look at what Leary did there. Yeah. He attack grounded on the corner because he expected Hera. He was kind of baiting him into ejecting from that town center.
That could be a kill. Indeed, 1 Mangonel down there. Nice snipe. Villager a bit late there with the conversion. Villagers now pretty even. Military count, pretty nice for Hera though. Those 13, soon 15 camels. I don't think Leary will expect those.
Look at the farm he goes from Leary. We were just viewing that. Vodka was over in Leary's base, and it's so beautiful. He's got 31 on, now 33 on food, nearly.
Uh-oh, that's going to be pretty tricky here. Let's take a look. Coming from the right-hand side, that means hill advantage there for Hera. Those Mangonels could be caught off guard. I don't think Leary has any idea that this is coming.
No, and he kind of cut production on the Step Lancers for a while. He was making more Mangonels, and here comes the flood of Camels. And Leary's going to be like, what the hell? But he got such a great shot with the Mangonels. And another great shot on the Camels with the Mangonels. Excellent attack round there from Leary. Gets another one. Is he going to win this with just Step Lancer? Mangonel gets a 3rd shot. Unbelievable from Leary.
Absolute madness. This should have been the ruffle stomp of the century. Hera should have won this fight so convincingly. Leary, arguably the best ground attack I've seen in months, if not years.
The best ground attack followed by the 2nd best ground attack followed by the 3rd best ground attack. And then Hera kind of ran into the other one with the crossbows. Hera was not expecting that at all. Leary with some clutch plays there, and I thought that castle was being built. If Leary sees that foundation, he can attack around that as well. He sees the villagers coming forward. He's still got Step Lancers working away on the monks and trying to work away on the camels as the Mangonel does go down there from Leary. Step Lancer v Camel should never work, but Leary with some fantastic unit control is really fighting back here against Hera, and now he goes for his own castle in the middle, but he's got a Mangonel from behind.
Switching to Knights now for Leary. Not the greatest answer against the Camels. Extra HP there. That castle will actually be replaced. Hera wants a more aggressive one. Villagers are really suffering. Step Lancer still doing a reasonable job. Mangonel, will it get another connection against the crossbows? Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, and Hera was definitely thinking with his military advantage there of coming and placing a counter castle right beside this. He deleted his foundation further back. Wasn't able to clear up the military from Leary. Leary doing work with the Step Lancers. Look at the KD right now, 77 to 42 so far. And what has it been against these Step Lancers? It's been crossbow camel. Theoretically, they should be able to counter that military. Mangonel's coming in clutch though.
Absolutely crazy. Those 4 hero Mangonels kind of taking the hill, and that were absolutely crazy Mangonel ground attacks. But look at that, Hera about to click up to him. Leary still needs some gold.
Leary thinking about clicking up as well. Both players with similar amounts of farms behind this. Hera obviously moving out to that gold in the front. He's got the stone in the front as well if he wants to continue selling that for gold revenue. Hera clicks up. Leary clicks up, and this is incredibly even. 92 villagers for Hera, 94 for Leary. Leary is going to have to make a tech switch here into Mangudai. I'm not 100% sure what Hera's going to go into. Is it going to be Heavy Camel? Is it going to be Arbalest?
Is Mangudai actually the key unit here? If you're fighting Camel, Crossbow, do you ever really get onto the numbers?
What else are you going to go for?
It sounds really weird, but I think Leary going for Arbalest could have actually been an option. Or Elite Skirms. Like Mangudai's, yeah, that is the dream unit, but it takes so long to get into proper numbers.
He's going into more Step Lancers.
Yeah, I think I like that more. Just one Mangudai, show it a bit. You're not really showing any upgrades, but I think Mangudai just takes too long.
Yeah, and there's the monastery in the center there for Leary, so he can maybe get some monks on the field to grab those relics. Still controlling the golds, and Hera's definitely on the clock here. Hera needs to gain access to this hill probably within the next, like, 6-7 minutes in game time, because he's going to start running out of gold. He does kind of have a safety belt here with the Saracens getting better prices at the market, but that only lasts for so long.
Yeah, and he already sold quite some stone, right? So that stone will be less efficient still. As you can see, sold some food at a really good price here. So the moment he gets to a lot of farms, and he already has 45, he can still get some leeway.
Yeah, I'd like to see Leary start increasing his farm count too. He's been at 34 for quite a while now. He kicks it up to 37 now as Hera goes for a secondary castle, and he's even building a mining camp that's very ambitious when you saw that castle foundation.
Yeah, Fletching now trying to deny that. And we see Hera tries to find some option. And you see how many resources Hera's floating? I think this is actually intentional. He wants to see, okay, what am I going for? Should I commit to camels or should I commit to crossbows? And now he sees second castle, thinks camels is the better option.
Trebuchet now coming out, and it's heavy camel indeed from Hera. And he's going to have 2 castles there to set up his trebs, but Leary will have the hill advantage. And Leary can't even range that. Like, could it be that Hera knew Leary wasn't committing onto Magadai because his castle couldn't range the gold?
He just researched Fletching, right? And that might be a bit of an indicator. Yeah, but certainly saw the castle, only Fletching. This late into the game, right? We're 37 minutes in. You should have maybe even a flag on that second castle.
Yeah, and I mean, his villagers aren't being hit by that castle. I think if he gets Bodkin, even the villagers get hit. If he gets Bracer, for sure, Hera will know 100% that Leary is not thinking about committing onto Magadai. Leary has 19 Step Lancers. He's got Trebs coming out. He's going to have that hill like we mentioned. He has a ton of stone in the bank. He just needs the villagers here to help repair the castle. At the end of the day, Step Lancers do not win against camels, especially Saracen camels, especially heavy camels. And Leary will be forced to go into some camels of his own. But like we said, time limit for Hera. He's going to run out of gold eventually.
Leary's not shooting the castle. He's shooting the traps, and he's missing horribly. Look at that.
No damage dealt to
no damage, and that was like 3 volleys already. Now it's the
first one. And Hera starts working away at repairing those. And then suddenly Leary hits the next 3 shots, but then he misses the next 3. Treb finally going down there from Hera. He does have villagers to repair, and Hera is coming in here with the camels. The Step Lancers on the hill, quite intimidating though. And Leary is now going for a heavy camel of his own. Long upgrade though, still a minute away.
Typical approach is to snipe down the castle because traps obviously so inaccurate, and well, against castles you just hit 100% of your shots.
Yep.
And therefore questionable move. Camel count only at 5, soon at 8. Heavy camel won't actually give us too much here for Leary.
Also, fighting uphill against Step Lancers, it just feels worse, right? Because the Step Lancers can really stack and get that downhill damage against you.
Yeah. Castle actually kept alive at 200 HP. Now the last volley goes for it. And if those 2 castles are falling, that's really tricky. Hera heavily housed. Zealotry indeed, more HP on those camels.
Or is that counterweights? That might be counterweights, right? Because Zealotry is the Imperial Age upgrade?
As we
Zealotry. Okay. This is why I'm confused after a number of patches and upgrades being mixed around, but Zealotry is on the way in. Forging is also on the way in. Treb's trying to take down that castle from Leary. Leary keeping that alive. Leary also not able to fully snipe those trebuchet from Hera. Hera doesn't have enough stone in the bank for another castle, and Hera is pushing up the hill here with the heavy camels. Leary has heavy camel of his own. Step Lancers getting some decent damage. 5 trebuchets trying to take out the traps from Hera, and the castle is still alive from Leary.
Oh, only 2 traps now for Hera shooting uphill. That's a really good fight here for Hera. If it is enough to buy him time to get onto more gold, it looks like solid production. The hill advantage still for Leary, though.
Only 1 camel in production from Leary, Nilly.
What?
Only 1 camel coming forward. Leary's army count is at 11 right now.
Yeah, has to buy the stone, apparently. That's killing his army. And the camels just streaming in from Hera. As you can see, 5 more in production, and he can go for the traps. Lots of traps falling on Hera's side as well. But Leary can't really protect his unit, and Hera gets into enough gold here.
Yeah, and Hera has to pack up this Treb. The villager repairing dies, and does the Treb go down? Can they hit? They do! 4 Trebs still alive for Leary, 3 more camels in the queue. Hera is desperately trying to push his way up this hill. He's replacing the mining camps as Leary snipes them down with the Trebs. He says, "You shall not have any gold." Hera disagrees, and Hera clears up the Trebs from Leary, and he continues his forward push, gets access to more gold. unbelievable push there from Hera, not even losing that second castle.
Absolutely crazy with the camel count and the perfect timing there with Zealotry, having all the upgrades on those camels except the attack there, and that gave him the big advantage in the camel v camel fight. Step Lance is obviously not helping out too much. Yeah, good positioning there by Leary, but behind this, crossbows still doing some damage. Like that group of crossbows, I think their damage output is so good.
Yeah, I mean, Leary has 123 villagers with 9 military. Like, something has gone immensely wrong here, and it was just needing to buy stone to repair that castle, right? He was selling everything. He was buying stone for 150 gold now. One Treb working away on that castle from Hera, and Leary is just not in a position to deal with that Treb. And Hera has so many villagers on this gold. He's taking it while he can. He's got 40 of them mining in the middle.
Still no ballistics, so the castle didn't even get the damage done that Leary was maybe hoping for. And those camels, it's just not a fair fight. They're so well upgraded, while Leary is still lacking the last, or he can't even go for the last armor upgrade.
Can't even go for it, but he is fighting downhill against some of these camels. Also has the castle fire to help him out, and he's cleared up the camels from Hera. Hera will need to retreat once again with the crossbows. Villagers kind of exposed now, and the Treb is going to start working away, I believe, on the mining camps. So Hera has to keep replacing the mining camps over and over to get the gold income. He went from 40 to 3 on gold, back to 26 again. Things are hectic here for Hera, but he is getting the Treb set up behind.
Not a fault.
And the castle goes down. And Leary has 12 on stone, but he's only at 140 stone right now. We know the price is bad if he wants to buy another one. Hera is going to have access to that gold for a while longer here, as Leary is unable to hold him off of that.
Oh man, that trap could go down as well. Monk actually throws himself in front there to protect the trap, gets away. And Leary -2 castles. He's heavily on stone now. But camel count, that's the big problem, right? You go for the same thing, but it's just so much worse. Armor behind, and obviously all the HP against Saracens.
And Hera will have to keep adding vills to replace the ones he's losing in the center here, and have to keep sending villagers forward, right? To keep that gold income coming in, as Hera is now targeting units with his Trebs from behind. Anything to help him out in this fight. He's killing camels with Trebs. Leary needs to retreat once again. What an amazing hold on this position from Hera.
That's why we love Gold Rush. Now villagers even being pulled in. Hera realizes, damn, I must win this fight. I have to go in there. Maybe small misclick, but he tries to buffer some of the attacks. Monk's trying to go in for some conversion. Camel count is the main number, and it's so close.
It's 16 camels for Leary. It's 13 camels for Hera. Hera's camels are better. Leary is fighting downhill. Hera now moves his Trebs a little bit further forward, maybe trying to snipe the Treb from Leary. He knows Leary doesn't have another castle behind this. Leary's still sending in camels, and Leary has 51 on gold right now, Nilly.
Oh, just sniping down the mining camp. That's the most important thing here, and it goes down. Therefore, the villagers are going home. Some repair there. Technically, Leary could afford another castle, but you don't really want to build it in the face of 3 traps already unpacked.
Yeah, Leary doing a great job sniping the mining camps, but speaking of snipes, the Treb unpacks, and it gets a rock to the dome, and that Treb is going to die there from Leary. Doesn't have a castle, can't make another one, so no long-range attacks for him. The mining camps will survive. I think that's mining camp like 11, 12, and 13 from Hera in this position. And Hera...
Pushed away from the gold. Castle behind this one. The economy looks so good. 50 on gold for Leary at all times. Still fighting against the better camels, but he gets some conversion. Maybe now jumping onto the traps. Is that an option, Dave?
Oh, he thinks it is now. He's getting blast furnace. Do the camels have enough damage out? But he doesn't want to take the risk, Nilly. And can you blame him?
Oh, I shivered. This could have been easily like 15, 20 dead camels if he decided to commit.
It felt like Hera wanted to bait him into attacking those. Like when Hera pulled back, Leary went in, and then Leary got kind of, you know, his spidey senses were tingling there. Like, Hera wants this to happen. That's why he's allowing me to get this position. Hera, once again, access to the gold, and Hera is slowly pushing his way up this hill. 30 camels for him, 42 for Leary. Blast Furnace is coming in. Leary once again fighting downhill, and Hera taking a lot of hits there, and he splits up his camels. He's going for the Trebs, Nilly.
One trap likely to die, pushes away the other camels. There is no repair coming in. Now the villagers are being pulled, but not in time. One trap down, still 2 alive.
45 camels right here for Leary. 30 camels for Hera, and look at the gold mining for Hera. Hera is sending even more villagers forward. He still has villagers in the queue here. He's constantly selling resources at his market, and Leary is now in a position where maybe he can take a good fight, clear up these trebs, and then head back to the middle hill and kind of regroup.
He's trying to push in. Hera, no real villagers on gold, but Leary really doesn't want to overstep. The traps are going down. Now Leary is pushing in with the traps. How did he make that happen? His camels are so much worse. Is it the 2 upgrades that Hera is still lacking on the attack?
It might be. I mean, Hera is also fighting uphill in every single one of these battles, right?
Yeah.
So it is literally and figuratively an uphill battle for Hera. And what an insane game we have here as Hera calls the GG. Leary wins that one. At one point, Leary had 3 camels in the field with 1 in the queue, desperately trying to repair a castle. Just unbelievable pressure there from Hera and a crazy hold there from Leary. And he's just like, he's fighting Mongol heavy camel against Saracen heavy camel.
Yeah.
But he somehow manages to survive.
They already have more HP. Then Zealotry gives them even more. We already had the +4 armor there as well. The castles, no, not even, I think, did we have Botkin by the end? I don't even know. So they weren't really helping out. Monk conversions were actually pretty good. It felt like 10, maybe even 12 camels were converted there. And then the hill fights, right? That was the big thing. Maybe Hera could have waited a bit more, then tried to wrap around like he had in this one crazy engagement. But I think I will never forget those 3 ground attacks.
The ground I actually forgot the ground attacks. Thank you for reminding me.
It wasn't the best game ever, twice.
That was incredible, yeah. Anyway, I think we have Ellie again with some more fans from our crowd. And I'm interested to see their reaction to that game because that was absolute insanity.
Thank you, Dave. My goodness, being here at DreamHack and watching this grand finals certainly feels like Christmas came early, and these games, they are like the gift that keeps on giving. I'm here joined by Harry and Jasmine. And speaking of gifts, can you tell us about your experience here and how you came?
Yeah, so since 2018, when I rediscovered that people are actually still playing this game, I've always wanted to come to a LAN event or a meetup, but I've never been able to. So on Wednesday morning, Jazz, my wife, woke me up at 6 in the morning and said, pack your bags, we're getting on a plane to Germany, happy Christmas. And we flew out here, and it's just been awesome. Yeah, it's been really awesome. And that game just then, unbelievable. I didn't know who was going to win it until the very end. It was awesome.
That is such an adorable story. And Jasmine, what are you thinking of this crazy intense final we have between Leary and Hera?
Oh my goodness, it's so tight. Obviously 4-2 to Leary, but Hera could easily pull it back 5-4. Yeah, just completely gripping. Nothing's been a stomp. It's been such an amazing event, like the whole few days. Loving it.
And do you two have a favorite coming into this?
We were rooting for Hera, and we still are. But yeah, I think Leary's looking really strong. Hera's going to have to do something pretty special.
Well, both of these contenders are indeed really, really strong AoE players, and I don't think anyone can really tell and predict what's going to happen, so we just have to wait and see. Dave and Nilly, back to you guys.
The pressure was on in the game and on the bladder.
Yep.
We're taking a small break here. Whew.
I love the fact that like those mangonel shots, it was a complete surprise to see the camel army, and he still pulled that off.
Crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like the 270 no-scope mangonel ground attack shot.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. Oh, 270? Well, you could do 90% the other direction, but okay.
Not a numbers guy.
Let's do 180.
The only number I remember from that game is 3 camels on the field with 1 in the queue.
Yeah, against 18, like controlling the gold, right? And then Hera came there. I have no idea how that hold was possible.
Yeah, but Hera's push was crazy too. Like, he even resorted to sniping camels with his trebs. Like, that's how desperately he wanted to push up that hill. And how many mining camps did he build? Like, the tenacity there. And then Leary's sniping the mining camps one by one. He was targeting those at some point. Crazy. Crazy game. Anyway, I mean, Leary is up 4-2. 1 game away from a victory here. It doesn't feel like we're going to have just one more game, though, because it feels like Hera's got something left in the tank. Obviously, Land Madness, one of his pseudo-home maps available to him.
My brain is weird. Like you just said, he has something left in the tank. But he won't have in 3 minutes because we will actually take a small break.
And we'll be back after that with more Leary against Hera Game 7 coming up soon.
Well, we're back here at the Grand Melee, and this is game number 7 here in our best of 9. Leary up 4-2 over Hera. Doesn't feel like Hera's done yet, though, and Hera still has a number of maps to pick. Remember, the loser of the previous game picks the next map, and he's got some good civs left over. Land Madness, a known favorite of Hera, and like you said, not really, Leary can play it and play it well, but it's not really something that we think of when we think of Leary. We think of more like Atacama or something along those lines.
Yeah, and those two I think were crazy good maps, right? We still think like Ring of Reeds could be a good option because of indeed Turks for Hera, right? Which we think could be really good. Leary, yeah, technically it has Bohemians to counter that. Not really sure how familiar Leary is with playing the Viper style that we saw yesterday. So I think Hera, Turks, Ring of Reeds looks pretty good. Also Land Madness pretty good. Atacama pretty good. I'm dreaming. I think this could still easily go to 9 games.
Yeah, and we saw both players take a break there, and we know that really benefits Hera. Like, it's something that he started doing 2 or 3 years ago, where he needs to clear his head, and then he comes back stronger than ever. So Hera is fully focused here. Leary also taking a break, fully focused as well. And I think you need to focus up after a game like the last one. It was so hectic for probably 15 minutes at the end of the game. Like, no breaks whatsoever.
Just imagine, right, how our observer didn't show economies for the last 20 minutes. Yeah, he was sitting there. He clicked like trap HP. Yeah. That was the only thing. Like, it was like the laziest cameraman ever. It was just so intense in the center, and that's why we love Gold Rush so much.
Do you think counterweights would have made a difference there? I mean, Hera couldn't afford it, but it might be the only situation.
I at some point dreamt of some bombard cannons from the Saracen player, right? But it's still like chemistry. I'm not even sure if we had a monastery, university.
I think he was using his gold to buy stuff too. Like, I think he was just trying to keep numbers on the field.
Yeah, and then masonry, I think I've never seen it. But yeah, it is just the economy was so tight. And indeed, Hera is going for Ring of Reeds. I want to see Turks there. Bohemians feels like a very reasonable pick for Leary, and the fight for the center could be crucial.
I think the timing from Turks is better than Bohemians, though. Like, Turks also, if you have a castle in the middle, you can make Janissaries. Bohemians, Hussite wagons, not as impressive, right? Timing from Turks, if we're talking about a fast Imperial, sure, both players have chemistry going into Imperial Age, but Turks have the artillery tech, which in a closed, confined space can be so deadly.
Yeah.
And also, Turks have the option to raid on the outside with Light Cav Hussar.
Yeah.
Which is super impressive on a map like this, if you can stretch out your economy and start raiding from behind.
Also remember, last S-tier tournament, Warlords, Hera playing Turks against MBL Bohemians. Both going bombard cannons against those of Nietzsche. And he even said, this is one of the best games I've ever said and one of the proudest moments in Age of Empires ever because he was so patient with that micro.
Yeah, and MBL maybe just a little impatient. He came in too early and he lost all of those bombard cannons, right? But it looks so good for him, right? Yeah. And we saw the strengths of the Turks against Bohemians many times, and I have confirmation it will be Ring of Reeds, it will be Turks, it will be Bohemians. So this one's going to be good. I want to see how Leary contests the middle, because if he gives up the middle to Hera, I think he's going to be in trouble, right? Maybe he can, once that castle comes up from Hera, he can fall back a little bit, try and go fast Imperial Age and batter it down once again with his early bombard cannons. But Hera, if he senses Leary is doing something like that, can also transition his eco to go fast in and get bomber cannons of his own.
Yeah, and those are the only two civilizations that basically can have chemistry if you reach Imperial Age, right? So those bombard cannons are coming out even faster. So in timings, sometimes you think, okay, 30 seconds difference, you can kind of compensate with like some upgrades. Here, the time frame is even tighter, and if you get the castle and still keep yours, have 2 bombard cannons, the opponent doesn't, it can end the game.
I did like the, I think it was ACCM who did it, or I can't remember who did it, as a villager war comes in immediately, and these are these two guys fighting not only for this food in the center, but for the positioning. If one player gets walled in, it's so tough. You have to go for a defensive castle first instead of an aggressive castle. Maybe your opponent gets it down first, and Leary is trying to block the scout from Hera, but Hera saves the scout with a villager of his own. He's got 2 weak vills in there. Hera only with 1 weak villager, and Leary an extra one on the field, so he's going to be chasing Hera away, and also with a 6-1 on the way.
Oh, the two strongest civilizations here, 3-0 and 4-1 facing each other. 4 more villagers being pulled. Hera does not want to give up this area, and as you mentioned earlier, some of those villagers are already low HP.
Yep, Leary with some good micro so far, though he's saving the weak ones. They're both trying to snipe down the scout of the other. A little bit more value attributed towards Hera's scout, though, because Hera is Turks and it will be upgraded to a light cap later on in the game. But Leary somehow gets multiple hits there and helps out with the villagers as well. And he is going to be trying to push away Hera's vills, but Hera is pretty stubborn himself as he tries to save this villager. Blocks with the one behind, and he gets away on like 1 HP, sending 3 more villagers to contest the middle.
They're like 15 hurt units, but it's still only the one scout that died, and the other one has 3 HP. Look at the skill of those players, saving every single low HP villager.
Absolutely insane. And if you were to tell me a Hera Leary 1v1 best of 9, we would see a full-on villager war in the center. I wouldn't believe you, but here it is. Both these players, 2 of the fastest in the game, and they're pulling back all the weak villagers, trying to get the food economy rolling peacefully in the center, or not so peacefully now, are both of them, as well as Leary is kind of a little bit trapped in here, it feels like.
Yeah, feels a bit like it. Nice surround there.
Hera gets another one away. No, he dies.
First kill here, that is not a scout. The other one, as we said, 3 HP, actually went out and is scouting on the outside. And it feels like Hera's getting...
Oh, look at Leary blocking that one villager from behind. Look at him blocking that one villager from behind. Hera's going to duck around the mill from Leary, and he's going to get away. And more fresh villagers making their way to the battlefield here. Reinforcements coming in. Leary potentially losing a villager on the berries. Hera taking it down, trying to get another one, heading towards Leary's base. And Hera, is he going to save this one? He's trapped 2 vills from Leary too.
Uh-oh, this is tricky. Also quite some idle CC time here for Hera. If you save that villager, though, 2 can go
the deer!
To the side is... Are you trapping 4? Oh, that's a mistake by Leary. Oh, those are doomed.
Leary comes in there. Hera kind of baits him in. He does lose a villager, but he's got 3 villagers from Leary trapped. However, he has to save this one on 1 HP, deletes the wall, places a foundation behind it, and brings it back to the TC. But Leary is now blocking it, trying to kill the villager as Hera pulls another one away to the north. Absolute insanity here. Hera's going to try and save this one too. He's got so many weak villagers. Leary doesn't want to be baited into the base from Hera once again. Crazy. And this is all for control of that center area.
No, those 2
It's open. Where did the gate go?
What happened here?
Oh, no. I guess Hera was pushing in deer or something early.
Oh, there was a scout at the front here. I have no idea why there's no gate.
Oh, no. What a unintentional throw. And credit to Leary for going down there in the first place.
Yeah,
He's trying to find a hole. Villagers now from Leary still weak on the center area. And Leary is going to have to retreat for the time being, I think. Hera just too much HP, although Leary is sending more reinforcements from the other side. Hera's trying to fish throughout all of this. We look at the villager counts right now, 22 for Leary, 20 for Hera. Lots more idle TC time for the Canadian.
Pulls that one back as well. The micro of those just absolutely crazy. Now the right-hand side, one goes really low HP. Nice save here by Hera. And now Hera gets into a really nice advantage. 4-2 in the villager kitty.
But look at the villager count right now. Still 22 for Leary, 21 for Hera.
Now villager probably goes out on the back door as well. That's
Hera's still pushing this back, not so much HP, and we can see the total HP values of the villagers at the bottom there. 292 for Leary, and I believe it was like 320 or something for Hera, as Leary's villagers are at the back and they're extremely weak. Hera comes in for round 4 here. Ring the bells, and Hera also trapping this villager in with gates. It's all the little things these guys are doing. Hera's trying to save this villager. Leary's trying to block this villager. Hera's going to get away again with like 2 hits left, but Leary gate walls him. Hera will take that out and save this villager. That is like the 8th vill he has saved in this game already.
It feels like better micro here for Hera, 6-2 KD, but the better macro behind by Leary, because he kept his town center running at all times. And that's why we are in such an even game here.
Incredible, honestly. Like, we see villager wars all the time, all-in villager wars, but we never see them with 2 players of this caliber.
Yeah.
And it's honestly just insane what they can do, especially under this much pressure on this big stage as Hera tries to push back that Vil from Leary. Are you more inclined now to go for some sort of like feudal pressure now that you know that every single villager from your opponent is weak?
Yeah, one archer can find 8 kills, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially with the giant hole in the back of Hera's base that Leary knows is there.
It's like those 2 archers there in the back for Leary, they could easily build an archer range.
Yep, yep.
I think Fast Castle is actually an unlikely scenario.
It's crazy, especially like just going FC after this insanity at the beginning. It's like, how do you ever calm down in this game? How do you ever give up the middle? You've paid so much in blood to have this middle control. How do you ever give this up?
Oh, now maybe even Hera is trying to wall in Leary there at the front. No, goes for the...
Hera saves another one. Look at the eco KD, 7-2.
That's pretty sick.
Can we just, I know the villager fights are important here in the center as Hera is still weakening the villagers from Leary, but at some point I would love to look, not right now, but...
a lot here. I think Leary could lose like 3 villagers in a second now.
Yep. I would love to look at Hera's base and see how weak all of these villagers at home are, because it's just...
What? What is happening here? They have no
It's zombie land over there in Hera's economy. There is no HP left on those villagers.
Oh, God. That was like, I actually want to see it again. Like, there was like so many, like 3-4 HP builds. Like, that's
skill. That is just raw talent right there from Hera. That is incredible. And Leary has a bunch of weak builds. All those on the fish, I think are going to... Okay, he pulled some of them away, but there's a couple groups here from Leary that are just super low HP as Leary adds in a militia, which could find insane value. Leary also with just a bunch of... Oh my God! Wow.
How good are these guys?
That's nuts. That is nuts. Are they even human at this point?
I don't think so. Like, this is like, I've never seen something like that.
Look, and Leary is wandering around with a 1 HP scout. He's wandering around with a 1 HP scout. That could actually find value against the villagers in Hera's base. The starting scout that he has remaining. As Hera continues to fight here, but Leary with 3 militia is going to take control. Hera is ahead in the Eco KT, 10-4. He has equal villagers though as Leary has less idle TC time, and Hera is starting to add in militia of his own. This fight continues. It's not over yet.
Do we go for the Vil? I think the Vil fights back, right? So I don't think you can go with...
Yeah, I think the Vil attacks slightly faster
age.
than the Scout, yep.
You have to go for Feudal Age.
Leary trying to block. Once again, Hera has militia out. Hera's going to be looking for any weak villager as Leary sending all of the new villagers from the TC out to the middle. And Leary has control over that food. Leary's going for a 6th militia. Hera is ahead by 1 villager currently. He's still not fully trapped off from the middle, but Leary is exercising his control he's gained with all the food from that center area.
Didn't we say Hera should go for Ring of Reeds because it's more controlled, more strategic in math?
And then you also said Hera does slightly better in the scrappy games. Well, they're both doing pretty good here. Militia are in. They're hunting that villager. It's 1 HP away from death. Militia is going to find a kill maybe on the forage bushes as well. There we go. There's a kill there. Hera having to delete more walls to get inside of his base. Leary trying to quick wall this in. Leary gets the quick wall down. Hera just deletes the house. He's out.
40 out of 40 pretty soon. Now more militia coming from the side. Scout won't really find anything.
Snipes the Scout.
Yeah. Nice move.
Snipes the Scout. Militia still hunting in the center there from Hera. There's a couple villagers like a hit away from death. Hera still has his militia army. Leary, though, with 9 militia currently.
2 more in the queue as well. That barracks is going to fall. I don't think you should really use villagers here to snipe down that barracks, but militia will do fine. Have to make sure that that militia next to the barracks there won't find a kill.
Unbelievable play from both of these guys. And I never thought I'd see that. If we just look at that barracks right now, how many villagers, how many militia attacking that? This looks like an AI right now. We've got 13 units attacking this barracks, and Hera's barracks is going to go down, but he's on the way to the feudal age. Leary is not yet. However, Leary can join him soon because Leary has access to all of that food in the middle area.
And you see how Leary is expanding here. Just after that. Oh, that's already spotted, I would assume, right? Yeah. See the 2 villagers. So those 2 are doomed. And Dave, is this back-to-back top 20 games we've ever seen?
This is honestly insane. It's a clown show. It's a circus, but sometimes you pay for the circus, sometimes you enjoy the show, you know? And that's what's happening right here as 2 villagers go down. Hera was luring the boar at 17 minutes and 40 seconds, by the way.
Oh, pretty damn late. The problem is, You have to pay the full ticket for the circus, but watching those games, you only need the edge of your seat.
Okay. So we're not paying for the rest of the seat. Middle and back excluded off of that. No entry allowed. House being taken down here from Hera. He's going to shift his militia around to the back. Leary doing the same thing, and Leary has an army of 11 militia. It kind of feels like you have to upgrade these to men-at-arms
So much
at
value.
this point,
also,
right?
they're really high in HP, right?
Yeah.
I think so as well. Oh, Pult would have regenerated about 800 HP by now.
That's an insane stat. Oh, that's an insane stat. That's 160 Vills or 1.5 Elite War.
He's splitting the militia, right? I think so.
Yeah, he is. Where are the other ones coming though? Are they going to? They're going to the other side. They're going to the other side. Hera is going to be only with 6 militia, so he's going to be a little bit more focused. But Hera's up to the castle age, adding in an archer. Hera knows how many militia there are, right? He needs to wall the back of his base. He's on stone right now. He needs to plug this gap for sure. Fortunately for him, he's not taking any of the food sources at the back. Never mind. He is taking some at the side. And he will probably lose these villagers because of it.
Let's take a look. He is running. Obviously, militia only slightly faster than those vills. And those were, luckily for Hera, the ones with high HP. And, well, the thing is, Hera will get control over of the center, right? He is faster to castle age. He is getting archers out.
He's breaking through that wall, too. Yeah. He's got a tower up. He's got the archers, like you said. And he's got the Bohemian, or sorry, Leary has the Bohemian mining upgrades. But Hera is completely on stone right now. So he should be able to get himself a castle, or at least buy a couple extra 100 stone to get that castle down.
Bohemian mining upgrades actually delayed, right? Because he only reached feudal age at 21 minutes in this game. Remember, we're starting with 9 villagers. Obviously, 14 to 7 already died in darkness.
How weak are those vills? Archer is in the center there. We don't know. There's a... She wasn't there? Sneaky into the back. Luckily, no wildlife, I think, on this map to interrupt her. But Hera full control of the middle after Leary fought so bravely. The village. Oh, look at how many villagers died for this middle area. 14 villagers from Leary died to secure this middle, and then he just gives it up because he's more interested in the castle age. And Hera is going to get a forward castle position. Wild game. Absolutely wild. And we still have more in store for you.
Is that a good tower?
I don't think it does anything, unless he might be concerned about Hera killing the gate and then putting the castle right there. But I don't think.
I can't deny that, right? There's only one archer. I think he could have walled behind there. He didn't see any other archers.
I don't know. He does. He is on stone with 8 though, so he does have stone.
I don't think you want to finish that house that you're building there, because I think that's the spot where you will delete houses later on, build your defensive castle.
Maybe.
But yeah, investment of 25 wood. So I'm already starting to nitpick here before we actually see the forward castle of Hera, but that one is coming in.
What are the men-at-arms doing at the back? Just controlling the fish, I suppose. Hera is going for a building with that villager at the back. I wonder if that's like a stable at the top of the map? That could be sneaky. He gets light cap for free, or he could go for knights too. Yeah.
Resources are fine enough for going knights. Look at the villager distribution. Just for a moment, we had 2 on wood, 4 on food, and 6 on gold. Now lumber can finish. Obviously, lots of villagers here at the front. And Leary, he can afford a defensive castle, but that gold, I think he will have to give up.
All right, so Hera trying to push in. Leary's still, well, using his men-at-arms to guard some of these villagers.
One knight.
Do you think the knight could have some value over here, Nilly?
That light cap can get like 6-7 kills.
Oh my goodness! I mean, at least the men-at-arms is going to. It's gonna warn Leary about this, but I think Leary's a little bit busier with that castle. And look at how weak these villagers are. 2, 3 in 1 shot! You're dead, you're dead, you're dead. They all go down, and Leary needs to reposition the vills. And look at on this area, somehow that light cap did die, but this one is gonna clear up all 3 of these villagers. Hera is swinging this game in his favor as Hera clears up the villagers on that deer, ignores the other low HP one, but snipes the one by the TC, snipes this one again, and this is fantastic stuff from Hera. Leary, I think he's considering maybe a faster Imperial H here.
Look at the economy.
Got lots of gold in the bank, maybe can use his market to buy some food after that as Hera continues to snipe down the villagers. That TC is denied.
24-7 Villager KD pretty soon after the Knight and the Light Cav are done with those, and really nice raid, really nice find. That 3 HP Villager, intentional or?
I think that Villager was just running from the Men-at-Arms. I think he split it off.
What is he doing here? He just saw the Knight and the Light Cav.
He's coming in. He's coming. He's YOLOing. He's YOLOing, and these villagers are weak. That villager gets quick walled in, but there's a Knight over here dealing with the Men-at-Arms. There are tons of villagers that are still weak here. Spearman coming over. Maybe Leary can deal with these cavalry, but not before he loses more units. Hera, fortunately for Leary, does not have more reinforcements on the way. Leary's eco looking kind of like Imperial Age. Hera not having the food, but having 1,000 gold in the bank and going for a market. So maybe thinking along the same lines, also almost has enough for another castle.
Hera didn't go for a single Janissary this game.
Yep. Well, I think the theory is that he couldn't get in immediately through those houses, right?
Yeah.
He thought Leary was going to go for a defensive castle. If that's the case, I think Imperial Age is probably more important for Hera.
Also, Janissary is obviously slow, right? And not going through the center, you would have needed to go the whole long way, and now Hera is thinking about imping.
You could even sell stone if you're Hera. Sell stone, sell wood, just get up to Imperial Age.
Yeah, he's doing that. I'm pretty sure. Like, he should sell like 3.
Yeah, he sells all of his stone. Yeah, I don't agree with selling all of your stone, because I think you need another castle, but he has 10 on stone right now. He's up to the Imperial Age, 10 on stone. In 3 minutes, should have enough for another one.
What do you need the castle for, though? He will have 1 bombard cannon, 1 trap in the center. Leary will lose that castle, and with that, his whole base. Like, all his eco is in this screen, basically. That matters.
Yeah, now he's queuing up some Janissaries, just get some army to accompany those traps. Hussite wagons, the response to the night raids from Leary, so he's going to push back with those. Lots of spearmen protecting the villagers. Man, did those weak villagers ever come into play in this game? Like, kudos for saving them, but having them on the outskirts of your economy, I guess you can't be too choosy when you have so many, and we highlighted them there in Hera's base, staying alive.
Oh, nice one.
Jeez, Hera finding so much value. 26 villager kills this game.
Absolute madness, right? And those 4 archers even really paying off. That's still the same light cap on Knight from earlier, right?
And I think that Knight has like 1 HP on it.
How many kills do those 2 get? 6?
6.
The light cap should have some as well. 10 kills combined.
Hussite wagons finally found an army that they can clear up. Yeah. Slowly encroaching on this army from Hera, and the Knight is going to run around to the other angle. Hussite wagons shoot very slowly. They also move very slowly. Imperial Age is on the way for Leary, but Hera is going to beat him there by 1.5 minutes.
Also, he instantly gets chemistry. Leary still needs to work for that. Needs university with only 8 on wood, and look at that. The rest of the economy isn't looking too hot either. It's not going to be the easiest task.
Light Cav roaming in, looking for villager kills. There are monks converting that, though. Leary tried to block with the Hussite wagon. Not going to happen. Very slowly unit, like I said. And Leary's going to run into problems. Like you said, as soon as Hera gets Treb, bomber cannon in the center there, castle goes down from Leary. Hera pushes out. Leary's second TC is in a very exposed location. Hera knows about. And it's going to be really, really tough for the Austrian.
Janissaries on the outside, obviously pretty damn good here. The Hussars even upgraded. We don't have a siege workshop for Hera, so can't really go for the bombard cannons, but Trebs will do the job for now.
Yeah. And Trebs are going to do more damage against that castle. They'll be relatively safer from a position that's further back. And I don't think Leary will have an opportunity to snipe them down because, like you said, he doesn't even have a university, I don't think, let alone chemistry. I think he's building the university near his second TC up in the top, and there it is right there. He's going for the counterattack, though. 3 Hussite wagons, 3 men-at-arms, and a spearman rolling into Hera's economy at the back. Not as dangerous as this militia army over here from Hera.
And Hera, I think, will lose his army. That second castle at that spot. Interesting that he really wants to double down. Those archers are dying there. Luckily for Hera, he will have a second TC on the outside, though, and should be relatively fine.
I think he theoretically could have, I don't know about that Treb timing, could have taken out the Imperial Age TC. I don't know if he was that much further ahead. No, because he was 1.5 minutes, and then he had to make the Treb, unpack it.
Yeah. And you repair, I don't even know, like needs 5 shots or something for a town center. So, yeah, certainly something to think about, but the timing of Leary would have been good enough there so that Hera would not have found the kill. But still, the castle likely to go down, but look at that raid.
And these villagers are weak. We were speaking about them before. So many villagers, potential to die here. Hera just now noticing he's going to select these and be like, oh God, these are the ones that I saved earlier. Still, 49 villagers for Hera, 35 for Leary, and there goes his main base. Nowhere safe to set up that Treb for Leary anymore. Hera, though, only with 4 Janissaries, 2 Trebuchet of his own.
Ooh, that was a lot of dead villagers here in the back, kind of making it a bit more even, but the Janissary push through the center, now really tough to stop, and those Hussite Wagon, it's tricky for them to get in range of those Janissaries.
So many villager snipes here this game on the weak villagers that were saved before. Janissaries also in the back, intercepting the villagers moving from Leary. He's got Janissaries in the main economy. He sees that Trebuchet back there. That's the only Trebuchet that Leary has. He queues up 1 Bombard Cannon, and an excellent attack ground and an excellent split there from Hera too.
Oh no! He ate the hit there, but Janissary is lucky enough having lots of HP. And, oh! Bohemians, those villagers should have 55 HP.
Yep.
Benefiting from the monastery upgrades there, here with Bohemians. Nice, we also had Fervor earlier.
All right, Hera still dealing with an army in the middle of his base, it looks like. Are those the Hussite Wagons that are attacking him there? We've got the Trebs pushing forward, block printing coming in from Leary as he tries to stretch his legs, and the Hussite Wagons, this is one thing they're good at, Nilly. Just kind of YOLOing under buildings because they have a lot of pierce armor, they have a lot of HP.
Yeah, absolutely crazy how much they can, well, deny the economy there, delay the economy, and Janissaries.
Oh, snipes him. That's an absolute field goal there from the Treb of Hera, and that bomber cannon was kind of wedged in between those lumber cannons, had nowhere to go.
Oh, that was a really nice move. And those Hussite Wagons still alive there. Obviously having some solid range there. The tower is helping out against this one. Leary tries to go for a second bombard cannon. Would love to see a siege workshop from Hera.
Does Hera go for another castle? Does he forward castle that TC on the right side? Or is the game just over? Leary calls the GG. Absolutely insane performance from both players. Like, Hera carried that through a little bit longer than Leary, and great job taking back the middle. The amount of weak villagers that they saved, and the way that Leary kept his TC running to kind of compensate for the fact he wasn't taking the villager fights as well as Hera, incredible. Honestly, incredible. I know probably thousands of people out there would have resigned and thrown their computer out the window after a game like that, but these guys kept their composure. And Hera, I mean, at one point Vodka selected his economy. 20 villagers there, and what, collective 25 HP or something like that?
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy.
Insane.
Like, it's just so sick how well those two microed that. The big difference then, decision making, was how heavily Hera or how heavily Leary invested into those militia, right? 11 still left over, while Hera only had 6 left over. And therefore, earlier feudal age, earlier castle age, and then with the tower, could control the center again.
Yeah, and with the later feudal age, you can't even like compensate those men-at-arms. You can't even push into Hera's base because you don't have access to towers yet, right? So you can't even get past the walls from Hera with the men-at-arms. You can pressure a little bit, but Leary had to split them up, go around the sides. That takes a long time. You're not getting a bang for your buck for your initial investment.
Now the next choice for Leary here, his home map, and it will be either Land Madness, Northern Isle, Atacama, or Graveyards. Do you feel like his civs should be really solid there for Northern Isles, looking at Italians and looking at the other side?
Yep. We have Koreans potentially, Lithuanians, Berbers as well. Maybe you could make an argument for them on Northern Isles, right, with the faster ships, especially if Hera wants to play galleys. I think it's probably Koreans for him, though, if we go there. And I think Italians have a slight edge over Koreans.
I think it's a reasonable edge, actually, right? We don't really have the demos for Koreans there. Eco bonus not really existing. Yeah, your ships are cheaper, but still, you have to get to them. Italians just flies to feudal age, flies to castle age. Then the earlier upgrades, especially like shipwright timing, can be really, really good. Condo landings, like so many options. Hera, I also don't see him playing to the absolute strength of Korean, which is like the tower rush everywhere, trying to land, trying to stranglehold the opponent. Kind of in the, wasn't it Tedo versus Hera game at Wololo? I think that was the Korean tower rush. I think that was the case. And Hera, he suffered from that. Not sure if he can execute to that same level.
Well, I just remember him playing Migration all the time in Warlords, and he picked Koreans twice, and I think the lack of towers are what really killed him there. Like, he played galleys. He played galleys in the war galleys, won water both games, and then just landed a little bit too late, and the towers weren't in the right spots. So maybe you were onto something there, but I will say his galley play with Koreans is really impressive, and he really utilizes the fact that the galleys are cheaper.
Yeah, obviously, like, and saving wood for a military unit that mainly costs wood makes a lot of sense. So I would love to see Koreans there. Feels like the best options. And then if we have, well, Northern Isles doesn't even matter. Graveyards is actually the map that we are going to see. I see Lithuanians over there.
Lithuanians for Hera, and then we look over at Leary's side. Leary's got potentially, Chinese? I've seen Tatars played on this. I believe Jordan played Tatars against Out in the replacement qualifier. Incas? Do you want to go for something like Incas? Do you want to go for Franks? The only civ I'm completely writing off here is probably Italians, because you want to save it just in case for that Northern Isles pick.
Yeah, like in a wild world, you can think like Genoese crossbowmen against Lithuanians are performing well, but I think Leary, Northern Isles should absolutely be something that he considers. Maybe he tries to win it on a land map first before he puts himself onto Northern Isles. Obviously doesn't like to play those maps too much, but I think if he wants to like maximize his winning chances out, Northern Isles would have been a good choice. Goes for graveyards now. Lithuanians, obviously, more attack if you collect those relics on a map where we have 11 relics instead of 5 relics. Easy to get to those numbers. We have seen Lithuanians play it multiple times already. Leary had a crazy opening there against the Viper. Pop 17 Archer opening.
Yeah. I also saw Viper, I believe I saw Viper play Cumans on graveyards as well.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Why would that be an option?
I don't know.
Isn't it like super hilly and it's tough to find spots?
Why would Cumans be an option with Viper? Because he's greedy and he wants the second.
Yeah, okay. But especially on graveyards, right? It is so hilly, it's tough to find the 4x4 square because it has to be super flat or like fully flat to allow a TC placement.
Well, we'll see what they choose to go for. We think it's going to be Lithuanians. Leary Civs, a little bit more of a question mark here. Lithuanians certainly are the meta pick for Hera, and I can't see any benefit for him switching up the civilizations. There's no real like mind games. Anything you're doing with the Lithuanians, you're probably doing with any other civilization that you have here, and you're not going to use Koreans. So
are they that good? They aren't that great on Northern Isles. Atacama is an option, Land Madness is an option, but we still have like Berbers as well that you can play. So I think it's like saving it for another map. Just I don't see the options. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. There's no mind games involved there. Thank you for staying with us here, folks. We're about to get into game 8 now. It is 4-3 for Leary. And after a wild game like that, the players need a little bit of time to reset their mental, as they would say, especially Leary. And we're in. We're in. It's going to be graveyards, and we see Leary playing with Franks and Hera playing with Huns. Okay, so we did switch it up there, and we have a classic matchup here.
Wow. Yeah, obviously have seen that very, very often over the span of competitive Age of Empires. And Leary with the Franks will go for Scouts most likely. Obviously more HP there. You get the farm upgrade for free. And Hera with the Huns. Likely to see some Cav Archers at some point. The big reduction. And something absolutely crazy on an 11 relic map. Hera has a unique tech called Atheism.
Yep.
Reducing the gold income of your opponent of relics by 50%.
Usually not worth it because the tech itself costs, what, 500 gold?
Yeah, it's too
500
expensive.
food, 500 gold, or 500 wood, 500 gold.
But if your opponent has 8 relics, making it 4.
It does, yeah. And I think it's, what, 60 gold a minute? Is it 1 per second for the relics?
I thought it was 30.
30 gold per
minute,
okay.
Making it 15.
It adds up over time, but usually you can't justify it, especially on a map where players are going like for relics like Arena, because there's only 5 total relics on the map, and it's a big investment from you. But likely not to get to that stage. This is likely to finish with these 2 civilizations, potentially later in Castle Age when someone snowballs. The thing I like to see from Huns, the way I like to see Huns played is early military production, continued military production in the Feudal Age, and then you work your way towards that Castle Age economy. If you're trying to go for the SC Cav Archer approach, I feel like that's a little bit outdated, honestly.
Obviously, direct FC is not an option, right? We need to play heavy Feudal Age here. Scouts is an option, and then we said multiple times, right? A typical Scout, 45 HP. Suddenly, Franks jumps to 54, but Huns have the option to go for Bloodline 65 HP then, so have a solid lead over the Franks that can't upgrade.
Yeah, Frank's slightly better economy, but Hun's, the military production kind of gets out of control, and the fact you don't need to build houses kind of keeps that momentum rolling throughout the entire game, right? So Huns are a classic pick. It's not so popular anymore as it once was, and that's probably just because we have so many civilizations available to players now, but still a distinct threat. Like if Huns get themselves in the right position in a game with multiple military productions and open economy behind, they can be one of the most dangerous civs in Age of Empires.
Wild statement, Dave. Huns and Franks are the two civs that have the smoothest economy.
I would agree with Franks. I'd say probably Huns as well, yeah, especially on like a hybrid style map where you can add in the fishing ships as well. Huns feel really nice. Land maps, of course, feel great. They don't have to spend wood on houses, don't have to spend time building them as well.
So idle CC time should be pretty low, house time should be pretty low. Goes for the stable here, no surprise on the other side. We are still waiting because we played Pop 19, still absolutely competitive timing here. And in addition to those scouts, we obviously mix in some spearmen. Let's take a look. Let's confirm the stable here any second. Hera a tiny bit late, but no biggie.
Yeah, he doesn't have the wood anyway, so the build is a little bit off for Hera. He's trying to get that extra wood to maybe drop down the stable. Stable from our Franks player. Wow, what a surprise, and a stable from our Huns player as well. Leary's going to scout that and just confirm. Sometimes Spearman Archer is the play, the opening for Huns, and Huns have a lot of different options they can go with, but I think on a map like Graveyard, Scouts is just the better choice.
Let me take a quick look at Hera's base here, because I'm a bit surprised why we are so low on wood. Yeah, we already are quick walling. Obviously, that was a bit later, but the distance to those two lumber camps was actually a bit longer than we typically see, and that's why we were a bit short there. Obviously, if it's like 3-4 tiles closer, we already would have like 30-40 more wood.
Well, that's what happens on Graveyards, right? And we look at the two back woods from Hera. They're quite a far ways away from his TC, but the same story can be told for Leary's map. It's even worse, yeah. So equally kind of bad maps for both players, honestly.
Hera scouted around the town center of Leary and still didn't see the lumber camp.
True. He hasn't found it because it's so far back there. Look, it's an O.
And he goes, oh, where's your lumber camp? Because he couldn't find it yet. And, well, still some villagers here on the Berry Scouts are trying to protect really low spearmen. Quite ambitious going in there again.
Yeah, Spearman trying to get an extra hit before he inevitably dies, and Hera is chasing after that with a Spearman of his own. Leary doesn't want to engage there, and Hera kind of wants the Spearman over to engage with the Scouts. Leary's going to take advantage of the fact that his Spear was pulling those away, and he's going to get a little bit of chip damage and a Scout kill. That's a nice engagement there for Leary. Spearman was going to die anyway. Took the opportunity to take out a Scout from Hera.
And because Hera already waltzes to woodlines, the only spot where he's actually vulnerable is those berry spot. That's why he thinks 2 spearmen, enough to protect me. I can counterattack. Ballsy decision, but great read.
Yep. And now Leary is running around with those Scouts. Both of these players, I think, top 2, top 3 in being an absolute nerd and being annoying with small numbers of Scouts in your economy.
It's coming in here. 3 Scouts, 1 with low HP. Repositions.
Gonna get a villager.
Low HP 1 goes down. Nice find.
Yeah, great Hera snipe there on the villager. Leary chasing away with a skirmisher. Hera putting up all 4 Scouts, and now he's coming back to the gold. He's trying to get another one. He dips, ducks, and dives away from that skirmisher. Now he's finding an exposed archer, and Leary is like, hey man, I need to save my archer mass. Hera loses 1 Scout, but more than worth it there for the idle time, the villager, and the archer that he sniped. Meanwhile, at Hera's base, only losing a spearman, so not too bad.
Those Leary are exposed. What are they doing there?
It's Leary's style, right? He wants to take advantage of the deer, but Hera's going to find all 3 of these. Hera is going to be very surprised. He can get downhill hits on these 2. These have food in their arms, Nilly. 98 food in these villagers' arms right now, and it looks like Hera's going to kill all 3.
Headshake out of Leary. He knows that was a major mistake that I'm not really used to making. That was a big pick of Hera. He's in a good spot to maybe force a game 9 here.
Hera has 4 villager kills, and we look at Leary's Scouts, and Leary's Scouts are busy chasing 1 Scout from Hera, 1 weak Scout that he's going to save. Hera's playing insane right now. We've seen Leary go out for those extra deer Ibex so many times. He rarely gets punished. That time, maybe a little bit too ambitious in the middle of the map.
Ooh, those 2 spearmen still the defense, but we can maybe go for some more archers here. Let's take a look now. Quick waltz.
Hera's looking for that weak villager from before. 100% looking for that weak villager from before. He's going to find spearman though, and he needs to back up. I think the key here for Hera is don't stop producing. Just because you're ahead on villagers, do not get greedy and stop producing and try and go up to Castle Age. Keep your military coming out. Just expand on the lead that you have already given yourself.
Villagers have to run away from the berries here. The two spearmen actually trying to bait the army a bit out. 2 skirmishes only, so the damage output isn't that crazy. Scouts need to get home here. Hera tries to avoid those hits.
I think Leary misclicked the farm there a little bit. He was trying to click the villager, trying to get us around. He wouldn't have got the villager anyway, but now his skirmishers, his spearmen are in on this wood line. Hera is still roaming about with his scouts forward, so Hera's looking for more damage. He needs to be careful of that army right there and actually tanks a few hits from it, but he's being very active and he's forcing Leary to look at 2 different areas at once.
It feels a bit like the fish and fish repeat, right? Where we saw, okay, lots of villagers are going down, but the other player has a massive army advantage here and can maybe utilize that one. At least we are idling some farmers here. Woodline was under a bit of threat. Leary putting on quite
Hera
some
needs
pressure.
another stable if he's going to continue scout production like this. Another stable or maybe like an archery range or something. Like he had 3 scouts in the queue at one point. He's getting forging now. Interesting. And he's bringing his other scouts back, Nilly.
I want to see bloodlines there. Spearmen are getting some okayish hits. Goes for the front woodline, goes for the front tower.
I think Hera can clear this up. I think Hera can clear this army number up, and then those numbers are going to get a lot more even. Leary is sending more army forward, but there's a tower on the woodline. It's a great tower from Hera. He's going for an archery range, and this tower is going to push these archers away, keep these villagers safe, and Leary is split. Hera has his army all in one space. Hera can choose to dive on any of this. Leary needs to meet his armies up and fight as one force.
It's pretty tricky, though. Those scouts obviously chasing them down. Bloodline's still not an option. We don't really have the gold. And now the engagement.
Yeah, takes the spearman out right away. Now he's going to start working on these scouts. Frank's scouts will have more HP at the moment because no bloodlines is in. But look at that clear up there for Hera. He's even trying to block the tailing scout there from Leary to get extra hits. And now he can dive on the secondary army from Leary because Leary wasn't keeping his army together. And Hera was continuing with the scout production, now adding in some skirmishers behind this.
Archers without fletching, though. Those villagers will actually survive some seconds still here. Only 52 gold for Hera. Now send some villagers over, ideally aiming for 100 to go for bloodlines. Squeezes and fletching before that.
In addition to the 4 villagers he lost, Leary also with 1 minute extra of idle TC time. So that's a couple extra villagers there from Leary that Hera has an advantage with. He's got 6 villager advantage currently, and he's looking to clear up this army. Scouts are pretty dangerous here for Hera. He's got 8 of them, and only 2 of them are low HP. Leary needs to keep retreating, and the skirmishers, no doubt, are targeting the spearmen from Leary. So Hera is looking to dive on this at any second.
More scouts coming from the top now. Tries to take the fight from the hill. Skirm's a bit out of position. Leary is trying to go for it. Scouts taking the fight. Oh, it's so tricky to engage this.
Yeah, I mean, look at these players. They're going in, they're going back, they're going in, they're going back. Now both of them dive. They feel like they've got themselves a good position to take a fight, but it is Hera who is clearing up the scouts, and Hera with the better economy at the moment. As he continues to kill here, he's going to take out all of the scouts from Leary, all of the archers from Leary. That is a big clear up for Hera, and now that's going to go back across the map towards Leary. Leary has another force coming in, but Hera notices right away, and he's got the reinforcements coming out of his production buildings to potentially deal with this, although he does lose a villager.
And some spearmen there. Look at that, 4 spearmen. It makes it tricky to fight against that. Hera already stopped production there on his skirmishers. Can't obviously go for archers. And scouts only without bloodlines. Not the super long-term options.
He does have 5 on gold, though. He's continuing skirmisher production, so maybe thinking about bloodlines coming in soon. It's weird to get the armor and forging without getting that. But I love the way that Hera has played this and continuing to invest into feudal military, right? He's playing wide open, as Huns probably should. He's just defending himself with military, even fighting with some villagers now to keep the scouts at bay. And the villager count is still in his favor by 4. Military count now swinging a little bit into Hera's favor as he's going to clear up these archers and the scouts. And eventually he will be in a position for a counterattack. Looking at Leary's economy, not really close to clicking up to Castle Age.
Oh yeah, floating so much gold with what I believe is only 1 archer range there. Now he adds a second one. Even
look at the wood line.
That's ugly. Needs to expand a bit further to the top. That's really inefficient. Gold is not pretty either, and
just feels like Hera's counterattack cannot do quite some damage.
Thank you, Vodka. I was just about to ask, 30 farms for Hera. Absolutely insane.
That early in the game, compare that to the 18 that we have here for Leary. He's grouping up. He knows, okay, the next attack will be coming. I cannot take my foot off the gas. Hera is coming, and he's waiting for Bloodlines. 20 seconds to go.
Yep, Bloodlines is now coming in. Archers, scouts, not a lot of spearmen there, and that's because of the skirmishers from Hera, and those are going to deny much value from the spearmen, as we see that spearman already taking damage. Bloodlines is in. Hera's thinking about just boldly pushing this with the skirmishers behind. Leary, with a good position, though, is going to chase him away just a little bit, but Hera's not done yet. He comes in on the gold. If he manages to clear up all this army, those villagers are exposed. Can Hera do it? Can Hera clear all the scouts, clear all the archers, and then start working away on the villagers? Scouts are pretty weak.
Oh, snipes those the trapped archer there for sure, and those archers indeed are dying. Skirmishers are taking it. We are seeing a game 9.
Game 9 here. Hera, what an impressive performance with the Huns against the Franks. You said it, like at some point it looked like Leary just had an overwhelming military advantage. I think it was like 21-10. But the problem with that is 11 of those were on one side and 10 of those were on the other side. And Hera had the mobility in the scouts. Leary was kind of slow. Also, you said Leary didn't get fletching for a while there, so he couldn't really utilize his army to its full extent.
Yeah, also no upgrades, right? If you play against the full scouts and go for spearmen, not trying to match them with scout numbers, you need armor on those spearmen, but the blacksmith was so late. Then the side attack at the right side, for example, not really doing the best job of killing those skirmishers, attacking villagers, attacking farmers there. And it felt like Hera built like 6 skirmishers this game.
Yep.
That was enough to snipe so many spearmen, scare the archers away, and then scout with scout in the end. More HP for the Huns player.
I like the way he played that. It was classic, right? It was classic Huns, just wide open, not a wall in sight. Farms, 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 more production buildings, more military. And honestly, great effort from Hera to come forward with those initial scouts, to split them all around, to get the snipes, especially like on the archer, on the villagers, on the gold, on the villagers, on the deer. We should talk about those deer, actually. Leary, like, coming out there, as he often does, right? He supplements his builds with 3 villagers going out to deer, going out to ibex. He started doing it with Empire Wars, does it in standard RM now. That's really overly aggressive to come out to the middle. Probably sent them when the army from Hera was at his gold, and then he forgot about them.
Yeah, maybe they were already on their second trip, right? It absolutely makes sense if they're a bit further back. Or against most players, this works because no one else has the balls to say, wow, you have 9 military trying to attack me and trying to find damage.
Yep.
I will send my scouts to kill you.
Yep. Really big. And the fact they also had 100 food in their arms when they went down. Like, if Leary converts that into upgrade... Fletching! That's fletching right there.
Yeah. Or maybe another scout that can fight off then. Those 3 are going back, and they can easily, like... They would have generated, like, at least, like, 400 food until the end of the game.
Yeah.
Next map. Leary's choice. The last game of the Grand Melee. Options. Atacama, Northern Alt, Land Madness. I would love to see Northern Alts for Leary, simply because he has Italians against what we think is a weaker civ out of Hera.
Yeah.
I think we won't see it, though.
Do we want... Yeah, if you're Leary, you're going into a stressful game 9, you want to play to your strengths, right? And you're not just playing to your civ draft, you're playing to what you feel comfortable with. Leary is an open map player. Atacama has not been played. Leary is so crazy on that map. I feel like it has to be Atacama. But what civ? Are we going for Incans? Are we going for... Oh, probably be Incas.
We just got the confirmation. Leary will play to his civ strengths.
Yeah.
He will go for Northern Isles.
Wow.
And we are so sure that it will be Italians. Now, what can the mastermind of Hera come up with? Is it Berbers? Faster moving ships? He is one of the micro nerds if it comes to like 2 galleys, 4 galleys, 6 galleys, trying to move them around, trying to snipe those fire galleys away. Berber, faster moving ships, can be brilliant for that. Koreans, we already said it. Cheaper ships, can go for turtles, can go for towers.
Yep. Lithuanians, is there a potential for Lithuanians? The bonus isn't that big with the 9 villagers start.
Yeah, 150 extra food. You can go for some more fishing ships a bit earlier, transition a bit more into wood. I don't really see the value too much. Humans, not a single advantage that you can really work with. Hera has to decide Koreans, or do I feel like Berbers?
Koreans and Italians. Wow. Koreans and Italians, we've gotten the confirmation. Our final game of the Grand Melee Grand I mean, grand finals. Game number 9 is going to be on Northern Isles, Koreans versus Italians. Hera versus Leary. Not the map I would pick for these two. Not the civs I would probably pick for these two. But here we are. We've been through everything else, like the insane games in this grand final. What a grand final it's been, honestly.
And it's like also like we are saying it, right? They have always delivered. They've always pushed to distance. And we have said like, if this goes to best of 15, it would still go 7-7. And they are here and it's all decided. Who wins $40,000 in this one on Northern Isles?
And it's Northern Isles. And the thing I notice immediately is that Leary has potentially transported over and now he's bringing it back once again. He transported over his scout. He took a look and now he's bringing back the sheep. He's laming with the transport ship.
What? Just found 2 sheep there. Hera, by the way, going for the back dog, so wants to play it a bit more defensively. Leary at the same time front dog, as it seems like. So fire galley opening most likely out of Leary. Hera, we expect to see galleys.
Yeah, Hera's play with Koreans going galleys, amazing. We saw it in Warlords on Migration. So good. He won the water. All the games he played with them. Unfortunately, couldn't pull it out because he landed too late. But what I was about to say is that Hera's base and Leary's base are actually quite close as far as Northern Isles is considered, right? They're both going to kind of dock on this side, and that's the reason why Leary is finding them so quickly and finding those sheep as well, able to transport those back across. Hera going the long way, and it's going to take him a while to find the dock from Leary. He will eventually find it, though. There's nothing else to do but scout with this transport ship in Dark Age.
And as we can see, kind of in the top of the island, the 3 gold spots, all the resources. We have the docks there as well. That will be the most important area that we are fighting for in the first like 25, 30 minutes. On the other side, we also can see that it might get a bit tricky at the bottom. That's where the main wood lines are. So that feels like the important area at around minute 40.
Yep, both players now pausing, just taking a moment, resetting. I don't know if there's an issue or something, or if it's just nerves at this point. Wanted a drink of water, just kind of chill.
A bit surprised, 17 against 16 villagers. We already saw Loom out of Hera. Seems like something an admin decision. Both players are just ready for more instructions. And this is where you already feel the pressure, and now nothing you can do, and you still have to stay composed. This is like one of the toughest situations for a pro player.
I'm sitting here like counting golds, counting stones. Looks fine to me. Looks like each player has a deer patch.
Maybe the admin jumped in late into the game and said like, here, this guy, he had 2 sheep less on his island.
Yep.
And yeah, it seems to be a bugged map here. We will all reset that. Maybe the admin can confirm what happened here.
Could even be like things like straggler trees, which can make a massive difference.
Maybe 2 of the sheep that we saw early on there from Leary were at the wrong spot. And therefore they were like kind of on the other island, constantly spawning there.
Yeah.
But he got them, so that can't really be a thing, right? Because then we still have 8v8.
I don't know what happened. We'll have to get clarification on that. I know they are restarting here. We want the most fair map possible. That would be the worst thing for a game number 9, is for one player to have an unfair generation. So they're going to get into the game once again. Can't really be a surprise that Hera went for Koreans here. Like, Leary would be looking at the Civ draft and kind of knowing what was happening. Unfortunately for Leary, those pigs unlikely to be stolen again, but the map might have not been in his favor. We don't quite know.
And that's what we talked about very early on, right? How many civs Leary drafted for water maps, for the mixed maps as well, for Frigid Lake. Although Hera got the W there on the mixed map, Portuguese, I think, was the snipe early on, right? That's basically the option that Hera could have gone for here, taken away.
Yep. Portuguese, very, very good on these maps. We've seen them wear out the Italians so many times, right? Especially Team Islands being a key example of that. You hosted a tournament where that was the case. Or no, was it Koreans against Portuguese?
It was against Malay, actually, the game you're referring to.
Yes.
But yeah, I also played in some games, right? There was the Nations Cup where we had like a 3-hour game and 4 Vitorias kind of generating the resources there. Germany against Argentina. Lots of discussions about resource distribution there back in the days, but now maps got so much better, right? That everyone has the same amount of trees, same amount of gold, the random factor so much reduced. We still have the feeling like that the map generation is
like we need to scout, we need to make our decisions.
Yep.
But games aren't really decided by maps anymore.
Yeah, not so much. I mean, you saw it when Fish and Fish happened, and Ellie asked Leary about the woodlines. What did you think about your woodlines? It's like, what? Oh, you didn't notice that giant desert at the back of your base, right? But like, he had one, and that was enough for him, right? And it's not as bad as it used to be. We just want to make sure it's fair completely for everyone. The players are getting into the game shortly, we've been told. I don't know if there was another restart there or if they just need to take some time. But you're with us here, game number 9. Thank you for joining us. Everyone in the audience, thank you for joining us. Thank you for showing appreciation to the players. DreamHack, thank you for having us. Obviously, the Order of the Sheep has put on an amazing tournament. Like, the production value has been insane.
Yeah.
The amount of time that they had for the product that has been placed here is crazy.
Obviously, it really pushed that one through, and well, it's like you see the man hours that are being put in there. By the way, we just got the confirmation. One of the players had only one boar, while the other one had 2.
Okay,
boars
so
spawning.
yeah.
And obviously, that's
Can't play
not
that.
something that we can really play with. So just a restart, and both players can maybe think a bit more about this matchup. They obviously now saw the one player, Italians, played the front dog. The Korean player played the back dog.
No surprises there, though.
No surprise.
Yeah.
Do you try to mind game now?
I don't think so. I think you stick to your game plan, because the game plan you've developed initially is probably the best one statistically. Right? Like, most of the time, you're in a game 9. It's not time to mess around, Nilly. It's time to just like beat your opponent by being better. And I think you beat your opponent by being better by sticking to the game plan that statistically is likely to prevail most of the time.
Absolutely love that. We've seen Koreans on Northern Isles before. Winchester won versus Nikov Dravidians in the round of 12 of the qualification. Winchester, obviously an absolute master on so many different civilizations.
Shout out to Winchester as well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, couldn't be here. Shout out to Mr. Yo. I know we haven't done that so often during this weekend, but they deserve to be here. Unfortunately, couldn't. We had replacement qualifiers, of course. But they've been helping players train as well, so great job from them.
Absolutely. Maybe in the future we will get that as well. And well, right now we see Leary most likely going for the front dog here. And this time the spawn of the island, they're kind of a bit more in the center.
Yeah. It's definitely more standard to how you normally see Northern Isles play out. It was kind of weird because Hera was on the one side, Leary was kind of on the same side.
That's probably why the boar didn't spawn, right? Because then your generation of the island blocks generation of the other island, and it all gets a bit funky.
And you see Hera going to the side here, and I think playing galleys, you have to kind of dock on the side. Back dock with galleys is tough because there's 2 directions to go. Hard to defend your fish, and also hard to get to your opponent with that timing. If you kind of build your docks along the side, though, you can have choke points to fight with your galleys, which is really nice when fires are pushing you. And you can kind of control the direction in which your opponent is coming in towards your docks, plus you're not too far away from them.
Typical rule of thumb, the lower the number, the better it is for the fire galley. The higher the number, the better it is for the galleys there, simply because of their better range, of their micro potential, and obviously lots of fire galleys. Well, they are pretty vulnerable to demos, but also remember, Koreans not having access to demos.
The only Civ in the game that doesn't get demos. Unfortunately. I love the Civ, but it makes me hate them sometimes.
Yeah, especially because you're the one going for some demo highlights there for sure. And now the scout around tries to find something. Actually, that is prepared. He knows this guy likes to backdock. I send my scout to the back, and I will find you a villager.
Yeah, he doesn't unload the scout. The ship is technically faster here. He's not going to let Hera know. And Hera goes for a house over here. Hera is banking on this house. This is part of the build, right? You put a house here because you're producing from the TC and from the dock. And now the house is going to be delayed. The scout gets back in. It gets 1 hit against the villager. Hops immediately back into the transport ship. And that has to be the best pirate I've ever seen.
Absolute crazy move there. Nice.
And look, Hera's kind of tracking this here. He's trying to anyway.
Wanted to push deer, but that got denied for now. Now both players maybe considering going to feudal age pretty soon. Obviously now the transition onto more and more villagers onto wood, fire galley production is what we expect of Leary. Or is there an option, knowing that the distance is so long now, that Leary actually
I think
also
Leary
goes
goes
for
galleys. I think Leary goes galleys here, right? We'll know if once he adds docks But I think Leary isn't afraid to play away from the fire galleys, especially against a player like Hera, who has a back dock that's making galleys. Like, fire galleys at that point
no.
are always going for a forward dock.
That's the forward dock. Short distance means short numbers in units, and that means fire galleys are better than galleys. And Leary, he might be surprising Hera a bit. If Hera is really greedy here and continues to push deer, he won't scout this.
But Leary kind of warned Hera that the scout was a threat earlier, and Hera's got his scout patrolling in this area still.
Ah, it's pretty close here.
Because he doesn't want Leary's scout coming back and sniping his Vil.
But that's
so
out of range. Transporter.
He sees him, and he sees the villager.
Oh, nice move. Nice move by Hera. Great positioning.
Great stuff there from Hera. He knew, Leary reminded him early that the scout was a threat against the dock villager by hitting it. Hera kept the scout there. He had nothing else to do with this unit. And he finds the villager from Leary. He didn't find the dock foundation, though, so Leary could technically be going for like an archery range or something here. Hera doesn't have confirmation on that yet.
Hera should now go for fire galleys. He knows that the short distance is absolutely an option. Needs to pull 2 more villagers onto gold. Okay, and indeed he is the clever boy. Goes for the fire galleys. I think Leary actually could have maybe been better advised to build a more defensive dock at home and just play galleys from home. Because now, that would have been like the mind game 2000.
Well, I mean, Leary's forward dock is going to kind of protect his fish for the time being because Hera's going to be busy with this. So I guess it is accomplishing something, if not as much as you might have wanted before. And he even goes for a second dock here, Nilly. He's getting pretty aggressive on this side.
And he's producing from home as well. Now the front dock by Hera, that's going to be for fire galleys to snipe the fish out of Leary, who's playing really aggressively, but instantly scouted by Leary because he wins the scout war. Great scouting.
Yeah, both players know exactly what the other is up to. Leary managing to just squeak his way through that scout war, and now he's going to try and block the transport ship that's trying to block the fire, that's now trying to block the fires from blocking the transport ship as he runs away from this engagement. 2 forward docks, though, so Hera has to respect that.
Oh, but didn't go back far enough. The repair is not really coming in. Low HP already, and that would be a win for Hera. Oh, that's a bit of miss-micro by Leary. Oh, transporter, low HP already. Hera with a nice defense so far.
He has the villager there, though, and he's going to start to repair. And Leary has already queued up a demo. Hera does not have access to demos, and that might play in big here with 2 forward docks from Leary. Also, I want to see if Leary is sending a fire galley to the forward dock from Hera. He is. He wants to keep tabs on this situation. He doesn't want Hera sneaking up on his fishing ships. And where is the demo? Where is the demo? Which dock is the demo queued in here from Leary? It's queued in the front one. Hera's got to be so careful.
Yeah, and Hera doesn't really have the option, right? The short distance. And that's why we said Italians one of the best civilizations. They simply have all the options. Koreans, limited.
Demo is coming out now from Leary. Hera's just abandoning. He's got to set up his fish behind. He wants to get maximum vision on these ships as they come out. He's got more fire galleys in the queue. Fishing ships now running through the fires, but a big demo incoming here from Leary. And Hera manages to split away from this, still gets value from that demo raft. Leary does, but not maximum value that we would have thought, and his second demo goes right into the dock.
Yeah, a bit of a misplay there, but did some great moves here in the center with the fire galleys. This is just such a great push, and now Demo even tries to chase this one. This is brilliant by Leary. The front dock against Koreans just makes so much sense. You have the demos, they don't.
Yeah, and you have access to that transport ship so early on Northern Isles, so it's a really, really smart play there from Leary. Hera's actually looping his fish back around to that front dock. Because even though he's being contested there, it's a lot more safe than these back 2 docks over here. And also looping the other 2 fire galleys around to help keep his fish safe.
Yeah, and now Leary should technically switch fire galleys from the left-hand side dock, and the one from the center should be the one going for the demos. But for now, only fire galleys in the queue for going here. And villager-wise, slightest of advantages there for Leary, but not the most important thing. It is who wins the water battle. Most likely gets a big advantage in this game.
Hera repairing this fire, but he's attacking 2 different fires on that side, and Leary is going to win this engagement. Hera is still waiting for those 3 fires from the back to loop all the way around from the right side, and he's running with his fishing ships once again. Leary with 10 ships on the water, 2 in the queue, and a demo RAF on the way, but Hera is here. Hera is here with the fires. Hera is now soaking some of that fire damage with his fishing ships.
Nice. Really
He's got
good
one
move
coming
there.
from behind, so great stuff there from Hera.
Could be some blocking here. Goes for the high HP one for now. Maybe tries to chase it down a bit more. Leary even fights a bit back. Well, has to pay the price.
Hera is also all over Leary's docks, the forward 2 docks there, and Hera taking some good trades once again. The KD is 4-7, but so far, I mean, Hera has still managed to have a decent amount of Navy contesting the water control. That fire will go down, another fire will follow it, but Demos now being a threat once again from Leary, and really, really standing out that the Koreans can't get demo rafts here. That would have changed the game already for Hera.
Yeah, and also 2 fishing ships against 4 fishing ships at all time. Make that 1 fishing ship for now. More fire galley control in the center. This is looking really good for Leary. He's pushing in, and he is winning the center water for now.
Hera's going to take out 1 fire galley. He's going to try and work away on the other. Also still trying to cancel out this production from the forward 2 docks, but Leary is so on top of it right now. And we look at the resources. Leary is in the advantage for resources in the bank, and it looks like he's about to think about clicking up soon.
Oh, 2 archers though.
And
great comeback mechanic.
Remember, the archers get armor for free, so those are even more deadly than normal archers, right? Especially against villagers. Really, really good.
I can't really fight back. The villagers actually going for some repair, at least tried to, but fish or ship went away there. And Leary, he is upping pretty soon.
This is, if Hera gets fletching, this is quite a dangerous army here, Nilly.
How many archers? 3 archers?
3 archers in the transport ship.
Looks like it. And we up with blacksmith and market.
Yeah.
Not even barracks here to maybe make something happen.
He needs fletching. I don't know if Hera has a blacksmith yet. He needs fletching. I think he's making one right now at the back of his base.
There's 1 building, unlikely to be the market. Blacksmith now finished.
Immediately. Come on.
Give it to us. Give us fletching. That could be your way to get yourself back into this game. Both woodlines close to each other. Leary might be distracted on water.
Yeah, and Hera gets right in there close to the villagers. I would have loved to see fletching there. Armor on the archers, and that actually matters here. As the villagers try to engage, Leary's going to be like, why are these things so hard to kill? Fletching is 8 seconds away, and look at the position that Hera is drawing these villagers into. This is such value, not only in terms of idle time, but he can turn around on these once he gets fletching and kill most of them. A second villager going down. Leary is on the way to Castle Age, but look at the resources from Hera. He's about to click up himself.
Nice kills here, and all of a sudden, Hera is ahead in worker count, and that's including fishing ships. Great find here by Hera.
Yeah, really, really great timing on the landing. He knew the water wasn't working out. He's going to kill another villager here. Insane. Actually insane landing here from Hera.
Oink. Nice.
Great stuff. Great stuff, pulling himself back into the game. Leary forced to wall. Leary with no production buildings other than the barracks right now on his home island. He still has that villager forward though, and he's getting the cavalry armor right now. So maybe knights, potential of knights coming out on Hera's island, could be a risk of that.
Goes for some fire galley here. Lots of low HP galleys, and the micro not really there for Leary. Isn't really spotting that. That's a nice comeback here.
Is Hera diving under the TC from Leary? I think he's diving under the TC with the archers. There's no villagers there. What a play from Hera. And he's going to get into the wood line.
3 archers, +1/+1. He can micro this one away. How brilliantly is this guy playing? We were saying Italians have all the advantages here, but those 3 archers, they're fighting so much damage.
Yeah, they are.
Already.
Even forcing a scout out from Leary. I mean, Leary has the +1 defense on his scout. I wonder if Hera decides to kill that thing, or if he decides to go after the villagers. He's going to try and kill it, get maximum value from these archers. Great micro from Hera. Does he even lose an archer here? Yes, he loses 1, but he's still got 2 alive. And how annoying is this to play against if you're Leary?
50 seconds, he gets another armor upgrade, and he finds more kills. Look at that. Now finally Knight is coming out and will finally put an end to this nightmare.
That's absolutely insane. The value that he got from just 3 archers, he's going to kill again. Oh, the villager survives. What is this, Ring of Reeds?
Oh, great save there for sure. Fire galleys are now being pushed away by the fire ships. trying to run away. Obviously, production better after you got the War Galley upgrade as well. Some more demos coming in. Hera booming behind this. This game is far from over.
And the War Galley upgrade coming in. Look at the eco count right now. 44 villagers from Hera, 39 from Leary, 6 in the queue from Hera. So it's not just that 300 food. He's done such a good job with his food count. He's got more than enough to produce from double TCs. He still has a presence on water with 8 fire galleys, 7 fire ships only for Leary. And now he's even going for a 3rd TC and adding a monastery. Hera, just a Herculean task of pulling himself back into this game, but he's done it. Leary's still in a competitive position, though. He's going for Knights, and Knights could be a concern for Hera on his home island.
Oh, and look at that. 11 villagers in the queue now because he had so much food. And yeah, Knights could be a problem, but we already are having a monastery.
TCs and a monastery, yeah. Brilliant play from Hera, honestly.
Oh, look at that. Even the house is here to prevent the raids from coming in. The thinking ahead of this guy, impressive.
It feels like Hera just kind of, he lost momentum early on in the game, and then he just got in his zone, right? He's like, what can I do to bring myself back? He's done it all. He's got the monk there. Leary's got to be thinking, God, like, what answers doesn't this guy have as he makes a house there and is forced to run under the TC. The knight gets converted, so the landing basically has no effect on Hera, and Hera is still pushing back on water. Leary has access to demos. Hera does not.
Demo goes in
big demo, huge demo from Leary there, and all of the fire ships from Hera just completely gone. Hera has the option to go into turtle ships, but Leary has such a presence on water. It's tough, right? And they're very expensive.
You need to go at the back, kind of in the center. One is not really a thing. I think archer landing makes lots of sense, right? Forcing the opponent into more knights again. You can just be annoying. You already have double armor. Maybe even finding the kill here. That's only one knight, though.
I thought it was going to be a big army or villagers or something. Just one knight. Leary will save that. And Leary goes for a monastery of his own. Now,
that
obviously,
also means no more landings, right?
Yeah.
Hera feels safe. Can collect relics now.
Yeah, Leary is going to have to invest more wood to get another transport ship. Maybe another big demo coming in here for Leary. Hera splits up, but still value from that. And Hera, if he wants to send his transport ship over, he's going to have to do it now because the fires are getting close. Where is that transport? Maybe if we find the archers, we can find the transport. I think it's, ooh, looping around to the side. TC up from Leary, actually 3 TC, just like his opponent. So maybe it has potential to defend here, but Hera, we know how annoying he could be with those archers.
The TC was so much earlier, right? He's a solid 17 villages ahead here already. Massive eco out of Hera. That was so weird, right? He reached Castle Age with like 800 food or something. It was just crazy how he could queue up so much, and that's why his economy is so good. Those archers, well,
Leary saw them. Leary did see them, so a bit sloppy maybe from Hera to reveal that landing to Leary, and Leary's going to be taking steps to combat that. He already has a monastery. He's actually sending the monk out for the relics, so maybe he didn't realize. Maybe the fire saw them, but Leary didn't notice that the archers were there, and the monk is going to die.
Nice snipe. The 100 gold gun. And obviously, maybe some threat into the head of Leary here. Market now in the back, tries to balance his economy, has a lot of gold in the bank.
Leary's still contesting water here, still going for more demos. Hera still queuing up ships. How much has that reduced wood cost benefited him throughout this game? Like, it's kind of insane, actually.
Multiple hundred wood saved already there. Obviously, you save it for every single ship, and those ships are so expensive. Typically 90 wood, and your discount just really kicking in.
No crossbow.
75.
No crossbow yet. He does have the +2 armor, but there are 3 knights here from Leary with the +1 armor of their own. So it's going to be tough for Leary or Hera to micro his way out of this one. I don't even think he's going to kill a knight. He's just going to try and take out another villager. Second landing, less successful, I think we can admit, than the first one. But still, he's making Leary pay attention to multiple spots and still contesting water.
Over 20 villager lead. Now tries to catch up with eco upgrades.
Almost has enough stone for a castle, too.
Ooh. But where do you build the castle?
I think Hera would build it in the center.
I think the center makes a lot of sense, simply because that allows you to go for galleons, because then the opponent can't really jump on you.
Yep. And Hera is making forward docks there. Now, Hera either builds it in the center or he builds it next to his docks on the shoreline.
In the center, you mean directly in the island? Ooh, that's a ballsy one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But that gives him the chance to go for really good docks on his main island.
Also gives him a lot of more access to stone, right? So he can go for another castle
Or maybe only one castle and then towers to follow this one up.
Towers could work a lot, yep. Especially with that extra range once you get into Imperial Age. Demo's looking for value from Leary. Hera, some excellent splits throughout this game. Leary has found some big demos, but Hera has also prevented a couple big ones. As we see Hera, look at the resources, Nilly! How did he bring himself to this position where he's got a castle in the middle, he's got a 15 villager lead, and he's gonna be the first player to click up to Imperial Age. And Leary is playing as Italians. Like, this is, and he's still, like, contesting water. This is insane.
It's another game where I said this should not be the thing. He made it already happen with Villese there on Fish and Fish, where I felt like one of the greatest comebacks we have seen in a very, very long time. And this one, Hera puts himself in such a good spot after being down so far.
Look at the Navy.
11 minutes in.
Look at the Navy numbers. He's got more fires than our Italians player here. And Leary, who's been contesting the water the entire game.
This is the moment, though, where Hera should switch into Galleons. In Imperial Age, especially if we have the castle up there, the big number play is simply Galleons. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we soon see a tech tree pause and Hera checks if he has fast fires.
Well, I'm glad he's checking too, because I was racking my brain about that one as well.
That one now coming in. Oh, that's a good one.
All right, so we have 682 stone in the bank here from Hera. He's potential for another castle, going for a TC in the middle. I think the other castle maybe goes in the north of his own island, as long as Leary doesn't have anything there, just to cut off another choke point. You already have control over the middle. Maybe another avenue that Leary can't push in through. And there we go.
Kind of denies the left-hand side quite nicely. Blocks some...
I'd love to see it up against the shoreline, but I guess...
and it's easy to trap for Leary, right?
Yeah, true.
This one is more land control. The other one would be more water control that you wanted to see. But I can see like how he wants to play the super long game.
You can also get the water control. I guess if you go for this castle, you can get the water control with towers along the edge there too, if you really need it.
I would like to see way more towers here out of Hera, but easier said than done. But you also mentioned in the center, the 5th relic hidden there, and stone and gold. So, first tower coming.
There we go. Beautiful stuff here from Hera, as fletching is just now coming in, careening coming in as well for Leary. Hera has not made the transition into war galleys.
Wow. I think that's a questionable choice, especially because Leary, he will be so fast then to getting onto shipwright as well. We'll get the production out.
Look at this pincer move from 3 directions.
Oh, but not really attacking. Okay, now he is. Hera, nice moves here, and he will get lots and lots of control.
Can check for the docks from Leary. I think he's already found the docks on the southern end of Leary's island. Leary has a bunch of villagers down there, and he's going to start making docks in the center, but Hera already has a castle up there. He's already got a guard tower up there. It's going to be incredibly difficult for Leary to mass any sort of ships with Hera firing them down, and fast fire on the way. So our tech tree question was answered. I'd love to see ballistics. I would love to see Bodkin and Bracer coming in, and then eventually Yupseong as well.
Ooh, second castle here. Not 100% sure if that's so needed, especially because like tower is way cheaper. You control a bit more area, and ships really don't want to sit under it.
That war wagon is going to be incredibly annoying if Hera sends that over.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's all 3 archer armor upgrades plus a beefy unit in general.
Yeah, it's 150 hits for a villager basically to kill one.
The only concern is maybe it getting converted, but Leary only with 1 monk currently. The war wagon could be extremely annoying.
I would love to see a trap in the center here from Hera, trying to deny those docks. Leary, that's his main dock. It's actually pretty risky to redock that area. I'm a bit surprised that he didn't go for the back dock, and Hera sees everything. Where are the traps?
Leary going for ballistics now. He's going for fast fire of his own. We've got 6 docks set up here from Leary, but we've got a castle in the middle from Hera, and Hera is making the switch into war galleys. Bodkin Arrow is on the way. He's got how many war wagons inside of that transport? Just 1, 2 waiting. But he does have villagers on the way over. Guard towers first, please, and then castle, or castle first?
We'll start with an outpost here. He doesn't really have the vision. And now the counter castle to this one, forcing quite some reaction.
Okay, just move over to the side. Oh, and Leary deletes it.
Interesting. Oh man, this is so intense. Remember though, Italians, they don't get heavy demos. So not the perfect answer against the fast fires here for Hera.
Well, neither do Koreans, so I guess they're on equal footing here. As the war wagons come down, the knights are coming over, trying to clear up those villagers. Towers coming in from Hera. He's shifting over the War Galleys, so he might actually bring these back over towards his transport ship and then land them on a different area of Leary's island. Leary, tons of Navy here. Fast fire is being popped out. No demos available for Hera. Would have liked to see more towers in this area, like you mentioned before, to prevent exactly this, or trebs to work away at those docks.
There's one trap now, builds another castle there. The stone income of Hera is just absolutely crazy. Now those war wagons are going back. Villagers safe for now. More docks here. I love how Hera is playing this, so methodical.
And Leary is fighting. Like, Leary has been behind for quite a while now. Leary's just trying to take back control of the water. He's trying to keep himself safe on his own island. Feels like Hera could go for towers over here, uncontested, essentially, until Leary gets some trebs on the field. But Hera getting chemistry right now, can get the galleon upgrade soon, can get some trebs in the middle. There's one to work away on the docks, and definitely more towers will be in the cards.
That's a weird move here by Leary. Where is he trying to take the engagement? Okay, goes from the top. No castle really helping out, but this is clear army against
Still no
army.
bracers, still no galleon.
Oh yeah, this is a good fight for Leary.
Yep. I mean, Hera's war galleys aren't doing much damage at all to careening fast fires from behind there. The fast fires from Hera getting some value though, and the towers are going to get some value on the wood lines here as the wagons are there to support. Hera going for a second tower there in the north, but he's continuing to push through the water here, and Leary is losing his navy. Leary has 19 fast fires left, but Hera's already teching into war galleys to get those ranged units behind his fast fire meat shield, and now he's denying wood from Leary, and that is a problem.
Hera, a master of strong economies, but sadly working towards an overboom here. 146 villagers doesn't allow you to get into the massive fleets, and therefore in some scenario he might actually lose the water fight simply because he doesn't have the pop space.
And where's that treb from Hera? Why is it not working away on the docks in the center? The treb is just sitting there. Hera's forgotten completely about it. Maybe he's trying to transport it across. Still no galleon upgrade. As I say it, it comes in. Still no bracer upgrade for Hera. This tower is wreaking havoc, though. Leary will need to go for a treb to clear that up. That's an investment he doesn't want to make. And Leary, once again, ejecting the fast fires, and he's trying to go for some big engagements here against Hera, but there are two castles and now a tower ranging his ships, and heated shot is on the way from Hera. That damage output is going to be insane.
Absolutely crazy. Arrow slits already in. Heated shot adds more damage, and a crazy amount of more damage there against the galleons from the towers, and that means Leary can never fight in this area again.
Yeah, now Leary's got to be thinking, like, how on earth do I kick him out of this position? And that was kind of an open question. How on earth does he kick him out of this position, Nilly?
Doesn't really. I think we need to make something wild happen. We need to use the traps, trying to clear up that area, and we need to decimate the numbers of towers and castles here. Hera, we questioned his playstyle. We questioned if he could actually play this tower style, the lamey one, the methodical one, and he answers with yes, I can, because he's seeking to get the big W.
Hera was down 4-2 in this series. He needed to win 3 games in a row against peak Leary. Leary has been playing amazing today, right? And on maps that maybe isn't heavily favored over Leary, and it looks almost like Hera is about to do it. He's gonna win game number 9 here, and Hera is your Grand Melee champion against Leary. What an insane set, and what an insane comeback in that game 9. Northern Isles, incredible.
Against the best civilization style, with Koreans, with a rough opening without the demos, and Hera, who said, I doubted my skills going into this tournament, takes big win after big win and wins a crazy final.
Oh, it's been a while since we've seen Hera on top of an S-tier event, and he wins a huge prize pool. I mean, $40,000 for Hera, but at the moment, I'm sure he's just happy that he pulled himself back in that one. We see him entering the middle of the stage right next to that fantastic trophy. Round of applause for Hera here from our audience, and I know they appreciated that performance. Just an incredible set from the Canadian.
Oh, and you see how he relieved he is. He can't really believe it. And what a crazy performance. Like, the pressure around minute 9, 10. I think a lesser player would have absolutely crumbled there. It was so intense, not really having the demo option. But he sent his fishing ships around. The attack there through the center, the redock, brilliant move. Like, and then those 3 hero archers. I think if Hera lifts this trophy alone, it's not fair. The 3 archers should be
They need to join him.
Yeah,
exactly. They're gone, but not forgotten for sure, as Hera is just trying to unwind here after this amazing win for him. And we think about the games in that set, right? Ring of Reeds alone. is like just insanity. The Gold Rush game.
Oh God.
How much stress in that Gold Rush game, and then you're behind in game number 9. Incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, your Grand Melee champion, Hera. And he triumphs over Leary. Hera lifting that statue, and you would love to see it. He's waited so long for this moment. Never won a LAN event before. This is his very first, and what a stage to do it on. Holy cow, Nilly. Absolutely incredible.
So incredibly well deserved. It was his time. It felt like Bolero already was his time. One misstep there, one lost set, and here in a single elimination tournament where if you lose one set, you are out. He's the only one to not drop the singles.
He definitely deserves it too. Swept Tattoo in the semis. He gets into this final against Leary. Leary playing lights out. Hera behind by 3 games. He makes the comeback happen. The amount of stress that was probably on this guy, insane. And we have Ellie here approaching Hera for our winner's interview. Ellie, take it away.
Thanks, Steve. Hera, congratulations. That was absolutely insane. I'm feeling so excited for you. I can't even imagine the excitement going through your head. Talk to us, Northern Isles, those 3 archers. What was the plan behind that?
I actually forgot that Koreans didn't have demos, so I realized I had to do something. I realized I had to do something on land, so I thought of archers. Honestly, his forward Vil was really smart because he forced the water fight, and I thought he was going to land me, so I wasted a barracks early. It was a messy game, but I'm happy I found the damage with the archers.
Let's go back a little bit further here to game number 7, Ring of Reeds. That was quite an intense matchup. You had to win 3 in a row to win this tournament. What were your thought process there and the strategy going in?
Well, I think that it's the craziest feeling maybe I've ever experienced in AoE, where I have to Vil fights for $20,000 in a grand final, and it's the last game of my series. And I think in that moment, you just have to commit to it. I think we both did a great job at the Vil fight, actually, but that was just, my heart was pounding the whole time. It's crazy.
Well, for the viewers watching as well, and the way you microed those weak villagers, and we saw that zombie land of an eco with very weak wills was crazy. Speaking of crazy, let's go back to the arena game when you got walled in. Oh, what, were you expecting that at all?
I actually think he played insanely well that game. A lot of people might have missed it, but he basically went for monasteries, but he did them in the back and then waited. He didn't show me any monks, so I thought, okay, he's going to go for pure boom, which is what he did in past rounds. So that was a massive mind game from him. And then I got insta-converted twice, actually, in that one moment. And then after that, I lose map control. He did a great job to capitalize on the map control. I thought I might have had a chance with the Flemish Revolution, but I don't think I really had it.
Yeah, the panic button unfortunately wasn't able to save you that time, but boy, oh boy, was it ever a pleasure to watch.
You know what the worst part about that? Now the devs won't nerf Flemish Revolution because I lost 2 games with that. So now it's it looks like it's bad, but it's just me that's bad.
Well, we'll have to see what the devs have in store for us. Now that you have come away with 40K and another S-tier win under your belt, Hera, tell us, what are your plans for the future?
I think it's just going to be back to the grind. It's going to take a little holiday here and then go back to doing live streams, coaching, whatnot, and I look forward to future.
Dear champions, you all fought well. In the Grand Melee, there can be only one Grandmaster. The Order is very pleased. Now join us, Grandmaster. The great journey is about to start. We have big plans ahead of us. Now rise and shine, Grandmaster. The Grand Melee was a huge success. Let's initiate the next phase.